Chapter 603. Get out. Ha. Lin Ling chuckled and didn't say anything. Instead, he took the wine jug from the table and opened the lid. He raised his hand again and poured the wine on Kong Air's face, causing him to tremble. The other three also narrowed their eyes. Lin Ling was crazy. But soon, they realized that Lin Ling's craziness didn't stop there. Lin Ling poured the wine on their heads as if he was showering flowers. The three of them were stunned for a moment, and their bodies began to tremble. Lin Ling was crazy. You're courting death. Kong Air's eyes were red. He had been doused with wine twice, so one could imagine the humiliation. His terrifying aura erupted as he punched at Lin Ling. His fist shone with a dazzling light. This was the strength of a late-stage King Spirit Realm cultivator. Many people shook their heads at this scene. Lin Ling had defeated the samurai demon, and his strength was indeed not bad. However, Kong Air was a disciple of the older generation who was at the level of a moon guard. Other things aside, just the guidance he had received from the apprentice alone was more than Lin Ling's. However, what everyone imagined didn't happen. His fist was blocked by a palm. Flames rose from the palm, causing Kong Air's angry face to gradually distort. His fist was caught, and the most terrifying thing was that a scorching flame was burning his fist. You eat your food, and I walk my path. Just because I'm a newcomer and offended the apprentice, you come to provoke me? I really don't understand where you get the qualifications to do this. Sigh. Lin Ling held Kong Air's fist and said coldly. Everyone in the restaurant went silent. Although Lin Ling had defeated the martial demon was not a moon guard disciple. Kong Air, on the other hand, was a true moon guard disciple and was quite famous. However, Lin Ling was still able to block his fist. Could it be that Lin Ling still had a trump card hidden during the competition? Scram. Sigh. Ignoring everyone's shock, Lin Ling waved his right hand. Kong Air was instantly flipped over and smashed into the distance, causing the walls of the restaurant to crack. You're courting death. Sigh. The other three stood up one after another, wanting to attack. Lin Ling looked at them with a cold smile. But at this moment, a figure walked down from the second floor, and an indifferent voice sounded out at the same time, "Who is so bold, daring to cause trouble in my restaurant?" It's Dan Luofeng. Looking at this youth, many people's eyes narrowed. This youth was a genius on the 7 Profound Heavens chosen list. His strength had reached the Emperor's spirit realm, and he was above the tens of thousands of moon guard disciples. He had the authority to open a restaurant in the 7 Profound Martial House, and it was said that Dan Luofeng was a highly respected alchemist. Causing trouble in Dan Luofeng's restaurant, Lin Ling was in trouble this time. Senior brother fallen mortal, it's him. Kong Air's face was ferocious as he climbed to his feet and pointed at Lin Ling. As for Dan Luofeng, who had just walked down, he frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was also looking at Dan Luofeng. His heart was cold. This youth was very strong. He had a feeling that even if he erupted with his full strength, he still wouldn't be this youth's match. He was truly worthy of being a genius on the 7 Profound Heavens chosen list. Are you Lin Ling? Dan Luofeng indifferently said. Then he saw Lin Ling nod, and finally waved his hand. Forget it. Lin Ling was also invited, so let's forget about this matter. These words caused Kong Air's pupils to shrink. He had lost so much face, and senior brother Dan Luofeng had actually said to forget it. However, he had no choice but to give Dan Luofeng face. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. He coldly shouted, "Leave! Leave! Wait! Leave!" However, he had just taken a step when Lin Ling's icy voice sounded out. You want to leave like this? Leave! What do you want? I was only careless before. If I erupted with my full strength, I would have killed you. Kong Air roared. Lin Ling disdainfully smiled. Kong Air hadn't erupted with his full strength. He lightly said, these 4 people have to get out, and they have to get out. Cold. Everyone in the restaurant sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was too arrogant. Kong Air had swallowed his anger, but Lin Ling still wouldn't let them go. Then, everyone looked at Dan Luofan. Why? Dan Luofan frowned. No reason. If you don't tell them to scram, then I will leave. I don't care if I don't participate in this wine party. Lin Ling calmly said. Dan Luofan's pupils shrank, and then his eyes flashed. Finally, he said, you 4, get out. Leave. He was the owner of the restaurant, so he naturally knew about this wine party. He was the host, so if Lin Ling didn't participate, then what was the point? Dan Luofan. Kong Air and the others anxiously shouted. If they were to leave, then how could they stay in the 7 Profound Martial House? Leave. Leave. Dan Luofan didn't say anything. He domineeringly shouted again, and finally had Kong Air and the others roll out. Their distressed appearance made the crowd laugh. The 4 of them had been high and mighty at the start, wanting to punish Lin Ling with a drink, and wanting Lin Ling to treat them to a meal. But now, they were rolling out like gourds. This contrast was too great. Of course, they didn't know why Dan Luofan was helping Lin Ling, and they also thought it was strange. Now, can you come upstairs with me? Dan Luofan didn't pay attention to Kong Air and the others. He looked at Lin Ling. Wait, there's another person. That guy in the corner also needs to get out. Leave. Lin Ling shook his head and pointed to a young man drinking in the restaurant. When that young man looked up, his complexion was extremely ugly. Senior apprentice brother Tai Yuezhan, you want to make things difficult for me, you want to see me lose face. You are not qualified. Lin Ling's cold voice sounded again. He was also puzzled. After all, he didn't offend Kong Air and the others, so why would they make things difficult for him? Then he saw a familiar figure and naturally had a guess in his heart. All of this was probably Tai Yuezhan's intention. Moreover, he hadn't taken revenge for Tai Yuezhan's assassination in the past. He just wanted to wait for the competition to end. Now, he would take it as collecting some interest. Lin Ling. The young man in the corner was Tai Yuezhan. At this moment, he was gnashing his teeth. The previous 4 people were called by him. He wanted to see Lin Ling lose face, but in the end, those 4 people lost face first. If you don't get out, I will kill you. Lin Ling coldly shouted, revealing his killing intent. Tai Yuezhan's pupils constricted. Lin Ling had Sakura beside him, so he didn't dare to be too arrogant. In the end, he clenched his teeth and rolled out. Although he was a disciple of the Moon Guard rank, he obviously didn't dare to offend Dan Luofan of the 7 Profound Heavens Pride list. Toad. Come, roll over my crotch. Sakura couldn't help but laugh. He didn't make a move because he had already left this enemy to Lin Ling. After a few people rolled out of the restaurant, many people on the street looked at the scene in shock. When they saw that it was Tai Yuezhan and the others, they couldn't help but laugh. Even the whole street was laughing. Getting out of the restaurant, there were really such shameful people nowadays. Lin Ling, you're on your own. Tai Yuezhan didn't dare to stay any longer. He left a sentence and left in shame. Next time we meet, you will die. Lin Ling coldly said. He never showed mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Can you go up with me now? Dan Luofan asked again. Lin Ling nodded and led Sakura and the others to the 2nd floor. Chapter 604. The purpose of the wine party on the 2nd floor of the restaurant. It was quiet and elegant. A huge and luxurious cauldron was placed in the middle of the hall, and all kinds of rare spiritual herbs were placed neatly around it. TSK, as expected of an alchemist, these spiritual herbs are very rare. Several figures sat in the hall, looking around indifferently. Don't touch these spiritual herbs, otherwise, if you make senior brother Dan Luofan unhappy, I won't be able to protect you. A calm voice sounded, causing everyone to frown slightly, not daring to be too arrogant. These people were the 10 rising stars. This year, they were the only ones who had become moon guards, so they gathered together to drink. Of course, it was impossible to just drink. Lin Ling is coming too. Humph, a mere 3-month newcomer, and he dares to be mentioned in the same breath as me, I can't accept this. The last rank life blade, Hao Yun, said indifferently. Some of the others smiled slightly, some remained silent, and some showed a disdainful expression. Lin Ling dares to come, I want him dead, Blood King, this party was organized by you, don't blame me for not giving you face. A cold voice sounded, Ghost God Qi Yen drank a mouthful of wine, and spoke with overflowing killing intent. He didn't even seem to give face to Blood King Duan Tianya, after all, the party was organized by Duan Tianya, but he dared to kill the person invited by Duan Tianya. At the head seat on the left, a young man in a luxurious green robe played with a wine cup, and suddenly laughed, Qi Yen, the competition is in 3 days, if you kill Lin Ling now, how will you explain to Sword Elder? You might even implicate Elder Sun Tong. Qi Yan's eyes narrowed, and he fell silent, Elder Sun Tong wasn't someone he could offend. If Lin Ling dies here, others will definitely suspect that it was Elder Great Sun who did it. When the competition starts, there will definitely be a lot of gossip. How will Elder Great Sun deal with this? Duan Tianya asked again. Everyone nodded, Lin Ling would definitely be killed by Elder Sun Tong, but not during this sensitive period. He killed my junior apprentice brother. Now that I see him, I want to kill him. How can I endure drinking with him? Scarlet Flame was still unwilling. Hee, actually, you don't have to die. Have you heard of divine transformation mud? Duan Tianya said with a faint smile, causing everyone to be puzzled. Divine dissolving clay is a rare item in the heavens and the earth. It can be refined into a type of poisonous pill that completely dissolves a person's cultivation. If Lin Ling becomes a cripple without any cultivation, would you feel better killing him or becoming a cripple? Duan Tianya continued. Cripple. That's right. Is this the purpose of your banquet? Ghost Marshal Qi Yan's eyes lit up, faintly having a guess. However, how could such a poison pill be refined? Moreover, how was he going to obtain the one transformation divine clay? Duan Tianya seemed to have guessed Scarlet Flame's thoughts and asked again, Senior brother Dan Luofan is a powerful alchemist. Do you think that poison pill is difficult to refine? Everyone suddenly understood. The purpose of this banquet was to make Lin Ling a cripple, and the owner of the restaurant, Dan Luofan, would personally refine the poison pill to poison Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling would become a cripple, and even if he participated in the competition, it would be useless. He would only be tortured and killed. Your purpose? Scarlet Flame's mood improved. He was looking forward to seeing Lin Ling become a cripple, but he still asked doubtfully. I have always believed that one more enemy is better than one more friend. I am very interested in the fighting evil faction, and senior brother Dan Luofan is also very interested. Duan Tianya said as he fiddled with his wine cup. Scarlet Flame nodded, we will become friends. The others more or less understood what was going on. Blood King Duan Tianya seemed to want to make friends with the fighting evil faction. Moreover, compared to Lin Ling, Blood King Duan Tianya favored Scarlet Flame more. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of offending Lin Ling and helped Ghost Marshal Scarlet Flame. Lin Ling and the D clan are very close. The D clan has already declined, and Lin Ling has offended Great Sun Elder and Elder Su Fan. Therefore, Duan Tianya believes that Lin Ling will die, but before he dies, Duan Tianya wants Lin Ling to display his remaining brilliance and help Duan Tianya once, so that the fighting evil faction owes him a favor. This Duan Tianya is very smart. Many people secretly said in their hearts. However, this had nothing to do with them, so they quietly watched the show. At this time, footsteps sounded, and everyone's eyes narrowed. They knew that the main character had arrived. It had to be said that this Lin Ling was very bold. He clearly knew that this was a trap, but he still dared to come. No one dared to underestimate him. Everyone has arrived. It just so happens that this year's 10 rising stars are all here. In the future, everyone will be considered geniuses of the same generation, so it's good to get to know each other. After Dan Luofan walked into the hall, he faintly smiled. Everyone politely nodded in greeting, but their eyes all fell on Lin Ling behind Dan Luofan. Lin Ling, you've only been at the 7 Profound Martial House for 3 months, but you've already been promoted to a Moon Guard disciple. Fierce, fierce. My name is Duan Tianya, you must have already heard of me. Duan Tianya stood up and smiled. His attitude gave off an amiable and approachable feeling, modest and courteous. I've heard a lot about you. Lin Ling replied courteously. His gaze swept across the crowd. Everyone present was looking at him calmly. There were young men and young women. They were the 10 rising stars. However, there was an indescribable feeling in their eyes. It was as if they were waiting to see a good show. Afterwards, he didn't bother with them, and sat down with Sakura and the other 2. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling congratulations on becoming a Moon Guard disciple. Your strength is not bad, and your luck is also good. Just as he sat down, there was a disdainful laugh. It seemed to be congratulatory, but the truth was that it was filled with disdain. It was the 10th ranked Slaughter Blade, Hao Yun. The other party's tone was strange, and Lin Ling was disinclined to be polite. You're ranked 10th among the 10 rising stars. Your strength isn't very strong, but your luck is also very good. Slaughter Blade Hao Yun had said that Lin Ling had relied on luck to become one of the 10 rising stars, but Lin Ling had countered him. Hao Yun was ranked 10th among the 10 rising stars, not because he was strong, but because he was lucky. You're crazy. Hao Yun's pupils shrank. How could he not understand the meaning behind Lin Ling's words? Meanwhile, the others were surging in their hearts. This Lin Ling was very arrogant, as if he didn't fear anyone at all. Although Lin Ling had defeated the martial demon, it didn't mean that everyone was afraid of him, because the martial demon was terrifying because of his madness and the demon god Qi Yan's support. Moreover, Lin Ling had snatched the martial demon's position, so everyone was looking forward to a battle with this young man, because they didn't have to worry about anything. I can't say that I'm crazy. It's just that when people give face, I give face 5. If I meet a shameless dog, then why should I give face? Lin Ling said softly. His indifferent attitude made Hao Yun's expression extremely ugly. Bang! At this moment, the sound of a wine cup smashing on the table was heard, and an indifferent voice was heard at the same time. One more word, and I'll kill you right now. It was the demon god Qi Yan. He was originally a crazy person, and now that he saw his enemy again, how could he remain calm? He couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling right now. Is this wine party so boring? If there's such an idiot again, then I don't want to attend the wine party. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was still fearless, and instead mocked him. You're calling me an idiot? Chapter 605. Wine is poisonous, are you here to drink or to fight? If you want to fight, just say it. Sakura also stood up and coldly looked at everyone. He was not as easy to talk to as Lin Ling. For a moment, the situation was in a deadlock. Many people were secretly surprised. No wonder Lin Ling dared to come, he brought a few helpers. Okay, if you want to fight, then fight in 3 days. Today is to drink and get to know each other. Don't be so stiff, come drink. Duan Tianya smoothed things over and finally made Ghost Marshal Qi Yan sit back down. He temporarily endured it. Others' eyes flickered, feeling funny in their hearts. Lin Ling's strength was not bad, but there were many people here who were stronger than him. However, Lin Ling was very arrogant, not knowing that his death was near. He actually dared to challenge Qi Yan in the wine party. The scene gradually calmed down. Duan Tianya treated everyone amiably and kept introducing other people. When the atmosphere was not so stiff, he said to Dan Luofan, "Senior Dan, I heard you have a bottle of Azure Sky March wine. Why don't you take it out and let everyone enjoy it?" Yes. The main topic was finally here. Everyone's eyes flickered, waiting for a good show. Hee, it's rare for geniuses to gather here. Let's liven things up a bit with wine. Dan Luofan smiled and nodded. He entered the room and came out with a bottle of emerald wine. He opened the lid at the same time and a fragrance filled the air. Good wine. Yes. Sakra's eyes lit up and praised. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Until now, he still could not see the other party's goal. Was it really just a gathering? Although Duan Tianya gave him a good impression, he always felt that this person was hiding something. This wine is refined with rare herbs and brewed with ice and fire. You all are in luck. Dan Luofan poured a cup for everyone and then smiled, indicating everyone to try it. Lin Ling's eyes swept over everyone and found that many people's eyes were flickering. Although it was hidden, he still sensed it with his sharp soul force. Could it be that there was a problem with this wine? However, each cup was filled with wine. Even if there was a problem, it should be everyone's problem. For a moment, Lin Ling's heart was filled with doubts. Duan Tianya had already picked up his wine cup, the corner of his eyes lightly swept over Lin Ling, and he sneered in his heart. He knew that Lin Ling would definitely have some suspicions, this was human nature, but no matter how suspicious Lin Ling was, he didn't know the drawbacks. There was indeed a problem with the wine, but if it was drunk like this, the actual effect would not be great. However, if it was mixed with the seven-heart begonia, then the effect of the divine dissolving mud could be brought out. As for Lin Ling's cup, it was made from the seven-hearted begonia. Lin Ling had no idea at all. Good wine. Everyone drank a mouthful, and even Sakra drank a mouthful, praising one after another. Lin Ling held the wine glass with a calm expression. Then, the eye of time appeared in his eyes. He looked along the hall. Senior Marshal Brother, the fighting evil faction is very powerful. If we can form a good relationship with them, it will only be beneficial to us. At present, the junior Lin Ling killed Qi Yan's junior martial brother. If he avenged Qi Yan, it would be equivalent to gaining the friendship of the fighting evil faction. In any case, Lin Ling will die sooner or later, so why not use him before he dies? Alright. Then I will take out the divine dissolving mud to refine a poison pill and let him drink it. This wine is colorless and tasteless. I'm afraid it will be too late by the time he reacts. In the eye of time, the figures of Duan Tianya and Dan Luofan appeared in the hall. Very despicable. Lin Ling had no enmity with Duan Tianya and Dan Luofan, but they wanted to form a relationship with the fighting evil faction. However, they wanted to use him. Moreover, they thought that he would die, so they wanted to use him before he died to satisfy them. Fortunately, Lin Ling was very familiar with the divine dissolving mud, even more so than Dan Luofan. After all, his first dark true fire pill used the divine dissolving mud as the main ingredient. Lin Ling coldly smiled in his mind and took out a medicinal powder from his talisman pouch. Stone congealing powder. This was a strange stone. When it came in contact with water, it would condense and become incomparably hard. The divine dissolving mud could turn a person's cultivation into water, but it was afraid of stone congealing powder. One dissolves and one congeals, just enough to restrain it. In this way, the divine dissolving mud's poison was not only harmless, but also beneficial. Lin Ling, what are you doing? Dan Luofan saw Lin Ling's actions and asked with a smile. Hee, I like to add some strong things before drinking. I like the smell of strong wine. Lin Ling smiled faintly, but Dan Luofan didn't doubt him. After all, he was an alchemist, and the poison pill was refined by him. How could he casually add some things to cure the poison? Lin Ling, don't tell me you don't dare to drink. This doesn't match your status. Duan Tianya said meaningfully as he played with the wine cup. Hee, Lin Ling, how heroic are you? As a newcomer, you became a Moon Guard disciple. Don't tell me you don't have the courage. That's right, you're not giving Duan Tianya any face. After all, we've all drunk. Hee. The others also smiled faintly. They were trying to provoke him. If other people were here, they would be young and frivolous. What was there to be afraid of? Plus, everyone had drunk, so how could they not drink? So they would definitely drink it. Lin Ling naturally knew this. Unfortunately, although he looked fearless on the surface, his heart was calm. This wine is different from ordinary ones. Hee. Lin Ling said softly as he played with the wine cup. Duan Tianya's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Lin Ling had discovered it? But the divine dissolving mud was colorless and odorless. How could Lin Ling have discovered it? Dan Luofan's heart skipped a beat. However, he had full confidence in his alchemy skills. Lin Ling definitely couldn't have discovered it. Hee, if this unique wine was poured on the ground, it would be a waste of God's gift. Lin Ling slowly tilted the wine cup in his hand. It seemed that the wine was about to fall to the ground. Duan Tianya's pupils constricted. If the wine was poured, wouldn't his plan be disrupted? For a moment, he became nervous. In the end, he couldn't help but shout, Lin Ling. Hee. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded, a unique wine is good wine. If I pour it on the ground, I'll be punished by God. How can I waste it? Hee. After saying that, Lin Ling drank the wine in his hand. His heroism made everyone gasp. Lin Ling really drank it. As for Duan Tianya, his complexion was ugly. Although Lin Ling had drunk the wine, his previous words and actions had been to play with him, causing him to be nervous for nothing. He was the number one of the 10 rising stars, and believed that he controlled everything. But today, he had been played by a junior. This feeling could be imagined. But as he was in a bad mood, Lin Ling's light voice floated in. Senior apprentice brother Tianya, your complexion is very ugly. You shouldn't be sad that I drank your wine. These words were like a sharp thorn that deeply pierced into Duan Tianya's angry heart, causing his complexion to instantly turn ashen. But soon, he sneered. Lin Ling wouldn't be proud for long. He would regret it and cry. Everyone was waiting for a good show. Lin Ling was very pitiful. His name had just shaken the 7 profound martial house, but the result was that he had become a cripple. If he became a cripple in the 7 profound martial house, then his future days could be imagined. Even Dan Luofan sneered. Lin Ling was only a junior. If his cultivation could be dissolved by the divine dissolving mud, then his death would be worth it. Not good, this wine. Chapter 606. Angry from embarrassment, hee. Duan Tianya and the others laughed. They saw Lin Ling's face turn ugly and he was cultivating on the spot as if he wanted to fight for the last struggle. Unfortunately, was it useful? How could Lin Ling break something as rare as the divine mud dissolving? Lin Ling, what's wrong? What? Sakura and the others looked at Lin Ling nervously. Then, Sakura looked at Duan Tianya and the others coldly. What did you do? The wine is poisoned. Dan Luofan shrugged casually. You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Everyone drank the wine together, so why are we fine? These words stunned Sakura for a moment, and then Slaughter Blade Hao Yun said gloomily, maybe he ate some treasure to become stronger, and forcefully increased his strength. Now that retribution is here, I'm afraid his cultivation is going to be destroyed. Haha, he just became a Moon Guard disciple and his cultivation was destroyed. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling is so pitiful. Another person, Light Fist Ling Hu Yi, also laughed gloatingly. His cultivation was destroyed. My second brother was fine, but something happened when he came here. It must be you guys. Sakura's voice turned cold. He didn't care about evidence. If he suspected these people, he would make a move. Heaven's sins can be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins can't be saved. He did it himself, so how can he blame us? Duan Tianya picked up the wine cup and drank. He didn't have the amiable look from before. Now that he had achieved his goal, he didn't need to pretend anymore. On the contrary, he was looking forward to seeing Lin Ling's expression and what he would say when he woke up and realized that he was a cripple. You guys are courting death. Sakura's terrifying aura erupted. He was about to make a move. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura also erupted from behind him, causing the hall to shake. Everyone's eyes focused. They didn't know what was going on. Good wine, it actually helped me break through. Behind him, a figure slowly stood up and looked at the crowd with a faint smile. It was Lin Ling, and behind him, 3 Vermilion Bird King elephants appeared. They were incomparably clear, as if they were the Vermilion Bird Kings. After all, he was at the peak of the intermediate stage of the King's spirit realm not too long ago, and he was only a thread away from breaking through. But this time, Dan Luofan had refined the rare divine transformation clay into a poison pill for him to consume, and this had instead added fuel to the fire and allowed him to smoothly break through. After all, his Vermilion Bird Flame was closely related to the divine disintegration mud. Although the divine disintegration mud was extremely poisonous, it was also a treasure that possessed vast amounts of spiritual energy. Ah! Everyone in the hall stared at him. Lin Ling did not become a cripple. Instead, he successfully broke through to the next realm. They were all geniuses of the King's spirit realm, so they naturally knew how difficult it was to break through to the next realm. It required an endless amount of resources, and a martial artist's martial arts foundation had to reach a certain level before they could luckily step into the next realm. And now, they watched helplessly as Lin Ling stepped into the next realm, getting closer and closer to them. What was going on? Senior brother Dan Luofan, your wine is not bad. After it entered my body, I immediately sensed a vast amount of spiritual energy, which allowed me to smoothly break through. Thank you. Thank you. Ignoring everyone's surprise, Lin Ling said softly. Then, he cupped his hands at Dan Luofan as if he was sincerely thanking Dan Luofan. Unfortunately, this polite gesture was like a slap to Dan Luofan's face. My wine allowed you to break through? Yes. Dan Luofan's mind was blown. He had actually helped Lin Ling in his breakthrough. He had actually helped an enemy rise and made the enemy even more powerful. What was going on? Duan Tianya also felt as if he had eaten a fly, and he looked at Dan Luofan strangely. Lin Ling had become a cripple. Now, he was even stronger. Impossible. The divine disintegration mud mixed into the wine should have dissolved your cultivation. Dan Luofan roared angrily. He felt even worse than Duan Tianya because the divine disintegration mud was very rare. If not for the friendship of the fighting evil clan, he would not have been willing to take it out. Now, not only had he failed to achieve his goal, he had helped Lin Ling instead. How could he be in a good mood? Lin Ling naturally knew how rare the divine dissolving clay was. Back then, he had spent a lot of effort to find this kind of heavenly treasure. Now that Dan Luofan had exposed him, he couldn't be bothered to pretend anymore. Sins committed by the heavens can be forgiven, but sins committed by oneself cannot be saved. I believe this saying very much. However, do you think you have the qualifications to call yourself an alchemist? In front of a true alchemist, your poisonous heart is actually helpful. Lin Ling sneered. Everyone suddenly understood. Lin Ling seemed to have known about the divine disintegration mud from the start. He had actually beaten Dan Luofan at his own game. Not only did he not cripple him, but his cultivation also increased greatly. This Lin Ling was too terrifying. Moreover, how did Lin Ling know about the divine disintegration mud? After all, the divine disintegration mud was colorless and odorless. Ordinary people would not be able to detect it. Moreover, if Lin Ling could neutralize the divine disintegration mud, wouldn't his alchemy skills be higher than Dan Luofan's? Everyone was shocked. They suddenly understood why Dan Luofan was so angry. If they were in Dan Luofan's shoes, their mood would not be any better. How did you neutralize the divine disintegration mud? Dan Luofan roared again. Just find some random medicinal herbs and neutralize it. Speaking of which, does senior brother Dan Luofan still have any wine? I still want to drink. Lin Ling shrugged, causing Dan Luofan's face to turn red. Duan Tianya's face also turned red. Lin Ling was toying with him. Die! Die! Dan Luofan was enraged. He took a step forward and his Emperor Spirit Realm aura erupted, wanting to kill Lin Ling. Huh, it's just a cup of wine. Why are you so stingy like a toad? Ha! Di Shirtian laughed loudly. He knew what had happened through the conversation and couldn't help but be overjoyed. His second brother was indeed powerful. He had neutralized the banquet at Hongmen and angered his enemies instead. You're courting death. Ha! Dan Luofan attacked, and so did Di Shirtian. He was about to enter the 7 profound prodigy ranking, so he also wanted to see how powerful a genius was. Bang! In the hall, 2 figures collided. The surging aura caused the entire restaurant to turn into dust. Even the street shook slightly. A genius from the 7 profound prodigy ranking is only a so-so. Ha! In the dust, Di Shirtian's disdainful voice sounded, causing everyone's hearts to freeze. They never thought that the person Lin Ling brought would be so strong that he could actually fight against a genius from the 7 profound prodigy ranking. Moreover, if they weren't wrong, Di Shirtian was only at the peak of the king's spirit realm. Huh, this banquet is so boring. I'm just drinking a cup of wine, but I'm actually angry from embarrassment. In this way, I can't drink anymore. Big brother, let's go. Ha! Lin Ling's disdainful voice also sounded out, causing the 10 rising stars' pupils to shrink. Lin Ling was too hateful. Rumble, rumble, rumble. In the dust, several figures slowly walked out. At this moment, a large number of people had gathered on the street to watch. As they saw these people, their hearts fiercely trembled. These people had actually destroyed Dan Luofan's restaurant. It had to be known that opening a restaurant in the 7 profound martial house was a supreme honor. But to have one's restaurant destroyed was a great shame. It looks like that's Lin Ling. Some people recognized Lin Ling and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Chapter 607. The competition begins. Lin Ling, don't leave if you have the ability. Duan Tianya and the others also rushed out. Their faces were covered in dust and they were in a sorry state, but all of them were furious. However, when they wanted to chase after them, Dan Luofan's cold voice sounded out, "You are not that man's match." Obviously, after clashing with Di Shirtian, he also knew how difficult it was to deal with Di Shirtian. What? Duan Tianya and the others' faces all changed. That kind of sullenness and anger crazily surged in their hearts. Good wine, good wine. At this moment, a bold and unrestrained voice came from afar. It was Lin Ling's voice. It made Duan Tianya and the others tremble in anger, especially Duan Tianya, who was gnashing his teeth. He was confident that with strength, talent, and intelligence, he was a true genius. However, today, Lin Ling played with him in the palm of his hand, which made him happy at first, then disappointed, and finally angry out of humiliation. Compared to Duan Tianya, Dan Luofan was also in a bad mood. He looked at the destroyed restaurant and his heart was bleeding. Because the restaurant had a large amount of precious spirit herbs, but now they were all destroyed. Tianya, no matter what, he must die in 3 days. Dan Luofan's voice was extremely low. The others nodded. Lin Ling gave them a slap today, and it was a resounding slap. Vent my anger. At this moment, Lin Ling and the others were walking on the street laughing, especially Di Shi Tian, who was in a good mood. One must know that not long ago, he was worried about Lin Ling. Who knew that Lin Ling did not become a cripple, but instead, his realm had increased. This would definitely make those insidious and cunning people vomit blood. Slaughter Blade Hao Yun almost killed my sister last time. Although my strength is not as good as his, when I saw his angry face before, my mood was also very good. Ouyang Feiyang also felt comfortable all over. That blade, I will avenge you. And the hatred from before, I can't let it go like this. Lin Ling said indifferently, causing them to stop and look at Lin Ling strangely. The saber of slaughter, Hao Yun, was still alright, as he was only ranked 10th, but Duan Tianya, Crimson Flame, and the others were not weaklings. Lin Ling actually wanted to seek revenge on them. I thought you were going to give up on the competition like me. Ouyang Feiyang was a little surprised. He was already satisfied with becoming a disciple of the Moon Guard level. As for the rewards of the competition, he had never even thought about it. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll pay them back tenfold. Lin Ling shook his head and said. Then, without further explanation, he left the street with the others. At Myriad Sword Peak, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged in cultivation. A smile curved his lips. Originally, he would have needed some time to break through to the Middle King's spirit realm, but the poison pill refined from the divine dissolving mud had shortened this time. Needless to say, he still had to thank Duan Tianya. Unfortunately, such a good divine melting mud was wasted just like that. If it was given to him, he might be able to increase the level of his king physique again. Shaking his head, Lin Ling's eyes turned icy cold. Duan Tianya and he had minded their own business, but this person wanted to use his death to form a relationship with the fighting evil faction. Since he dared to attack him, he would never let him go. Lin Ling was very clear that if he didn't have the Eye of Time, even if he was familiar with the divine melting mud, it would have been too late to detoxify it. After all, to detoxify the divine melting mud, he had to use the stone congealing powder at the beginning. No longer thinking about it, Lin Ling calmed his heart and began to cultivate. After reaching the late king's spirit realm, the power of all his martial arts had greatly increased. Now, if he met the 10 rising stars again, other than demon god Crimson Flame and Duan Tianya, he could easily deal with them. Moreover, after reaching the late king's spirit realm, the memories left by the limitless sword saint became clearer, allowing Lin Ling to understand. At the same time, he was grateful to the limitless sword saint. After all, those mysterious memories saved him a lot of detours. For 3 days, he didn't sleep or rest to stabilize his realm. Even if he didn't fear the 10 rising stars, he still didn't slack off. On the path of martial arts, if you didn't advance, you would fall behind. Apart from talent and comprehension, hard work was also the most important. This had always been Lin Ling's strong point. He wouldn't give it up just because he became a Moon Guard disciple. And today was the day of the main stage's competition. Early in the morning, a large number of people had already gathered at the ancient Dragon Lake. There were even more people than last time because today was the main stage's competition. It was the time to see the strength of the 10 rising stars. Even many Moon Guard disciples and 7 profound heavens chosen list geniuses had come. They also wanted to see which of the 10 junior brothers was stronger. Among the 10 rising stars, it said that Duan Tianya already has the strength to enter the 7 profound heavens chosen list. It's just that his realm hasn't reached the standard. His battle will definitely be very exciting. I look forward to his battle with Demon God Crimson Flame. There are still 2 newcomers. Lin Ling's strength should be quite good. Ouyang Feiyang passed by luck. Lin Ling's strength is indeed quite good. He can be ranked 6th or 7th among the 10 rising stars. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Soon, someone snorted disdainfully. Shameless boasting. Although Lin Ling defeated martial demon Feng Tianting, it doesn't mean that his combat strength is ranked 6th or 7th. After all, the martial demon's terrifying demonic nature is the most terrifying. In a battle between geniuses, anything is possible. I have high hopes for Slaughter Saber Hao Yun. Yes, Slaughter Saber Hao Yun is ranked 10th. But that was in the past. Who knows if his strength has increased this year? Maybe he has always wanted to fight the martial demon. In any case, anything can happen in a battle between geniuses. There were all kinds of opinions. Some supported Lin Ling, some disdained him, but the crowd was filled with anticipation. Not long after, the various Grand Masters and the 12 Elders Xian also appeared on the mountain peak. They looked down at the giant lake below with flickering eyes. Overestimating his own strength might lead to death. Su Fan, it's not a possibility, it's an absolute possibility. At this moment, 2 cunning and harsh voices sounded out. Everyone looked up and saw that it was Su Fan and Great Sun Elder. Although they didn't say who they were talking about, many people realized that they were talking about Lin Ling. It seemed that Lin Ling had thoroughly offended Great Sun Elder. Like this, it would be difficult for him to stay in the 7 profound martial house. After all, there were many of the 36 Grand Masters who had a good relationship with Great Sun Elder. That slap in the face didn't hurt, but now you're itching for a beating. Of the 12 Elders Xian, Elder Jian looked into the distance and lightly said. These words caused Great Sun Elder's complexion to instantly turn ugly. Although 3 days had passed, she still felt a burning pain on her face. Then, Great Sun Elder coldly snorted and no longer spoke. Lin Ling, you're here. At this moment, shouts sounded out from the ancient lakeside, causing Dragon Coiling Lake to quiet down. At the lakeside, Lin Ling and Ouyang Feiyang appeared. The 2 of them indifferently walked in, causing many people to nod their heads. Especially Lin Ling. This person had hidden himself very deeply and was also very low-key. If Great Sun Elder hadn't gone too far, then Lin Ling would have remained low-key, and no one would have known just how strong he was. In my opinion, Lin Ling might be able to fight with Drunken Sword Lin Ling. Lin Ling is also a swordsman. Chapter 608. Preliminaries. Lin Ling, I'm afraid that I'll have to forfeit the competition. You should also do your best. Ouyang Feiyang didn't pay attention to the surrounding gazes as he slowly said. All right. Lin Ling nodded. Ouyang Feiyang's strength in the Star Ocean Pagoda was not bad, but he was still weaker than the nominal disciples. Therefore, forfeiting was a very good choice. Lin Ling, take my blade. At this moment, a cold voice came from behind, causing Lin Ling to frown. A figure was striding over from afar. The blade in his hand was like a king's blade as it slashed towards Lin Ling. Slaughter Blade Hao Yun. Many people's eyes narrowed. Slaughter Blade Hao Yun was very arrogant. The competition hadn't even started and he was already planning to attack Lin Ling. Could it be that Lin Ling had surpassed him, so he wasn't willing to accept it? A surging blade descended from the sky, tearing apart the space and cutting through the air. However, it stopped above Lin Ling's head. Lin Ling was still standing there calmly without any fear. Hee, I was just trying to scare you. I didn't expect that you would be so scared that you wouldn't dare to move. In the next moment, the saber was retracted. The ease with which Hao Yun controlled his power caused many people to feel apprehensive. The slaughter saber Hao Yun's strength was not bad, but he had tested Lin Ling's courage the moment he arrived. This was a little too arrogant. Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the person walking over from afar. His heart turned cold, but he didn't say anything. Previously, everyone thought that he was too scared to move. Was that really the case? Absolutely not. Lin Ling knew that Slaughter Blade Hao Yun wouldn't dare to attack him. After all, there were so many people here. Unless Slaughter Blade Hao Yun was stupid, he would only attack him during the competition. Too much. Ouyang Feiyang said with dissatisfaction beside Lin Ling, too much. Don't tell me you didn't go overboard. Senior brother Dan Luofan kindly invited you to drink, but you didn't even know how to be polite and tore down his restaurant. If it wasn't for Dan Luofan giving me face, he would have already done something to you. Right at this moment, another person walked over from afar. He wore an azure green robe and had his hands behind his back. His expression was indifferent, and he gave off an aura of looking down on the world. He was precisely the Blood King, Duan Tianyao. Lin Ling offended Duan Tianyao. Hearing Duan Tianya's words, many people gasped. Lin Ling had offended the ghost god Scarlet Flame, which was enough to give him a headache. In the end, this Lin Ling was so arrogant that he did not know his limits, and even dared to offend Duan Tianyao. Moreover, according to Lin Ling, he seemed to have invited Lin Ling for a drink, but Lin Ling did not give him any face and instead tore down his restaurant. This was too overbearing. Many people began to discuss. Not long ago, they had heard about the restaurant being demolished. Now, they were even more certain. Serves you right. Who told you to be a piece of trash? Lin Ling ignored everyone's thoughts and did not bother to explain. Instead, he looked at Duan Tianya and said coldly. This Duan Tianya was really a person who hid a knife behind a smile. He clearly wanted to harm him, but he said it in such a dignified manner. Was he trying to discredit him? Unfortunately, he did not care about how others looked at him. If you meet me in the competition, you will die. Duan Tianya indifferently stared at Lin Ling, his killing intent even more intense. Lin Ling had played with him, but now, not only did he not feel regret or fear, he even fearlessly counterattacked. He was very insolent. If you meet me, you will also die. The ghost god Scarlet Flame licked his lips, his smile was bloodthirsty. The other new stars also looked at Lin Ling with evil intentions, causing the distant crowd's eyes to flicker. Lin Ling seemed to have offended many people. On the other side of Dragon Coiling Lake, the former 8 heavenly kings and Star Guard level disciples were all deeply shocked. How long had it been, and Lin Ling had already reached the point where he could challenge the first and second rising stars. This was like a dream. He had entered the 7 profound martial house with Lin Ling, and had watched as Lin Ling grew up. He had challenged the Star Sea Pagoda, broken the record, taken the Moon Guard level examination, fought 2 new stars, one on the 7th martial stage, and now even dared to challenge the Blood King Duan Tianyao. He wanted to chase after Lin Ling, but Lin Ling was getting further and further away from him. Moreover, he discovered a special characteristic. Lin Ling seemed to never retreat in the face of adversity. He never thought about whether he could win or not, but always firmly moved towards his goal. This characteristic was exactly what Long Xiaoqian was missing. The main stage competition is about to begin. There are 10 participants. The top 3 will receive rewards from the 7 profound martial house. The third will receive 1,000,000 medium-grade spirit crystals. The second will receive spirit crystals and a 7th grade king step martial skill. The first will receive spirit crystals, a martial skill, and a heavenly material. At this moment, an ancient voice sounded in the sky, causing many people to feel envy in their hearts. The road of martial arts was, in fact, burning money. If one wanted to be stronger and not be bullied by others, then they needed endless cultivation resources. The top 3 of the main stage competition would receive 3 different treasures. Without a doubt, they would be able to avoid many detours on the road of martial arts. However, the truth was that many people had already guessed who the top 3 would be. The first was absolutely Duan Tianya. The second was Demon God Qi Yen. The third was Thunder General Zhu Lei and Light Fist Ling Huijian. Although the remaining people were strong, they lacked some background. The competition will draw lots. 5 against 5, the loser will be eliminated, and the winner will enter the semi-finals. 3 against 3, the final match. The referee's voice sounded out again, and then the results of the draw were announced. Blood King Duan Tianya vs Flying Leg Ouyang Feiyang. Demon God Qi Yen vs Demon Legs Bei Do. Drunken Sword Xiao Ying vs Light Fist Ling Huijian. Thunder General Zhu Lei's domineering dominance over heaven and earth. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling vs Slaughter Saber Hao Yun. When the results were announced, the entire Dragon Pan Lake was in an uproar. The voices even caused ripples to appear on the lake. Many people were supporting the rising stars they had high hopes for. Following that, the first match followed. It was Blood King Duan Tianya vs Flying Leg Ouyang Feiyang. This was the first versus the last. Haha, interesting. Flying Leg Ouyang Feiyang entered the main stage competition by luck. Now that his luck has run out, there's no suspense in this battle. The crowd let out sounds of interest. There was no need to look at the result of this battle. Flying Leg Ouyang Feiyang would definitely lose. Rumble. In the center of Dragon Pan Lake, an even larger martial stage rose from the lake. Large amounts of water flowed down like dragons, making for a spectacular sight. The martial stage of the main stage competition was bigger, harder, and more dazzling than the previous one. The opponent is too weak. Is this a warm-up match? Blood King Duan Tianya smiled faintly. He took a step forward and floated toward the martial stage. Then, he waved at Ouyang Feiyang, who was by the lake, and said, "Come, see how I'll torture you." He was very arrogant, as if Ouyang Feiyang was walking together with Lin Ling, so he wanted to vent his anger on Ouyang Feiyang. By the lake, Ouyang Feiyang's face turned pale. He wasn't a coward, but the difference in strength was too great. There was no hope for him to win. "Come on, trash." Not too far away, the saber of slaughter, Hao Yun, spoke with disdain. The others revealed mocking smiles as well. Although they had no enmity with Lin Ling, they'd wanted to watch Lin Ling make a fool out of them during the incident at the restaurant. In the end, they'd been played by Lin Ling, so they were very displeased with Lin Ling's group. Chapter 609. Lin Ling and Hao Yun, let's go. Ouyang Feiyang clenched his teeth and finally leaped onto the martial stage. He planned to admit defeat, but he couldn't possibly not even dare to go onto the stage. That would make him a laughingstock. Ouyang Feiyang, remember, don't use force. Lin Ling shouted worriedly. He hadn't known Ouyang Feiyang for a long time, but they felt like old friends at first sight. Therefore, he didn't want anything to happen to Ouyang Feiyang. Once you're on the stage, it's not something that can be solved just by admitting defeat. The other rising stars sneered, causing many people in the distance to shake their heads. It seemed like Lin Ling and Ouyang Feiyang had thoroughly offended the 10 rising stars. Now, no matter who they faced next, they wouldn't have a good ending. At this moment, Ouyang Feiyang leaped down from the arena. He was just about to admit defeat when Blood King Duan Tianya lightly waved his hand. A terrifying blood mist emanated out and enveloped Ouyang Feiyang, causing him to be unable to speak. He seemed to be controlled by a powerful force. If you want to blame someone, blame Lin Ling. Blood King Duan Tianya's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He strode forward and swung his palm. Pa pa pa. The crisp sound of a slap was heard, and blood flowed out from the corner of Ouyang Feiyang's mouth. His eyes widened, and he wanted to resist, but he realized that the blood in his body was out of control, and even his spiritual energy was out of control. It was the Blood King Duan Tianya's innate king physique. It was definitely of a very high grade. And he was only a third-stage martial artist. His powerful king physique was enough to crush him. Pa pa. This battle was not a competition at all, but a slap to the face. In front of countless people, Duan Tianya wanted to directly slap Ouyang Feiyang's face and make him lose, creating the first record in the history of the main stage competition. Ha! Seeing this scene, many people roared with laughter. Very funny. A battle between geniuses was a competition of strength, martial arts, and battle techniques. However, this was the first time he had seen someone lose face. That Ouyang Feiyang was a disgrace. All of this was brought about by Lin Ling. Duan Tianya had one hand behind his back. His expression was as calm as the wind and clouds, while his other hand repeatedly slapped out. The crisp and clear slaps made him smile very contentedly. It was as if he could finally vent all of the embarrassment he had suffered in the restaurant. Moreover, as he slapped Ouyang Feiyang's face, Duan Tianya looked at Lin Ling who was by the lake. It was as if he was saying, "You're next, and your fate will be even worse." Ouyang Feiyang was just an appetizer. Brother! Feiyang! In the distance, Tai Yan and the others were anxiously shouting. Duan Tianya had gone too far. He hadn't allowed Ouyang Feiyang to admit defeat, and had instead continued to humiliate him. As for Lin Ling, his expression was incomparably cold. In truth, Ouyang Feiyang hadn't offended Blood King Duan Tianya. He had only been close to Lin Ling, so he had suffered this punishment. From another perspective, it was Lin Ling who had implicated Ouyang Feiyang. However, he couldn't help Duan Tianya right now because Duan Tianya hadn't violated the rules of the competition, and even the presiding judge couldn't help him. Slap! Slap! On the martial stage, Duan Tianya was like a proud son of heaven. He was still slowly slapping his face. He had thought that Ouyang Feiyang would reveal a pleading look, but he gradually discovered that Ouyang Feiyang's eyes were red as he stared at him with an unyielding gaze. "I hate your gaze. If you don't change your gaze, I'll keep slapping." Duan Tianya's expression turned cold. This Ouyang Feiyang had gotten too close to Lin Ling. He seemed to have learned from Lin Ling's unyielding gaze and was fearless. He didn't fear Duan Tianya's strength at all, nor did he consider himself the number one of the 10 rising stars. Slap! Slap! Duan Tianya hit even more crazily. However, Ouyang Feiyang's gaze remained unchanged. Gradually, many people began to sympathize with Ouyang Feiyang. Ouyang Feiyang's backbone was very strong. Scram! Scram! In the end, Duan Tianya let out a furious roar as his tyrannical strength erupted. With a slap, he swept Ouyang Feiyang off the martial stage. Halfway through, Lin Ling leaped up and caught Ouyang Feiyang. Soon after, he discovered that Ouyang Feiyang had already fainted. However, his stubborn eyes were still stubbornly open. This guy's bones were really strong. He's knocked out. Ouyang Feiyang, this trash, has created the first record. After the crowd was stunned for a moment, the uproar of laughter became even crazier. Duan Tianya was still standing on the martial stage. He looked at Lin Ling on the lake and smiled, "It's just interest. When it's your turn, it won't be just a slap in the face. I'll make you die with regret. You'll know how strong I am." Coldly looking at Duan Tianya, Lin Ling didn't say anything. He carried Ouyang Feiyang and walked towards the lake. The crowd was stunned for a moment, then they shook their heads and laughed. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling is afraid of Blood King Duan Tianya. However, it seems that he can't reach the end and can't face Duan Tianya. Just a newbie. He's just a newcomer. He just became one of the 10 rising stars and he's already so arrogant. He doesn't know how strong Duan Tianya is. Sigh, young and frivolous are like this. The crowd discussed animatedly. However, just as they finished speaking, a cold voice came from the depths of hell, causing endless ripples to appear on the ancient lake. Next, any opponent I face, as long as they dare to enter the arena, die. Everyone noticed that the young man was quietly standing by the lake, coldly looking at Duan Tianya on the martial stage. Lin Ling didn't need to say any nonsense, let alone show off. There was only one sentence: opponents must die. Boom! The entire dragon coiling lake was in an uproar. Lin Ling was so arrogant. He actually said that only death awaited those who were his opponents. On the mountain peak, Great Sun Child Elder and Su Fan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. However, they were looking forward to the scene in front of them. Duan Tianya had driven Lin Ling crazy. Lin Ling would face several rising stars in a life and death battle. Far away, a middle-aged man had an indifferent expression, but his eyes flickered. Junior brother Wuji's successor. He is indeed arrogant. However, his strength is not bad, only slightly weaker than Duan Tianya. Unfortunately, he still has to die. This person was the current mansion master. After the declaration of war, Lin Ling ignored the crowd's words and took out an elixir to treat Ouyang Feiyang. During this process, Ghost God Qi Yen vs Demon Legs Bay Dipper began. However, the battle was one-sided. Ghost God Qi Yen was too strong and couldn't defeat him. Next, it was Thunder General Zhu Laiyin vs Domineering Xian Air. This battle was incomparably intense. One was domineering and majestic, the other was devastating with lightning. In the end, Thunder General Zhu Laiyin relied on her king physique to defeat her opponent with 100,000 lightning. The lightning even ravaged the entire ancient lake. What an exciting battle! Then it was Drunken Sword Xiao Ying vs Light Fist Ling Hui. This battle was also very intense because they were evenly matched opponents. One had 40% sword intent, Drunken Sword's true meaning, while the other had the speed of light and could punch the heavens. Both of them had the same grade of king physique. Their strength was the same. It depended on their martial arts foundation. In the end, Drunken Sword's true meaning was a level higher. He spent several hours to defeat Light Fist Ling Hui. These battles were very intense. The crowd couldn't take their eyes off the battle and exclaimed in admiration. If there was an exception, it would be Lin Ling. He didn't look at the battle from beginning to end. That was because he disdained to look. The final battle of the 5 rounds began. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling vs Life Killing Saber Hao Yun. Chapter 610. Return Your Sword. Slaughter Blade Hao Yun is ranked last. Although his ranking seems low, that was last year's ranking. It's hard to say whether or not his strength has increased this year. Definitely. Don't you see how confident he is? He doesn't fear Lin Ling at all. That's true. But Lin Ling isn't weak either. He has a half-step 40% sword true meaning. Perhaps he will be able to fight Hao Yun to a standstill. Everyone whispered to each other, their blood boiling with excitement. Blood King, I'll deal with him first. Don't blame me. At the lakeside, Hao Yun waved the blood-red saber in his hands. After saying this to Duan Tianya, he flew towards the martial stage. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling, come up. After landing on the martial stage, Hao Yun raised the saber in his hands and arrogantly said to Lin Ling. He was incomparably confident, and naturally had his reasons. He was at the same boundary as Lin Ling, and his king body was also at the same level. However, he had learned a 5th grade king step saber skill. This saber skill was something he had found in a cave in the Seven Profound Martial House. It was said that it was left behind by the son of the previous martial house master, and was extremely formidable. However, the previous martial house master used a sword, so he didn't pay much attention to this saber skill. Instead, he hid it in the cave for a fated person to find. But what surprised him was that this ancient saber skill was compatible with his king body, and his combat strength doubled. This was his hidden card for this year's Moon Guard level examination. Otherwise, he might have waited until next year. But Lin Ling's strength was only at a half-step 40% sword true meaning. As long as it wasn't a 40% sword true meaning, he had nothing to fear. Come on, Lin Ling, didn't you want to sweep away all your opponents? Why don't you dare? At the lakeside, Light Fist Ling Hui and the others lightly said. They knew that Hao Yun's strength had increased since last year, so they were looking forward to Lin Ling's helplessness. The 10th-ranked Slaughter Blade Hao Yun was much stronger than he had imagined. You're just waiting for death, why are you in such a hurry? Do you feel lonely on the road to hell, so you want me to let Hao Yun catch up to you? Lin Ling stood up from the ground, patted his clothes, and said calmly, don't worry. These calm words caused Light Fist Ling Hui and the others' complexions to turn ugly. This Lin Ling was still fearless. Ignoring their dissatisfied expressions, Lin Ling moved his feet and flew towards the huge martial stage of the Dragon Lake. It's time to fight. Everyone was looking forward to it and cheered. On the martial stage, Hao Yun gently brandished her large blade with a carefree expression. Your luck is very bad. If you were able to defeat the martial demon last year, I might not have been your match. But this year, I've cultivated the 7-star Will Sun Blade. You're no longer my match. This 7 stars Will Sun Saber is a 5th grade King tier saber art. It is divided into 4 levels, 10 men / 100 men / 1000 men / and 10,000 men / You are very unlucky. Hao Yun's proud voice sounded out, causing many people's eyes to widen. King Step Martial Arts had 4 stages. Small success, large success, perfection, and minute subtlety. Hao Yun had cultivated 7-star Sun Blade to the minute subtlety. 7 stars Will Sun Blade. The eyes of some of the 7 profound martial house students twinkled. They had heard of this saber skill before. When the old martial house master was still alive, his son had once shown them this saber skill. That monstrous murderous aura, that unstoppable momentum, had left a deep impression on them. And the old martial house master's son was Di Wuji. This Hao Yun's luck was quite good. He had actually found this hidden saber skill. 7 stars Will Sun Blade. Lin Ling's lips curved up in a disdainful smile. No wonder he had a familiar feeling. Limitless Sword Saint also had this saber skill in his memories. It was just that it used a saber, so Limitless Sword Saint had rarely used it after learning it. Moreover, this saber skill could not compare to the Overlord Sword Art. Now, Hao Yun had used Limitless Sword Saint's martial arts to show off in front of him. What a joke. Before you die, what do you want to say? Seeing Lin Ling's silence, Hao Yun asked in a soft voice. I don't have much to say to the dead, so I only have 2 sentences. First, the 7-star Sun Blade is a saber skill that my master disdains. Second, someone wants me to return a saber to you, but I use a sword, so I'll return a sword to you. Lin Ling lightly shook his head and took out the Tyrant Song's sword from behind him. Your master. You're bragging. The 7-star Sun Blade is a saber skill that even your master doesn't have the chance to see, and you want to return a sword to me? Then I'll cut you down with a single saber. Hao Yun laughed, and the saber in his hand danced. The saber wind howled, as if it could stir up the universe. Although he was frivolous, his strength was truly fierce. The crowd at the lakeside could faintly see that countless people had been beheaded by the dancing saber. This was the slaughter of 10,000 people. Have you killed anyone before? More than me. As the saber skill was displayed, Hao Yun's face became indifferent. He coldly shouted. He was the saber of slaughter, who could compare to him? Then, the saber cut towards Lin Ling. Rumble. Before the saber landed, the ancient lake erupted with waves that soared into the sky. The saber was domineering and magnificent. Looking at the saber slashing towards him, Lin Ling's expression was still calm, as if he didn't see the saber slashing towards him. Only when the wind from the saber blew away his long hair did he finally move. At this moment, he was like an unsheathed sword, domineering and magnificent. It was no longer the 40% sword intent, but the terrifying 40% sword intent. The sword slashed horizontally, as if it wanted to cut through the sky. Any slaughter of 10,000 people was useless against him. Not to mention the late stage of the king's spirit realm, even if Lin Ling was at the middle stage of the king's spirit realm, he could still kill Hao Yun. Sword Overlord soaring through the clouds. The sword transformed into a huge sword that could hold up the sky and slashed out horizontally. The huge sword light was at least 100 meters long, and the people around the Dragon Pan Lake couldn't close their mouths. Crack! Hao Yun's saber instantly broke. Moreover, the terrifying thing was that the sword wasn't a sharp sword, but an overlord sword. Wherever the sword passed, his entire body exploded, turning into an endless mist of blood. Before he died, he didn't even have the chance to say a word before he was slashed apart. You've killed many people, but only those who were weaker than you. How many people stronger than you have you killed? Sword. Sword out, sword sheathing, Lin Ling slowly left the martial stage. Behind him, the endless lake water erupted, sprinkling down like rain, causing the hearts of the crowd to fiercely tremble. The result was unexpected. Killed with a single sword strike. 40% sword intent. Sword. As for the lakeside, drunken sword Xiao Ying's pupils constricted. He specialized in 40% sword intent, but he never thought that Lin Ling would also have this kind of ethereal martial intent. Moreover, it seemed to be even more domineering than his drunken sword intent. No martial art, no realm, no talent, no king physique, could block the sword of a king. Silence. The surroundings of the Dragon Pan Lake were deathly silent. This result was too unexpected. Everyone thought that Hao Yun's strength had greatly increased, and that this battle would be incomparably fierce, but who would have thought that he would be finished off with a single sword strike? Could it be that Lin Ling still had a trump card hidden in the last battle on the martial stage? His promise has been fulfilled. As expected, all his opponents must die. Sword. Chapter 6:11. The first versus the third. By the lake, Ouyang Feiyang had already woken up. Although he was in a sorry state, he stared at the scene from afar. He only reacted when he felt the pain on his face. Pervert. This was the only word he could use to describe the shock in his heart. Furthermore, he was very grateful that Lin Ling had said something before, which was to help his sister, Ouyang Liushang, get back that blade. He did not expect Lin Ling to value promises so much. He did what he said he would do. Thank you. Looking at the blue and white robe coming from afar, Ouyang Feiyang said to himself emotionally. Pa! Lin Ling stopped in his tracks, causing the hearts of the 10 rising stars by the lakeside to skip a beat. They fell silent. In the previous battle, Lin Ling had displayed a terrifying strength that made them lose the qualifications to speak. You guys are very lucky. They did not say anything, but that did not mean that Lin Ling would not say anything. The 10 rising stars' pupils constricted. Lin Ling said that they were lucky. They understood what he meant. It meant that they did not meet Lin Ling, otherwise, they would have died long ago. This kind of humiliation made them feel very unreconciled. You only beat Hao Yun. Why are you so proud? Light Fist Ling Hu Yi said with a frown. You guys seemed to be even more arrogant before. However, during the banquet, I did not satisfy you. You all became angry out of humiliation. It was as if the world revolved around you. You can't see yourselves clearly. Lin Ling said as he walked. There are many people stronger than you. Blood King, Ghost God, Lightning General. They are all stronger than you. As if unwilling to lose face, Drunken Sword Xiaoying also said coldly. Pa! Lin Ling stopped and pulled out his sword. He pointed at them from afar. Can you stop farting? If you have the guts, how about a battle? Pointing his sword at the 10 rising stars made their hearts tremble violently. If it was before, they definitely wouldn't be afraid of Lin Ling. But now, they didn't dare. They really didn't dare. Lin Ling's sword was too domineering. It destroyed everything. They still remembered that terrifying sword from before. 40% sword intent, and it was a domineering sword strike. Even Drunken Sword Xiaoying didn't have the confidence to block that sword strike. It could be said that apart from Blood King, Ghost Deity, and Thunder Jiang, the remaining 10 new stars did not dare underestimate Lin Ling. Do you dare? Lin Ling shouted again. Since these people were so shameless, there was no need for him to give them any face. The 10 rising stars became even more silent. Their faces were gloomy, and they were so humiliated that they couldn't say anything. Lin Ling, so domineering. Around the dragon reclining lake, many people's hearts trembled violently. That, do you dare? This caused the previously insufferably arrogant 10 rising stars to fall silent. This made their previous schadenfreude seem somewhat ironic. Lin Ling's sword was extremely terrifying. And Lin Ling's character was as sharp and domineering as his sword. When his sword was not unsheathed, he looked extremely ordinary, just like a newcomer. But when his sword was unsheathed, it cut down everything. Stray dog. Withdrawing his sword, Lin Ling disdainfully smiled and slowly walked back towards Ouyang Feiyang. As for Blood King, Ghost Deity, and Thunder Jiang, their faces were gloomy. They didn't think that after Lin Ling reached the late King's spirit realm, his strength would rise so much. And as they thought of this, they felt as if a knife was being twisted in their hearts. This was because Lin Ling's breakthrough was all thanks to them. His sword is very domineering. If I were to fight with him, my chances of winning would be 50-50. Thunder Jiang softly said to Zhu Leinyin, causing Drunken Sword Xiaoying's face to turn ugly. This was Zhu Leinyin personally acknowledging Lin Ling's strength. It's only 40% of the true meaning of the sword. Although a swordsman's attack power is terrifying, my true meaning of martial arts is 10% higher than his. If he meets me, he will still die. Ghost Deity Scarlet Flame licked his lips. To him, whether Lin Ling's strength was strong or weak, he was still not his match. As for Duan Tianya, his complexion was still ugly. Although he was confident that Lin Ling was not his match, Lin Ling's previous actions had provoked his dignity and questioned his strength. I'm looking forward to seeing him reach the end. The three of them were looking forward to the semi-finals. The semi-finals were a battle between 6 people, and one of them would be chosen from the previous losers. Not long after, the name list was announced. And this name list was naturally the focus of everyone's attention. Blood King Duan Tianya against Thunder Jiang Zhu Leinyin. Drunken Sword Xiaoying against the heavens and earth. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling against Ghost Deity Scarlet Flame. This was an earth-shattering battle, a battle that represented a 100% chance of entering the 7 profound heavens chosen list. Bang! Deafening noises resounded around Dragon Pan Lake. They were looking forward to the competition. First, Blood King Duan Tianya against Thunder Jiang Zhu Leinyin. This was the first and third place battle. Then, Vermilion Bird Lin Ling against Ghost Deity Scarlet Flame. This was the 5th and 2nd place battle. As for Drunken Sword Xiaoying's battle, it was a little ordinary. It's time to fight. At this moment, someone shouted excitedly. At the same time, Dragon Pan Lake quieted down. On the martial stage, two figures floated down. They were Blood King Duantianya and Thunder Jiang Zhu Leiyin. Blood King Duantianya's king physique was very mysterious. Up until now, no one knew what kind of king physique it was. As for Thunder Jiang Zhu Leiyin, some people knew that she had the Star Thunder body, a fourth-grade king physique. It was said that this king physique was formed when stars collided in the sky, resulting in the power of thunder. Then, it was blessed by a prayer method. This was an ancient cultivation method of the grand luminous region of the 18 upper regions. Blood King, you are very strong, but I still want to test your strength. On the martial stage, Zhu Leiyin stood like a heavenly general. Lightning snakes began to appear on the surface of her body. They were white lightning, and they were constantly expanding. They passed through the martial stage, causing a large amount of lightning to float on the surface of the lake. In this year's competition, only 2 people can enter my eyes. Ghost Deity is one, and you, Thunder Jiang, are the other. On the other side, Duantianya's body emitted a red light. A bloody mist filled the air. His king physique was still mysterious. Up until now, most of the people who fought with him had been destroyed in one move. This was because he had a power that allowed him to control the blood and spiritual energy of others. Of course, he could only face martial artists with weaker king physiques. The king physique was always the foundation of a martial artist. No matter how strong your martial arts foundation was or how high your realm was, when faced with a powerful king physique, you would still be restrained. Unless everyone's king physique was similar. You have a very high opinion of me. It seems that I will have to use my full strength. Thunder is about to descend. Zhu Leiyin nodded solemnly. She did not hide her strength because hiding it from Duantianya was the same as courting death. Rumble. The entire martial stage was filled with lightning. 6 huge white arms appeared behind Zhu Leiyin. They were 50 meters long and 3 meters wide. They were formed by lightning, and each arm held a weapon. There was a halberd, a thunder drum, and a thunder spear. Thunder is about to descend. A 6th-grade king physique martial art. Looking at Zhu Leiyin's appearance, she has probably cultivated it to the large success stage. Chapter 612. Battle Ghost God 1 had to know that there were 7th-grade martial arts in the king stage. The 6th grade was already the peak and could reach the invincible realm in the king's spirit realm. Moreover, if a 7th grade martial art fought against a 40% martial intent, it could easily crush it. As for a 6th grade martial art, it could also defeat a 40% martial intent. This world was fair, and not everything could be swept away just because one possessed a martial intent. High-grade king-tier martial arts could still contend against it. From this point of view, it could be seen that Lin Ling was weaker than Zhu Leiyin. Thunder Purgatory. At this moment, a low voice sounded and a terrifying thunder power wreaked havoc. A huge thunder arm slapped towards the Blood King, causing the entire martial stage to be filled with thunder. It was very terrifying. Sky Blood Armor. In the distance, Duantianya said indifferently. Blood mist spread out and rippled in circles. It actually formed a blood-colored armor on his body. Blood mist surged on the surface of the armor, and a heavenly diagram was engraved on it. Rumble. The thunder arm slapped Duantianya, but Duantianya was safe and sound. Blood River, Endless Growth. You should use a stronger trump card. A calm voice floated out from Duantianya's mouth, causing the crowd's pupils to narrow. The power of thunder could not wreak havoc on the Blood King. Duantianya was indeed powerful. Crazy devouring thunder prison. Zhu Leiyin's expression changed. His thunder arm could sweep through all the king's spirit realm geniuses, but it was ineffective against the Blood King. So this time, he slapped out with both arms. The thunder formed a storm that seemed to devour and wreak havoc. Rumble. The lake water was sucked out, but it was also swept clean by the thunder. Blood sun ripping the sky. Duan Tianya's expression was still calm. He gently slashed out with his palm, and a blood light slashed out, colliding with the two thunder arms. Then, under countless shocked gazes, the two thunder arms were directly cut off. How is this possible? Zhu Lein's eyes widened. Was Duan Tianya really that strong? His gaze suddenly focused. Two bolts of thunder flashed in his eyes, and the remaining four thunder arms swept out. Rumble. As the four arms swept out, the martial stage also shook, turning into a world of thunder. Evil Thunder Prison. The thunder was extremely terrifying. If it was someone at the peak of the king's spirit realm, even if they were an elder, they would still be electrocuted. Zhu Lein is probably able to fight against an early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. The elders of the 6 martial arts halls frowned. The geniuses of the martial arts halls also had dignified expressions. This battle between geniuses gave them a great deal of pressure. You've lost. At this moment, Duan Tianya heaven heavens heaven heaven. Heavens heavens heaven, art art. Dididididagru devil devil Anya run div heaven heaven martial Dao martial heaven martial rune martial. Divining. Diddle jo d martial god dibble heaven die 8 heaven dibble god dibble didididable was martial art. It dibble was god was it d dash poo. Zhu Lein spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion incomparably ugly. She unwillingly said, "You have a 5th-grade talent king body, no wonder." With that, she didn't dare to stay on the martial arts stage any longer. She jumped down into the lake, because she knew that if she didn't leave, she would die. Pa pa pa. At this moment, there was only a giant swirling blood river on the martial arts stage. A mysterious power erupted, seeming to affect the sky as dark clouds rolled in. 5th-grade talent king body. The crowd found it difficult to describe the shock in their hearts. Although they knew that the Blood King would win, they didn't think that he would win so easily. Moreover, he had a 5th-grade talent king body. Up until now, the top 3 geniuses of the 7 profound martial house were mostly 3rd-grade talents with king bodies. That was enough for them to laugh at the crowd, but a 5th-grade talent, that was simply unimaginable. It was no wonder that Blood King Duan Tianya could easily roll over martial artists of the same level. His talent king body can grow. On a distant mountain peak, one of the 36 apprentices lightly said. He was the apprentice that had guided Duan Tianya. His words caused the hearts of the crowd to fiercely tremble. A talent that could grow with a king body was truly terrifying. Fierce. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. It seemed that Duan Tianya's talent king body was the same as his. It was also a talent king body that could grow. Not only that, but it could also be hidden and only revealed at a critical moment. If so, then his battle with Blood King Duan Tianya would be very fierce. Blood King Duan Tianya, victory. At this moment, the referee's voice sounded out. Duan Tianya faintly smiled and floated towards the lakeside. The next battle was between drunken sword Xiaoying and the domineering Ba Xian. This battle was obviously not fierce, because Xiaoying, who had 40% of the true meaning of sword, could easily defeat Ba Xian. However, although Xiaoying won, what was certain was that he absolutely couldn't be ranked first or second. And the next battle wasn't too fierce either. It was Vermilion Bird Lin Ling against Demon God Scarlet Flame. Lin Ling's strength was obvious to everyone. However, compared to Demon God Scarlet Flame's height, he was still lacking by a bit. Therefore, it couldn't be considered a fair battle. Naturally, the battle wouldn't be very exciting. Of course, everyone was still looking forward to it. This was because Lin Ling, this newcomer, was very mysterious. Every time they thought he had reached his limit, he would erupt with a new trump card that no one could see through. And this time, he might be hiding another trump card. Demon God, Demon God. Cheers had already sounded out around Dragon Pan Lake. Compared to Lin Ling's reputation, Demon God Scarlet Flame's rise was much longer. There were also more people supporting him. In addition, Demon God Scarlet Flame always gave off a mysterious and evil feeling. Therefore, he attracted the attention of many young girls. Of course, there were also many people supporting Lin Ling. It was just that they couldn't compare to Demon God. Lin Ling, your good luck has come to an end. On the mountain peak, Great Sun Elder's eyes were cold. He was waiting for Lin Ling to die in front of him. As for Sword Elder, Sakura, and the others, they were somewhat nervous. Every time Lin Ling went up the stage, they would be incomparably worried. They were afraid that Lin Ling would be defeated or even obliterated by his opponent. Fortunately, up until now, Lin Ling had not disappointed them and had easily won several battles. And now, Lin Ling was about to face the second-ranked Demon God Scarlet Flame. Who knew if this miracle would still be maintained? At this moment, a figure rushed towards the martial stage, causing the lake to surge. Soon after, Demon God Scarlet Flame appeared on the martial stage. Get up here. A surging aura accompanied the voice. Xiao. Lin Ling's body moved. He floated over the ancient lake and appeared on the martial stage. The two of them were 100 meters apart. An oppressive atmosphere filled the air. Demon God Scarlet Flame's face was ice cold. He was like a demon and a ghost. His body was covered in purple flames. He didn't underestimate Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had 40% sword intent. He was indeed difficult to deal with. Demon God Scarlet Flame's hands slowly stretched out. They drew a mysterious trajectory like the hands of a ghost. This was a terrifying grappling technique. On the other side, Lin Ling's blue and white robes fluttered in the astral winds. The sword in his hand was slanted towards the ground. It was like a layer of clouds under a storm. Demon God Scarlet Flame's aura was quietly cut apart by the sword. Chapter 613. Caught and killed. What a terrifying aura. Demon God is already strong, but Lin Ling's aura is not weak either. However, Lin Ling is still not Qi Yan's opponent. 40% sword intent is still a bit weak. What do you mean? Lin Ling only has 40% sword intent, but Demon God Qi Yan has 50% martial intent. His Yellow Spring 9 Nether Hand has reached the 5th level. Terrifying, I really don't know how he cultivated. Sounds of discussion could be heard at the lakeside of the vast lake. Demon God Qi Yan must kill Lin Ling to vent his anger. Blood King Duan Tianya said indifferently as he looked at the martial stage. He had fought with Demon God Qi Yan the most and knew how terrifying the latter's strength was. Even he had to use 70% of his strength to win. His Demon God speed coupled with the Yellow Spring 9 Nether Hand is indeed hard to deal with. Thunder General Zhu Lei nodded. Yellow Spring Knight. At this moment, a low voice sounded. The martial stage shook and purple flames filled the air. Everyone saw Demon God Qi Yan pouncing towards Lin Ling with his hand stretched out. Although they could see his figure, they knew that he couldn't avoid it. A close-range attack has appeared. If he is caught, Lin Ling will die for sure. The crowd became nervous. Demon God Qi Yan was the only one among the 10 rising stars that had a close-range attack, but he was also the most terrifying. Sword of Heart. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He noticed that Demon God Qi Yan moved and a strange aura filled the air. He couldn't tell if it was real or fake, so he could only use his sword to break the illusion. Break! As the sword was drawn, the purple flames surged like waves. Demon God Qi Yan's figure gradually became clear. What kind of sword is Lin Ling using? It actually broke Demon God Qi Yan's purple hell flame. The crowd's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling's sword was very tricky. One had to know that demon god Qi Yan was difficult to deal with because of his elusive figure. However, once the illusion was broken, the figure became clear, making it difficult to catch Lin Ling. Tune of the Yellow Springs. The low voice rang out again, causing many of the 10 rising stars to tremble. Many of them had been defeated by that move, so it had left a deep impression on them. Something strange happened. Over 100 ghostly figures appeared and pounced towards Lin Ling. It was difficult to tell which was real and which was fake. If they caught him, Lin Ling would definitely die. Sword moves mountains and rivers. Lin Ling was fearless in the face of danger. Stabbing his sword into the ground, countless sword intents descended from the sky like a meteor shower. Pa pa pa. A large number of phantoms were assassinated, but there were still many phantoms that rushed over. Sword tyrant soaring heavens. Hurriedly exhaling, Lin Ling quickly put away his sword. Qi surged, and the sword became 100 meters long. Great sword annihilation. Pa pa pa. All the ghostly shadows were cut apart. Amazing. Lin Ling's battle awareness is very strong. On the mountain peak, even the 36 students couldn't help but praise. Facing Scarlet Flame's attack, Lin Ling's reaction was very fast. I've caught you. However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out. From the void, an arm grabbed over. White bones were everywhere, like the hand of the underworld. That might not be true. Cloud's startling impermanence. How strong was Lin Ling's soul power? At the crucial moment, he used Cloud's soaring steps, turning into an afterimage and disappearing from the spot. Bang! The empty arm grabbed nothing, but it still smashed towards the ground. A terrifying purple flame mushroom cloud rose up, and the entire martial stage cracked open. It was a very scary grappling hand. If one was caught, one's life would really end up in the underworld. This was the terror of Scarlet Flame. But what surprised everyone even more was that Lin Ling was actually able to block that claw. It had to be known that Scarlet Flame wasn't proficient in many techniques, and only grappling techniques. If he could avoid the first move, then he might be able to avoid the second. In the distance, Great Sun Old Man and the rest had ugly expressions. They could feel that Lin Ling had reached his limit, but all the martial arts he knew were displayed to the limit. You have some ability, but it's nothing more than this. Scarlet Flame's expression was still cold. His body disappeared again, and he pounced towards Lin Ling like a madman. If he couldn't catch him the first time, then the second time should be fine. If the second time wasn't enough, then the third time, the fourth time, as long as he caught Lin Ling, he would die for sure. After all, he had 50% of Yellow Spring's true intent. He could kill in one strike. Sword Tyrant Soaring Clouds. The opponent didn't give him time to rest, so Lin Ling's sword slashed out again, and he used Cloud Soaring Steps to retreat. In front of him, there were 2 shadows of Scarlet Flame. Sword Tyrant Soaring Clouds cut one in half, and the other actually bent down to avoid it, pouncing on the ground. So troublesome. Lin Ling raised his sword, trying to block that ghostly hand. Clang! The Yellow Spring's 9 nether hand grabbed the sword, and a metallic sound rang out. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The battle was intense, but Lin Ling's reaction was too fast, and he still blocked the Yellow Spring's 9 nether hand. You have a martial art that can detect my aura, but that's it. At this moment, a strange voice came from behind Lin Ling, and another Scarlet Flame appeared. This meant that the previous one wasn't an afterimage, but the real body. This martial art was very frightening. One must know that most afterimage doppelgangers had no attack power, but Scarlet Flame seemed to have it. Die, Yellow Spring's prison. Behind him, Scarlet Flame grabbed at Lin Ling with his ferocious arms. It seems like it's over. Many people shook their heads. Lin Ling's sword blocked one of the scarlet flames, but Lin Ling couldn't block the one behind him. After all, Lin Ling was only powerful with his sword. Without a sword, he was nothing. Not good. Sword Elder and the others widened their eyes, as if they couldn't believe what was happening next. Was Lin Ling going to die in the hands of Scarlet Flame? Countless eyes were watching, but Lin Ling's expression was still calm. His right hand waved the sword to block the scarlet flame in front of him, but that didn't mean that he was only strong with his sword. Vermilion Bird Flame. Bang! At this moment, a terrifying flame power erupted, causing Lin Ling's entire body to be covered in flames. 3 Vermilion Bird King images flew above his head, and his left hand turned into a vermilion bird claw, colliding with the Yellow Spring's 9 nether hand. Rumble. The two hands collided. One was the blood-red flame, the other was the purple hell flame, forming a two-colored mushroom cloud that soared into the sky. In the next moment, a figure flew out from the mushroom cloud, gliding on the ground, and finally stabilizing himself. He knelt on one knee, and stretched out his right hand. There was a trace of blood on his palm, and he licked it with his mouth, but his face was incomparably cold. This person was Scarlet Flame. Everyone's heart trembled, and they looked at Lin Ling again. At this moment, Lin Ling's right hand held a sword, and his left hand held a flame. He was also looking at Scarlet Flame with a sneer. Wonderful. Incomparably wonderful. Everyone thought that Lin Ling would die without a doubt, but who knew that Lin Ling would explode with another trump card, flames. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling, no wonder he's called the Vermilion Bird, we've always been confused by his sword. Someone shouted excitedly. The competition was not as one-sided as expected. Vermilion Bird was naturally a flame, and to be able to collide with Scarlet Flame, that flame definitely contained martial intent, otherwise it would have been caught by Scarlet Flame long ago. Moreover, many people noticed that Lin Ling was the first genius to survive after being caught by Scarlet Flame since the start of the competition, 40% true meaning of fire, and his king body is very special, he should be a genius who can casually use 40% true meaning of fire. TSK, you really make me angry. Scarlet Flame gradually stood up, and his face became even more bloodthirsty. Lin Ling was more difficult to deal with than he thought. With 2 martial intents to resist his 50% true meaning of Yellow Springs, not only did he fail to kill Lin Ling, but he also allowed Lin Ling to bully him again. Chapter 6:14. A storm-like sword skill, earth-shattering sky. 9 hells and 9 springs, 100,000 ghosts, Yiksha's hand. Boom! An even more terrifying aura erupted. The ghost god had clearly used his trump card. It was the 5th level of the Yellow Springs 9 nether hand, Yiksha's hand. Rumble. Countless stones floated up from the martial stage as a terrifying purple flame filled the air. The ghost god Qi Yan's body disappeared and countless terrifying ghost hands appeared. Moreover, these hands were 10-meter-long white bone hands. These hands were mottled and ancient, and there were even cracks on them as if they came from hell. This was the Yiksha's hand. According to legends, the Yiksha was ferocious and cruel. It was the messenger of hell and specialized in capturing evil spirits. The more ferocious the spirit, the Yiksha could be even more ferocious. With a grab of the Yiksha's hand, any evil spirit would be brought to hell. And now, the Yiksha's hand was grabbing towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling had nowhere to run. This martial art took you a year to comprehend, now it's time for it to shine. Boom! Far away, one of the 36 students laughed confidently. He was the one who taught Qi Yan the martial art. Therefore, he knew how strong this martial art was. It was one of the more profound martial arts in the grappling technique. Even an early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm expert would die if caught by it. I need 70% of my strength to face this move. Boom! Duan Tianya's lips curved into a cold smile. He believed that the ghost god Qi Yan would kill Lin Ling. This move was the last one. Let's see who dies first. Lin Ling had two true meanings of martial, but they were both at 40%. They were weaker than the ghost god Qi Yan's 50% true meaning of martial. If he couldn't break this move, Lin Ling would be in trouble. Boom! The Sword Elder's expression was incomparably serious. Unless Lin Ling was still hiding a trump card or comprehending a half-step 50% true meaning of martial in a life-and-death situation, he will win. Boom! Di Shitian was more nervous than anyone else. He wished he was on the stage. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He didn't panic like everyone imagined. In fact, he had 3 ways to break this martial art. First, soul power. Second, 5th grade king physique and use the great vermilion bird's flame. Third, his strongest trump card, blazing sun sparrow. But he didn't consider it that way. He wanted to leave these trump cards for Duan Tianya. I've reached the late stage of the king's spirit realm. I can cultivate the final stage of the slow sword art, sword shatters the heavens. Lin Ling closed his eyes. He knew that when a martial artist was on the brink of life and death, it was the time to break through one's limits. After all, if things went too smoothly, it would instead cause a martial artist to lack the courage to advance. Therefore, he gave up on his other trump cards and risked his life. Die! The martial platform shook as countless ghost claws grabbed at him. That sinister aura was like that of the underworld, incomparably terrifying. The crowd's pupils constricted. They saw that Lin Ling had gone crazy and had actually closed his eyes. Now is the time, cloud shock. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes suddenly opened. They flashed and he leapt up. Although he seemed to be as still as a mountain, his movements were as fast as lightning. With this leap, he dodged a large number of ghost claws below him. However, among the countless ghost claws, the most terrifying one, the Yiksha's claw, also came. It narrowly missed his feet, but when it came into contact with a corner of his clothes, it was instantly burned into nothingness. This was a terrifying Yellow Spring's purple flame. If he had been a second slower, Lin Ling might have died. He avoided it. Many people's hearts fiercely trembled. Lin Ling was truly crazy. He was risking his life. However, Duan Tianya sneered. Avoiding the Yiksha claw didn't mean one was safe, because it was endless. Lin Ling had risked his life to avoid it once, but he wouldn't be able to avoid it a second time. But at this time, Lin Ling's left hand slashed down. Flames erupted like a vermilion bird's claw as it clawed at the ground. On the ground, scarlet flame had transformed into the Yiksha claw. After Lin Ling avoided it, his heart fiercely trembled. When he sensed a shadow smashing down from the sky, his pupils constricted. He seemed to have guessed what Lin Ling wanted to do. Lin Ling, he wants to counterattack. Looking at the gorgeous figure in the sky, a terrifying thought arose in the minds of the crowd. Lin Ling was crazy. He risked his life to avoid the Yiksha claw, but he didn't escape far away. Instead, he counterattacked. Facing the strongest demon god Scarlet Flame, a tooth for a tooth, he counterattacked. This thought was too terrifying. However, although it was terrifying, Lin Ling grasped the opportunity very well. Bang! Lin Ling, who was in mid-air, smashed down. His left hand seemed to have grabbed the Yiksha's claw, but in reality, he had grabbed the demon god Qi Yan's head. When he smashed into the ground, a 10-meter deep hole appeared on the martial stage. Scarlet Flame immediately let out a roar. This claw didn't actually cause him any harm, but it gave him a thick sense of humiliation. Many people also felt that it was a pity. If Lin Ling also knew capturing techniques, then this claw would have been fatal. Unfortunately, only Scarlet Flame's capturing technique was powerful. Lin Ling couldn't compare to him. This also meant that Lin Ling's claw was useless. But, was it really so? It's not over yet. Bang! Lin Ling raised his left hand again and threw scarlet flame out of the pit. The huge sword in his right hand became terrifying at this moment. Tyrannical like the mountains and rivers, the sword like a storm. Sword breaking heaven shocking, 365 slashes. Bang! Bang! He directly shot towards scarlet flame. The storm-like sword slashes appeared, as if he was neither crazy nor a demon. What? It's not over yet. Staring at the scene, many people's hearts jumped. Lin Ling's claw was only the beginning. What was terrifying was the following sword moves. In their eyes, Lin Ling was no longer a swordsman, but a demon. Bang! 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 Every slash was dazzling. 40% of the sword intent erupted. Moreover, it was endless. It was like 1,000 slashes, 10,000 slashes. Scarlet flame has entered Lin Ling's sword domain. He can't fight back. Bang! 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 On the mountain peak, the 12 Xian elders stood up one after another. Their eyes were filled with shock. This was the highest level of the tyrant sword technique, slow sword technique, sword breaking heaven shocking. 365 slashes. Each slash was crazy. It was like a storm in the sky. This was a continuous sword technique. In fact, this was the fusion of the fast sword technique and the slow sword technique. When it was fast, it was like a heavy rain in the sky. When it was slow, it was domineering and magnificent. When the last slash appeared, a cold voice sounded at the same time, heaven shocking. Sword breaking heaven shocking. Bang! A gigantic sword aura slashed down, its length occupying more than half of the martial stage. As it descended from the sky, the martial stage was instantly split into two, and the lake water was also split into two. Endless lake water erupted, and a deep abyss appeared at the bottom of the lake. This sword was shocking. As for Scarlet Flame, he was slashed into nothingness, into pieces. At this moment, the dragon coiling lake was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Half-step 50% sword intent. Young master, this Lin Ling's potential is very strong. Far away, an old man said with his eyes wide open. The red-robed young man beside him smiled with admiration. It's a pity that such a genius is not recruited into the great Qin dynasty. He was very clear that Scarlet Flame's Yellow Spring's true meaning was half a step into sword intent, while Lin Ling's was half a step into sword intent. However, Lin Ling's was a continuous sword technique. 365 slashes were extremely powerful. If one was entangled by the sword domain, then only death awaited. The battle between them was actually very extreme. Scarlet Flame caught Lin Ling died. Lin Ling's continuous slashes hit Scarlet Flame died. Chapter 6:15. The finals that everyone was watching. All of this seemed simple, but it was a test of one's martial foundation. At least, there weren't many people present who could do it, nor did they dare to. Lin Ling's martial foundation was comparable to the 36 scholars. Vermilion Bird Lin Ling, victory. Yes. At this moment, the referee's voice rang out. His voice carried a trace of shock. This youth was truly hiding his strength. From the start of the competition until now, he had overcome all difficulties and was unstoppable. Now, he already had the qualifications to fight with Blood King Duan Tianya. This kind of battle record was like a dream, but also incomparably real. Then, the referee bitterly smiled. 3 days ago, when Lin Ling fought the martial demon, he was worried for Lin Ling. But now, it seemed that his worries were unnecessary. Lin Ling had even defeated the demon god Scarlet Flame. He was truly amazing. The surroundings were still silent. Lin Ling had won once again. Moreover, he had fulfilled his promise. As long as one dared to enter the arena, they would all die. Under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling returned to the lakeside. Ouyang Feiyang looked at Lin Ling in silence for an incense stick's worth of time. He couldn't find any words to say. As for the 10 rising stars in the distance, their faces were pale. Many people even quietly left the lakeside to avoid Lin Ling. At this moment, they felt that they were laughable. Lin Ling didn't let them see a good show at the restaurant, so they were angry out of shame. But now, they realized that they didn't have the qualifications to be angry. This was because Lin Ling was stronger than them. If there was a good show to watch, it would be Lin Ling watching them. What a terrifying genius! Drunken Sword Xiaoying was thoroughly impressed. The difference between his sword and Lin Ling's was like heaven and earth. Rest for 6 hours. The finals begin. The referee's voice rang out once again. There would be 3 people fighting in the finals. They were Blood King Duan Tianya, Vermilion Bird Lin Ling, and Drunken Sword Xiaoying. However, in reality, Drunken Sword Xiaoying had already lost the qualifications to fight for first place. Therefore, this battle was between Blood King Duan Tianya and Vermilion Bird Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't have the time to pay attention to the voices around him. He sat down cross-legged and cultivated. The previous battle had consumed a great deal of his spiritual energy. But in his heart, he was overjoyed. He had finally succeeded in cultivating the final boundary of the Tyrant Sword Art, a half-step 50% sword intent. If he fused in some more materials and increased the power of the Tyrant Song Sword, then he would be able to reach at least 50% sword intent. Of course, he was able to comprehend the final realm so quickly. First, at the critical moment of life and death, the thoughts in one's mind were the clearest. Secondly, the memories left behind by the limitless Sword Saint had become even more profound after reaching the late stage of the King's Spirit Realm. It made him feel that he had the potential to become one of the 36 scholars. And while Lin Ling was recovering, the water of the Dragon Coiling Lake gushed out, and a new martial stage rose up. In the distance, Duan Tianya's face was ice cold as he calmly looked at the ancient lake. Lin Ling's sword had surpassed his expectations. Only those who had faced the demon god Scarlet Flame would know how powerful he truly was. It was difficult for a bystander to perceive just how terrifying he truly was, but he had still lost. This also meant that in a true battle, Lin Ling was even more terrifying. Most importantly, Lin Ling was only at the late stage of the King's Spirit Realm. Every 10 years, a monstrous genius will be born in the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ling has the qualifications to be a monstrous genius. But facing me, I will still kill him. Duan Tianya said to himself, and then closed his eyes in meditation. On the other side, on a mountain peak, Great Sun Elder frowned. Her heart was as disgusted as if she had eaten a fly. She couldn't understand. Lin Ling was just a nameless junior, so how could his talent and strength be so terrifying? Moreover, Lin Ling had only been in the 7 profound martial house for 3 months. What would happen after a year? It was hard to imagine. I thought that old sword was the one I feared, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would be my rising opponent? Kill him, I must kill him. Don't worry. Lin Ling cannot defeat Lin Ling. Duan Tianya is a member of the Justice Duan royal family. He has the bloodline of the 5 great countries. Lin Ling is nothing but a lowly commoner. Master Su Fanxue gloomily said. But the truth was that he was also extremely unhappy. In the past, Lin Ling had killed his nephew and disciple. He had thought that Lin Ling was just an ant, and that he could slowly toy with him to death. But who would have thought that this ant would turn him from a dignified apprentice into an elder, and even shake the 7 profound martial house? Great. Great Sun Elder nodded. She also knew of Duan Tianya, because Duan Tianya's background was not small. 2 hours quietly passed. The battle that everyone was looking forward to had arrived. Dragon Coiling Lake was stirred, shaken. It was certain that no matter what the result of this battle was, as long as 2 people did not die, they would inevitably enter the 7 Profound Heavens chosen list. And the 7 Profound Heavens chosen list was the battle list that countless geniuses yearned for. If one could enter the list, their name would shake the lands of the 100 domains. But what a pity. Many people could see that in this battle, one of them was bound to fall. Lin Ling, a Star Guard disciple, was the greatest dark horse of this year's Dragon Coiling Mountain tournament. Up until now, he had not lost a single battle, and had maintained a perfect record of victory. What was most terrifying was that his strength was unfathomable. It increased with his opponent's strength, and he had many hidden cards in his hands. In the last battle, he had been the dark horse, cutting down the demon god Qi Yen with his sword. Duan Tianya, the strongest of the secret disciples. He was deeply praised by the 36 apprentices and had the qualifications to enter the 7 Profound Heavens chosen list. But in his battle with Lei Jiang, he had not even used 50% of his strength. No one knew what his hidden cards were. These 2 people were the most terrifying young geniuses of this year. When these 2 powerhouses collided, who would fall and who would rise, everyone was looking forward to seeing. Lin Ling, you can do it. Go. Sakura and the others waved their fists at Lin Ling. Especially Long Xiaochen, they were even more excited than Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He stood up and looked towards the ancient Dragon Coiling Lake. The battle had finally arrived. I will kill him. Without saying any nonsense, Lin Ling jumped and shot towards the martial stage in the ancient lake. Lin Ling had harmed him not long ago and played with him like an ant. Then, he played with Ouyang Feiyang. This enmity, Lin Ling would take revenge. He would return an eye for an eye. And he believed that Duan Tianya would not let him go. Pa! On the martial stage, Lin Ling's body landed. You really want to die first. Pa! On the other side, Duan Tianya landed on the martial stage in an extremely shocking manner with a bloody mist trailing behind him. His majestic movement technique caused countless people to gasp in shock. You are still too inexperienced. You just came to the rainforest Holy Land, so you don't know how powerful this Holy Land is. Do you know my origin? Do you know the origin of the demon god Qi Yen? You disrupted my plan, so you won't satisfy me even if you die. Pa! Duan Tianya's voice was incomparably cold. He believed that Lin Ling would die without a doubt. After all, he had offended Great Sun Elder. But Lin Ling did not satisfy him before his death and wanted him to form a relationship with the fighting evil lineage. This made him very dissatisfied. He came from the Justice Duan lineage of the upper 3 regions 5 great nations. And what was Lin Ling? Cut the crap. Between you and me, only strength can end everything. Words won't let you win. Chapter 6:16. Dazzling light, your battle with Qi Yen was actually very dangerous. If you didn't die, then he would die. You were just lucky enough to let Qi Yen step into your sword domain. Winning against Qi Yen made your confidence inflate. Do you know that if Qi Yen were to face me, I would only need to use 70% of my strength to defeat him? Duan Tianya's aura burst out from his body. Blood mist billowed and covered the entire martial stage. Boom! The martial stage exploded and the 2 of them floated above the lake. How terrifying! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Just his aura alone caused the martial stage to explode. Was this Duan Tianya's strength? However, they approved of Duan Tianya's words. Lin Ling had won against Ghost God Crimson Flame, but that was because he had risked his life to do so. However, Duan Tianya didn't need to risk his life to fight Ghost God Crimson Flame. Far away, the old man frowned and said, "Young master, I'm afraid the Duan family's people want to kill Lin Ling. If young master wants to recruit Lin Ling, then he will have to make a move." The red-robed youth's eyes flickered and he shook his head. "If Lin Ling is inferior to Duan Tianya, then he doesn't have the qualifications to be recruited by our great Qin dynasty. He must cross this line." Hearing this, the old man fell silent. The Justice Duan family was an ancient royal family and the great Qin dynasty was also an ancient country. These two countries were one of the 5 strongest countries in the 100 territories and they had been fighting openly and secretly for many years. Pop! 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 At this moment, above the ancient lake, Lin Ling's long hair fluttered and his clothes fluttered. His dark eyes were as calm as water. He was neither arrogant nor humble, and he was fearless. It was as if Duan Tianya's aura couldn't affect him at all. He said indifferently, "Did the number 1 of the 10 rising stars rely on his mouth? It's hard to say who will live and who will die. Alright, I won't waste time. What about now?" Duan Tianya nodded and an even more terrifying aura burst out. The 5th grade king body was revealed, causing huge waves to rise in the lake. Among the countless waves, he was like the king of this year's geniuses, looking down on the crowd. Peak of the king's spirit realm. His cultivation is higher than Lin Ling's. Coupled with his 5th grade innate king physique, Lin Ling is like an ant in front of Duan Tianya. At the lakeside, Thunder General Zhu Lei muttered. Only he knew how terrifying Duan Tianya was. That overwhelming innate talent of his king body, even if it was any martial arts or true meaning of martial arts, it would still be unable to resist. It would be easily suppressed. A 5th grade talent with a king physique. Not to mention a moon guard disciple, there weren't many geniuses on the 7 profound heavens chosen list that had such a talent. It could be said that even 10 Lin Lings wouldn't be Duan Tianya's match. Many people also knew this point, especially the 36 students. They did not think highly of Lin Ling, and Great Sun Child Elder and the others were laughing coldly. Lin Ling already had no way out. Lin Ling was a genius that Lin Ling could never surpass. Duan Tianya was a true monster. "Are you still confident now?" Duan Tianya said contemptuously. His aura continued to rise, as if it would never end, madly rushing towards Lin Ling like an endless river of blood. Duan Tianya was crushing Lin Ling's pride, and also crushing Lin Ling's heart of martial arts, letting Lin Ling know the strength of his Duan Tianya, making Lin Ling never dare to face him, Duan Tianya. Many people understood this layer of meaning, and looked at Lin Ling with pity. Lin Ling was very strong, but second place was still second place. In the end, it was just a flash in the pan. Under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling's expression was still calm, shaking his head, looking up at Duan Tianya, and in the next moment, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. "I said, who will live and who will die, it's hard to say now." As the last word fell, the air around Lin Ling became illusory, and then it exploded, like an abyss dragon soaring into the sky. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying flame energy erupted, and 3 vermilion bird king elephants appeared above Lin Ling's head, a flame even more terrifying than the one in the previous battle against ghost god Qi Yan erupted. Boom! The ancient dragon lake was no longer a world of blood, but a world with half of it turned into a sea of fire. The flames of a 5th grade vermilion bird appeared at this moment. Around Dragon Lake, there was a deathly silence, and after about 3 breaths of time, horrified voices rang out. "What, Lin Ling also has a 5th grade king physique? How is that possible? He is the same as Blood King Duan Tianya, hiding his final trump card, a king physique. If that's the case, he has the qualifications to fight Blood King Duan Tianya." The crowd was flabbergasted, not daring to believe it. A 5th grade king physique is very rare even among the Moon Guard disciples, and it only appears on the 7 profound heavens chosen list. He has such a talent, he must be killed, he cannot be left alive. On the mountain peak, Great Sun Elder could not help but stand up. No wonder Lin Ling was able to overcome all difficulties. It must be known that in the previous battle, many people thought that Lin Ling had used all his strength to win, but in reality, Lin Ling had won very easily. This was because a 5th-grade king physique could easily crush other geniuses, just like Blood King Duan Tianya. The flames of the Vermilion Bird, limitless number 1 disciple, the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial School's innate king physique, has been passed on to him. Sword Elder was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly. He was not familiar with the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial School, but in front of him, Lin Ling's talent had surprised him. This youth had hidden his strength deeply. In the distance, the red-robed youth nodded in appreciation. If that's the case, then it's hard to determine who will be first. But young master, other than the 5th-grade king physique, Lin Ling's other areas are also very strong. Currently, Lin Ling's chances of winning have only increased from 30% to 50%. Beside him, the old man solemnly said, "Keep watching and you will know." The red-robed youth smiled. At this moment, the crowd was still in an uproar, but they were even more expectant. They wanted to know what other trump cards Lin Ling, this terrifying dark horse, had hidden. At the same time, they also wanted to know how strong Duan Tianya, who was about to unleash his full strength, was. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, above the dragon coiling lake, the lake water was turbulent, and 2 figures stood quietly. Duan Tianya's face was incomparably ugly. He wanted to use his own pride to humiliate Lin Ling, and even cause his martial heart to collapse. However, Lin Ling gave him a resounding slap. A 5th-grade king physique, he was not the only one who had it. Then, he looked into the distance and saw that his blood river aura could no longer affect Lin Ling. On Lin Ling's side was a world of flames, so he simply restrained his aura. "You are very arrogant, hiding such a trump card in the finals. You surprised me, but do you think that I only have a 5th-grade king physique? You only gave me the qualifications to be serious." Duan Tianya's gaze was level with Lin Ling's. His tall figure was like a mountain, an unreachable peak. Unfortunately, his words did not move Lin Ling. His face was still calm, his eyes burning, and finally he slowly said, "Let's fight." Instead of talking, "Let's fight." Along with his voice, Lin Ling's aura became terrifying. It was like an ancient volcano erupting, surging violently and destroying everything. The young and frivolous aura, coupled with his blue and white robe, appeared elegant and otherworldly, but also had the air of a ruler. Many girls in the distance saw this and their faces instantly turned red. At this moment, the young man was very dazzling, faintly becoming the star of this year's competition. Sword Tyrant Soaring Sky. Chapter 617. His trump card, Blood Kirin. He's actually taking the initiative. Since the start of the competition, he's always been passive. The crowd's hearts trembled violently. They couldn't see through Lin Ling at all. After all, facing the strongest Duan Tianya, Lin Ling actually took the initiative to attack. It seemed that since the start of the competition, only Duan Tianya had the qualifications to make Lin Ling attack. So arrogant. Only now did the crowd know what a sharp edge was, what an unsheathed sword was. Kacha. A huge sword slashed toward Duan Tianya. Bastard! Duan Tianya roared. Lin Ling taking the initiative to attack was also a kind of contempt for him. Sky Blood Armor. The blood mist had just turned into armor when the sword slashed over, causing Duan Tianya's body to tremble slightly. However, in the next instant, the terrifying sword attack came again like a storm in the sky. Earth-shattering, heaven-shocking. Under countless shocked gazes, Lin Ling took a step forward, and a series of crazy sword slashes appeared, slashing Duan Tianya's body, causing Duan Tianya to continuously retreat. What a terrifying sword! The 10 rising stars all swallowed. Lin Ling had always been low-key, but when he erupted, they also felt that it was terrifying. However, they could also see that this alone wasn't enough to shake Duan Tianya. Sky shattering, heaven shocking. After the last slash, a huge sword descended from the sky, causing Duan Tianya's expression to turn ugly. He clapped his hands together and said, "Blood, sun tearing heaven." A blinding bloody light appeared, stirring up the wind and clouds, causing the roiling dark clouds in the sky to part. A river of blood appeared, blocking Lin Ling's last slash. Boom! That sword was extremely terrifying, and although it was blocked by Duan Tianya, it split the ancient lake in two. "Is that all you've got?" Duan Tianya's voice was extremely low. Lin Ling was very crazy, and he could only defend with his continuous sword attacks. This made him very unhappy. Vermilion bird dance. However, at this moment, a blood-red flaming fist, unparalleled and shocking everyone, approached from the distance. Lin Ling. Duan Tianya roared angrily again. He thought that after Lin Ling's move ended, it would be his turn to explode. However, Lin Ling showed off his abilities, and his moves were not finished at all. He was once again suppressing him. One had to know that he was the number one among the 10 rising stars. To be suppressed and beaten by a junior, this was utterly humiliating. Boundless sky. After he roared, an ancient martial art was displayed in his hands. It turned into a huge blood-colored vortex in front of him and collided with the flaming fist in front of him. Rumble. At the center of the dragon lake, a huge ball of light appeared. It was at least a few hundred meters wide. On one side was a world of fire with countless vermilion birds flying around. On the other side was a world of blood with the firmament map. The two of them collided violently and exploded with a loud bang. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Countless people gasped. Was this still a battle between disciples of the Moon Guard level? This was simply a battle between the prodigies of the 7 profound prodigy list. Clang! Clang! After the eruption of power, the battle did not end. The two figures once again engaged in a frenzied battle above the ancient lake. The dragon lake seemed to have been cut apart. It was incomparably terrifying. The 100th move, the 200th move, the 500th move. The crowd was transfixed and had already forgotten how to breathe. Compared to Duan Tianya, they already knew how powerful this genius was, so they were not surprised. On the other hand, Lin Ling had been suppressing Duan Tianya since the beginning of the battle. This was what made them terrified. Especially Thunder General Zhu Laiyin, his face was a little pale. Not long ago, when he fought with Duan Tianya, he could not shake him no matter what he did. However, Lin Ling could. His right hand had half a step to 50% sword intent, his left hand had 50% fire intent, and 20% cloud intent. This was an all-round suppression. Lin Ling, this genius is really at the perfect level. Zhu Laiyin finally said in shock. Boom! Above the ancient lake, after another confrontation, the two separated. They floated in the sky hundreds of meters apart and looked at each other. Duan Tianya breathed heavily and his face was ferocious. Only after the battle did he realize how terrifying Lin Ling was. He was simply abnormal. From beginning to end, Lin Ling had been suppressing him, making it difficult for him to breathe. On the other side, Lin Ling was also breathing heavily, but the corner of his mouth raised into a disdainful smile. Is this what you mean by I have the qualifications to make you take me seriously? His words floated out like the wind, causing the crowd's gaze to freeze. It was very ironic. After Lin Ling erupted with a 5th-grade king body, Duan Tianya had once said that Lin Ling had the qualifications to make him take him seriously. However, the result was that Duan Tianya was being suppressed by Lin Ling. This is just a warm-up. Next is the real battle of strength. Hearing Lin Ling's mocking words, Duan Tianya gritted his teeth and coldly shouted. Can your skin be any thicker? Why is your breathing so unstable during the warm-up? If what you said is true, then what I did before was just a test. Lin Ling coldly snorted in disdain. His words caused Duan Tianya's expression to twist. Test. Lin Ling was actually testing him when facing the number 1 ranked him. Blood River, no regrets in the firmament. With a roar of rage, Duan Tianya finally erupted with his trump card. No regrets in the firmament was an extremely powerful martial art from his blood firmament art. This martial art was not a king-level martial art, but one that cultivated the true meaning of blood sea. The power of this move reached a half-step 60% martial true meaning. One had to know that the further a martial true meaning was, the harder it was to improve, and the power would also increase exponentially. A half-step 60% martial true meaning was very terrifying. Chi chi chi. Countless bloody lights floated out, and actually caused half of the dragon coiling lake to turn into blood water. The blood water surged and flew towards Duan Tianya, turning into a ball of blood in his palm. The ball of blood wriggled continuously, and a terrifying blood qilin appeared. Not good, my blood seems to have broken out of my body. Stay away, Duan Tianya's martial art has the power to extract blood and spirit energy. If you were at the edge of the dragon lake, you would have been sucked dry. His king body is so terrifying. The crowd was stunned at first, then they panicked and ran far away from the dragon lake. It's here, the totem of the Justice Duan family, the qilin. In the distance, the red-robed youth frowned slightly. To be able to become one of the 5 great ancient countries of the upper 3 regions, they naturally had an ancient bloodline, and the Justice Duan families was a qilin. Lin Ling, you've reached your limit, haven't you? Unfortunately, you couldn't beat me in the previous battle. Now, let's get to the main topic, but I can't guarantee that you'll survive. Countless bloody lights filled the air. Duan Tianya stood there like a king, one hand behind his back, and his right hand holding a blood-red qilin. The qilin's eyes slowly opened, and when one looked at it, one's blood surged uncontrollably. This blood qilin was very terrifying. It was majestic and dignified. Even an Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator wouldn't dare to take this move head-on. Sensing the king-like aura of the blood qilin, the crowd was shocked. Even the geniuses of the 7 profound prodigy list who were watching the battle from afar looked serious. Duan Tianya was indeed very strong. Then, they looked at Lin Ling. Chapter 618. I haven't lost yet, my blood is beating, it's actually affecting me. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He could feel that the blood in his body was rapidly circulating. If his body wasn't strong and he hadn't tempered it before, then just this crazy blood flow alone would have injured him. But compared to the others, Lin Ling's situation was much better. This also showed that his talent king body was formidable, and it wasn't affected by the Kirin at all. Since you've used your trump card, then I should also use mine. Lin Ling slowly put away his sword. The blood-red flames around his body surged even more. 3 king elephants appeared above his head, and a massive number of small vermilion birds circled around him. At this moment, he was just like the lord of the vermilion birds. Lin Ling really did have a hidden card. Does this monstrous genius not have a limit? Hearing Lin Ling's words, many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they had expected Lin Ling to have a hidden card, after Lin Ling personally admitted it, they couldn't help but be shocked. As for Thunder General Zhu Laiyin, Drunken Sword Xiaoying, and the others, their complexions were even more bitter. He still had a hidden card. No wonder Lin Ling had dared to point his sword at them and humiliate them, he actually had such confidence. Luckily, they had been sullen and hadn't fought, otherwise they feared they would have already died. Lin Ling was simply too powerful. He was younger than them, and he had entered the 7 profound martial house for a shorter period of time, but he was still far above their heads. Chi chi chi. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling raised his hands high, as if he were holding up the heavens. Endless flames gathered in his palms, and 5,000 vermilion bird flames quietly formed an even larger vermilion bird. The flames of the great vermilion bird. Bang! As this vermilion bird appeared, half of Dragon Coiling Lake turned into a sea of fire. The water was also ignited, and waves of fire soared into the sky. This fire swallowed the mountains and rivers. What? Duan Tianya's pupils instantly shrank. He had erupted with his hidden card, hoping to see Lin Ling's surprised or dignified expression. But who would have thought that even though he was strong, Lin Ling was not weak. He had also erupted with his strongest card. You're just deliberately mystifying things. I want to see just how you will face my half-stepped 60% true martial intent. Duan Tianya roared angrily. His expression was incomparably cold. He wanted to use the blood kirin in his hand to devour everything about Lin Ling. Blood sea in the firmament. He lashed out with his palm, and the sky shook. It was as if he wanted to conquer the world. An endless sea of blood erupted from his palm, and within that sea of blood, a majestic blood kirin rushed out toward Lin Ling. Blood, the entire sky was covered in blood. It was incomparably terrifying. The Qilin bloodline of the Justice Duan clan is indeed very sharp. In the crowd, some ancient experts frowned and muttered to themselves. Then, they looked at Lin Ling. They didn't know Lin Ling's background, but they guessed that he wasn't strong. However, to be able to force Lin Ling to use his trump card, this Lin Ling was also very terrifying. Now that all of their trump cards had been revealed, it was time to see whose trump card was stronger. Under countless nervous gazes, Lin Ling's face was indifferent. His eyes were resolute as he gently pushed out the flames in his hands. Flames of the great vermilion bird. Boom! Scorching flames filled the world like an eruption of lava. A huge flaming vermilion bird soared into the sky, drawing a beautiful trajectory as it pounced toward the blood sea kirin. It's about to collide. Everyone. All of the students, Elder Xian, and even the experts from various factions stood up. They actually had an answer in their hearts. In this collision of trump cards, the descendant of the Justice Duan clan should be stronger. However, Lin Ling continued to create miracles, making it difficult for them to guess the result. Rumble. The two ancient divine beasts collided. First, the sea of blood erupted, drowning out the flames of the great vermilion bird. Moreover, the sea of blood was boundless as it flooded toward Lin Ling. Lin Ling has lost. The crowd shook their heads helplessly. Lin Ling had created miracles time and time again, blooming with dazzling brilliance. However, in the end, he still lost to Duan Tianya. This loss was in terms of background and cultivation time. After all, Duan Tianya's background was indeed terrifying. In addition, he was at the peak of the King's Spirit Realm, while Lin Ling was only at the late stage of the King's Spirit Realm. Therefore, Lin Ling had lost honorably. Pop! 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 The endless sea of blood surged, causing a mouthful of blood to flow out from the corner of Lin Ling's mouth. The blood in his body was turbulent. Duan Tianya's attack was terrifying. It affected his blood and injured him. But did he lose? Don't underestimate the flames of the great vermilion bird, because these flames were even more terrifying. Boom! At this moment, a pillar of light shot out from the sea of blood. Then, a large number of pillars of light shot out from the vast sea of blood like a sea urchin. Under countless shocked gazes, the roiling sea of blood began to burn. What, the flames haven't been extinguished? The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. When they saw the sea of blood submerge the great vermilion bird, they thought that the great vermilion bird had been extinguished. However, who knew that the flames of the great vermilion bird were not ordinary flames? Boom! Endless flames erupted, the sea of blood boiled, and a blood Qilin appeared, roaring majestically. However, the great vermilion bird spread its wings and flew past the blood Qilin in a beautiful trajectory, burning the blood Qilin. Impossible. Duan Tianya's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. One had to know that he had already upgraded the blood river to the blood sea, and the blood Qilin had reached half a step 60% martial true meaning. However, these trump cards were still destroyed. This also meant that Lin Ling's flames had reached 60%, which was stronger than his half a step 60% martial true meaning. How could he know that the great vermilion bird's flames were the condensation of 5,000 vermilion birds? Back in Iron Soul City, Lin Ling's great vermilion bird's flames could burn the entire city for a year. These flames were simply endless, as if they would never be extinguished. At this moment, a vermilion bird's cry rang out, causing Duan Tianya's heart to fiercely tremble. His world was occupied by a vermilion bird, and the vermilion bird pounced towards him, wanting to destroy him. Tianya, be careful. At this moment, a cold shout rang out. Countless rays of blood shot out like meteors, wrapping around the great vermilion bird's flames, trying to slow it down. However, the great vermilion bird's flames burned everything in its path. The blood rays were too slow, and the great vermilion bird's flames finally wrapped around Duan Tianya, incinerating him. Is he going to lose? Many people held their breaths as they stared fixedly above the ancient lake. This battle was extremely exciting. Duan Tianya, who had the bloodline of the 5 great nations, was actually unable to block Lin Ling's trump card. This was simply unimaginable. However, someone was helping Duan Tianya. This action was a bit unsightly. Many people secretly muttered to themselves. Ah, this fire can't be extinguished. At this moment, Duan Tianya let out a ferocious roar as the flames wrapped around him. However, very quickly, a large number of bloody meteors shot over, touching his body and extinguishing the flames like filthy blood. Even so, Duan Tianya was still in a sorry state. His mind was buzzing as he constantly said, how is this possible? How can I lose to Lin Ling? After constantly shaking his head, he suddenly laughed maniacally. Lin Ling, I haven't lost yet. There were still flames on his body, but the flames were clearly much smaller, so it caused him to go crazy, as if he was unwilling to admit that he had lost. On the other side, blood flowed from the corner of Lin Ling's mouth, and his expression was ice cold. Clearly, he also did not expect that someone would help Duan Tianya at this critical moment. Could it be that Duan Tianya's identity was not simple? Chapter 6:19. Ugly. Lin Ling's silence made Duan Tianya even crazier. He seemed to want to regain his lost face. My blood Kirin, you're not feeling well, are you? You're injured. His wild laughter woke Lin Ling up. His face turned even colder. I am indeed injured, but you are more seriously injured than me. As soon as he said this, the wild laughter on Duan Tianya's face froze. A ferocious look appeared on his face. Lin Ling had hit his sore spot. In fact, he knew that he had lost in the previous confrontation. However, he was too proud. He was a descendant of the Justice Duan family and the number 1 of the 10 rising stars. That was why he refused to admit it. That was why he had gone crazy. He wanted to regain his lost dignity. However, Lin Ling's words woke him up from his fantasy. Moreover, if it weren't for someone helping you, you wouldn't even have the right to speak. Lin Ling coldly said again, causing the entire dragon coiling lake to fall silent. Many of them knew this as well. If not for that crucial bloodlight, Duan Tianya would have been defeated long ago. He might even have been burned to death by the flames. Is the Dragon Mountain tournament so unfair? Duan Tianya, you actually need someone else to help you. You're a disgrace to the 10 rising stars. You're trash. Lin Ling shouted again. Dragon Lake fell silent. The 36 scholars' eyes flashed. In fact, they also knew who had helped. It must have been someone from the Justice Duan family. Obviously, this royal family didn't want their descendant to die in a tournament, so they anxiously helped. I was the one who did it. It's just a tournament, not a life or death battle. Why do you have to take someone's life? Such malicious intentions are too vicious. That's why I stopped you. On a mountain peak, a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes spoke. His hands were behind his back and he exuded a dignified aura. Justice Duan family. His arrogant clothes caused many people to look at him with dignified expressions. He was someone from the 5 great ancient nations. As long as one was in the 100 territories, in the rainforest Holy Land, there was no one who didn't know of the 5 great ancient countries. These were the 5 great ancient countries that were second only to the 7 great martial houses. They had a long history and were also the lords of the 5 great domains. I've never heard of the Duan clan of justice, but is your entire bloodline an ugly villain? Lin Ling stared at the middle-aged man and spoke coldly. Lin Ling, how insolent. You actually dared to offend the Justice Duan clan. Many people's faces twitched. Lin Ling's words had provoked the entire ancient dynasty. One must know how powerful the Duan clan was. Any one of them could destroy any region in the middle 3 regions. Yet Lin Ling dared to mock them. Your mouth is very venomous. The brocade-robed middle-aged man frowned. Did I say anything wrong? You said that this is a competition and not a battle of life and death. Then let me ask you, since the start of the competition, how many people don't see their opponents' lives as their own? Why don't you stand out and say something? And when Duan Tianya fought me, did he hold back? Why don't you say that Duan Tianya is vicious? Lin Ling coldly snorted in disdain, leaving the brocade-robed middle-aged man speechless. Previously, he had only acted in a moment of desperation, not wanting his bloodline descendant to be killed by mistake. If you can't say anything, then let me ask you again. You couldn't stand me, so you tried to stop me. But did you stop me? You were clearly helping Duan Tianya. If it weren't for you, Duan Tianya would have already lost. Lin Ling's imposing manner was overbearing as he shouted again. What a proud young man. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air again. They discovered that Lin Ling was not afraid of the ancient Justice Duan clan at all. He even forced the brocade-robed middle-aged man to be speechless. The Justice Duan clan is ugly. The entire Dragon Lake was silent. Only Lin Ling was proudly flying in the air, his disdainful voice entering everyone's ears. The brocade-robed middle-aged man's face was incomparably ashen, but he was also humiliated to the point of speechlessness. I haven't lost yet. At this time, Duan Tianya angrily roared. He was unwilling. Today was his stage, and he wanted to shake the rainforest's holy land. But now, he had lost all face. In a great competition, he had to rely on a bloodline senior to help him. This was a disgrace that made him the laughingstock of tens of thousands of people. Blood sacrifice. His entire body shook. An eye appeared on his forehead. His eye was like the eye of a blood demon. After it opened, it turned into a blood shadow that floated out. You summon me? A gloomy and ancient voice sounded out from the blood shadow. It turned into a half-Kirin, half-human form. Ha, blood sacrifice. Tianya, why bother? Seeing Duan Tianya's actions, the brocade-robed middle-aged man gently sighed. He knew that things could no longer be changed. Blood sacrifice is a forbidden technique of the Justice Duan clan. By sacrificing one's life and potential, one can summon an ancient Kirin blood demon. Once the Kirin blood demon appears, it will dominate the world. But I fear that Duan Tianya will be crippled because of this. Some of the 36 apprentices sighed. In order to win, in order to kill Lin Ling, Duan Tianya had completely disregarded the rules of the tournament. Kill him. I want to win. I want to prove that I will always be number one. Duan Tianya seemed to have gone mad. He roared hysterically. Then, he looked at Lin Ling and coldly said, "This is my final trump card. You will never defeat me." In the distance, Lin Ling frowned. He didn't think that Duan Tianya would still have a trump card hidden. But, he disdainfully smiled. "You already lost." An icy voice sounded out, causing many people to nod. Indeed, when the brocade-robed middle-aged man helped, Duan Tianya had already lost. This battle is the final battle. You can only face it head-on. You cannot avoid it. If you run, you lose. The brocade-robed middle-aged man's icy voice sounded out. Duan Tianya had crippled himself and summoned the Kirin blood demon. How could he let Duan Tianya waste his efforts? So, for the pride of the Justice Duan clan, Lin Ling had to accept the final battle no matter what. Moreover, he would use this battle to determine who would win and who would lose. How domineering. The crowd also knew what he meant. They all shouted in their hearts. Lin Ling had already won when he used the Great Vermilion Bird's flame. But the Justice Duan clan refused to admit defeat. They refused to lose their pride. So, they decided to use one more move to determine victory and defeat. Moreover, they were not allowed to refuse. They were only allowed to accept the battle. This made the Dragon Mountain tournament lose its flavor and become a true life and death battle. Does the Justice Duan clan still have any face? At this moment, Sword Elder's icy voice sounded. At this time, how could he let the Justice Duan clan bully Lin Ling? Sword Elder, this is a matter between their juniors. Why do you have to interfere? The brocade-robed middle-aged man frowned. He was clearly afraid of Sword Elder, but he still spoke up. That's right. The previous battle was a desperate move by the Justice Duan clan. It is indeed against the rules of the tournament. But he also cherishes his juniors. So, it is pardonable. But since he has already made a move, that battle naturally doesn't count. So, the next battle will be the real battle. Great Sun Elder also spoke up for the Justice Duan clan. At this time, she naturally wanted Lin Ling to die. Chapter 620. Kill. She said that the middle-aged man had acted out of concern for his juniors, and that he had acted out of anxiousness. But when he acted, Lin Ling's previous victory did not count, because the middle-aged man had violated the rules of the competition. However, she seemed to have blamed the middle-aged man's violation of the rules on Lin Ling, as if it was Lin Ling who had violated the rules, so the previous battle did not count. "Huh, old witch, you are also a piece of trash." In the silence, Lin Ling's arrogant laughter rang out, causing Great Sun Elder's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling dared to call her an old witch in front of so many people, and even called her a piece of trash. This Lin Ling is courting death. The crowd's pupils constricted. Old witch. Lin Ling really dared to scold her. If you want to frame me, just say it. Why do you need to resort to such schemes? But if you want to play, fine, I will play with you. Today, I will kill Duan Tianya in front of so many people, I want to see who can stop me. Lin Ling's eyes became even colder, carrying an unstoppable determination. He wanted to kill Duan Tianya, regardless of whether it was the Justice Duan clan, or the 12 Xian elders, whoever came to stop him, he would kill them all. Even if he was just a tiny ant in front of those ancient experts, he was still determined to kill them. Is he going to go against the whole world? At the side of Dragon Pan Lake, many people's eyes became dreamy. When Lin Ling was low-key, he was like a sheathed sword. However, once someone provoked him, this sword would be unsheathed and kill anyone who came. Lin Ling, do your best. But for some reason, the young man's determination made many people admire him, many people were cheering for Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you can't. Sword Elder was incomparably worried. If Lin Ling refused to fight again, he would naturally protect Lin Ling and help Lin Ling obtain the glory he deserved. Sword Elder, thank you, but this is also my heart of martial arts. No matter how strong he is, no matter where he comes from, I will kill all enemies. Lin Ling said one word at a time. His clear eyes were filled with determination. The Sword Elder finally nodded his head heavily. This young man was not afraid to fight, and this made the Sword Elder incomparably admire him. Therefore, he did not want to humiliate the young man any further. He wanted the young man to fight with all his strength. Duan Tianya, die. After saying that, Lin Ling's body shot straight towards Duan Tianya. His ice-cold shout spread throughout the entire dragon coiling lake. Boom! The remaining water of the dragon coiling lake soared into the sky. Within the lake, the young man was like a king descending. At the same time, the youth's disdainful shout seemed to be heard. In the sky above, countless rays of light turned into shooting stars and shot down, causing the youth to be incomparably dazzling, like a rising sun. What is that? No one could see through all of this, only that the youth was very dazzling. 60% martial true intent, blood demon descends. On the other side, Duan Tianya's face was ferocious. In this battle, he had been suppressed by Lin Ling from the start. When his trump card was revealed, he had lost to Lin Ling once again. Therefore, at the final moment, he had to reverse the situation and take back everything he had lost. Rumble. The half-Qilin, half-human blood demon stared at Lin Ling. Its bloodthirsty gaze was incomparably terrifying. This Qilin blood demon was summoned. In fact, it was also a type of martial arts. It was even 60% martial true intent, and it was even more terrifying than the ordinary 60% martial true intent. In the Justice Duan bloodline, everyone had their own Qilin soul, and Duan Tianya's was the Qilin blood demon. Qilins were ancient vicious beasts that had once swallowed the heavens and devoured the earth. They were divine beasts of war, and the Justice Duan bloodline was a descendant of this bloodline. Rumble. The Qilin blood demon also pounced towards Lin Ling. An endless sea of blood spread out, as if the sea of blood was boundless. If Lin Ling continued to move forward, then he would become a part of the sea of blood. How terrifying! The crowd could only see the sea of blood churning in the skies. And within the sea of blood, a faintly discernible figure was rushing forwards, as if it wanted to reach the finish line and kill Duan Tianya. He won't reach the finish line. The Justice Duan bloodline middle-aged man coldly said. When it came to the eruption of bloodline, he naturally knew how strong it was. What is that? A massive number of headless people have appeared in the sea of blood. At this time, the crowd cried out in alarm. In the sea of blood, the headless people were floating around, and they were all rushing towards Lin Ling. It was said that within the Azura blood sea, those who had lost their purpose in life, those who had lost their motivation to continue living, would be sucked into the sea of blood after they died. And anyone who touched the sea of blood would also be dragged into the sea of blood, becoming a person with no purpose in life. Lin Ling was in trouble. Cut. At this time, an icy cold shout echoed out from the sea of blood. Sword light flashed and tens of thousands of headless people were split in half. Do you feel any guilt? You killed me, so I want you to pay a life for a life. The sea of blood roared once more. A massive number of people with fierce expressions appeared. These people were all people that had died at Lin Ling's hands in the past. There was the Crown Prince, Iron Soul City's City Lord, and so on. An illusion appeared in the sea of blood once more, wanting to stop Lin Ling's advance. The Qilin blood demon that Duan Tianya had exhausted all of his potential to summon was truly terrifying. Cut. However, the icy cold voice was still indifferent and emotionless. It represented the unchanging heart of martial arts as it slashed out. Total annihilation. What a firm heart of martial arts. Lin Ling's goal is definitely to break through the sea of blood. The crowd's hearts trembled once more. Was there nothing that could stop Lin Ling? Lin Ling, you've won. You have won first place in today's competition. You truly deserve it. At this time, the sea of blood changed once more. An even more terrifying event occurred. Sword Elder, Sakura, Yu, Heavenly Concubine, Old Ancestor Extreme Flame, and others had appeared. All of Lin Ling's loved ones had appeared. They were all congratulating Lin Ling. The Qilin blood demon seemed to know the deepest secrets of Lin Ling's heart. It was able to sense any weakness. Everyone had weaknesses. Even demons had weaknesses. When they were weak in the past, they had maternal love, familial love, and even love and friendship. However, after experiencing great changes in their lives, their temperament had turned into a murderous demon. And to be able to find the weakness of a firm heart of martial arts, this Qilin blood demon was undoubtedly terrifying. Cut. However, it still couldn't stop Lin Ling's firm steps. He slashed out with his sword. Lin Ling's heart was indeed filled with familial love, friendship, and love. But, these were not his weaknesses. In fact, they were part of how he became strong. He wasn't like other martial artists. In order to make themselves flawless, they had to hide everything or cut off everything. Lin Ling would never do that, he would never do that. He even revealed all of his weaknesses so that the world would know that these were his weaknesses. But, if you wanted to use his weaknesses to threaten him, then even the heavens and earth would be cut apart. With the final sword strike, the sea of blood was split in two. Countless people's eyes widened. Even the middle-aged man sucked in a breath of cold air. Just how firm was this young man's heart of martial arts? As for Duan Tianya, his pupils constricted. Lin Ling's strength had once again surpassed his expectations. He roared out, "Stop him! Kill him! Formless blood sea!" All of the sea of blood began to condense and rush towards the terrifying Qilin blood demon. It was clear that Duan Tianya also knew that Lin Ling had arrived. Chapter 621. A moment of pride rumble. The Qilin blood demon grew even larger, and the sea of blood disappeared. Lin Ling's figure finally appeared in midair. At this moment it was incomparably clear. However, that slender figure, that elegant long hair, and the blue and white robe that fluttered in the wind were even more shocking. Lin Ling also stopped. He was like a flame god descending. With one hand behind his back, his left hand gently lifted up a huge blazing sun. That blazing sun emitted a terrifying power, as if the sun in the sky was summoned by Lin Ling. If the Qilin blood demon represented the corruption of blood, then Lin Ling's sun represented endless radiance. When did he cultivate such a terrifying martial art? The crowd looked at the youth that was as dazzling as the blazing sun, and felt as if their hearts were ruthlessly slashed by a knife. It's the beginning of the light. From the moment he entered the sea of blood, he was already absorbing the light of the sun. That's a solar storm. Someone suddenly reacted, and his voice trembled. Lin Ling actually hit his final trump card. And this trump card was very terrifying. Without needing Duan Tianya to comprehend it, even they could feel how terrifying it was. If Duan Tianya's martial intent was at 60%, then Lin Ling's was at 70% fire intent. Absorbing the light of the sun to make his flames even more dazzling. This martial art is probably at the pinnacle of fire. The 12 Xian elders also spoke solemnly. They just realized that Lin Ling's fire intent was even more terrifying than the sword intent. It was just that the intent of fire rarely appeared, so they didn't know. However, once it appeared, it had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Kill him, kill him. Duan Tianya went completely crazy. He clearly felt the terror of that blazing sun more than anyone else. It's all too late. Blazing sun, sparrow sun. Coldly looking at Duan Tianya, Lin Ling raised his left hand as if he was holding a huge solar storm and pounced towards Duan Tianya. You dare! The middle-aged man's overbearing voice came out. He thought that Lin Ling would definitely die after Lin Ling summoned the Qilin blood demon. Who knew that he was strong, but Lin Ling was even stronger. This was a true monstrous genius. The most terrifying thing was that this genius didn't come from the 5 great ancient nations, but from some other tiny place. Whoosh! At this moment, a sword light descended from the sky, and a sword stabbed into the ground in front of him. The sword was swaying, but it was emitting a strong sense of warning. This is his moment of pride. No one is allowed to interrupt him. Otherwise, I will kill him with my sword. The sword elder's dignified voice sounded, causing the middle-aged man to tremble. Was it his moment of pride? The crowd faintly heard the sword elder's voice, and their hearts trembled. Was this Lin Ling's moment of pride? However, it was true that Lin Ling had overcome all difficulties, killed the Qilin blood demon, crossed the sea of blood, and finally faced Duan Tianya. Wasn't this a moment of pride? Yes, this was Lin Ling's moment of pride. Lin Ling, show me your flames. In the distance, Long Xiaochen was excited and couldn't help but shout. Gradually, his voice was followed by the shouts of countless Star Guard ranked disciples. Even the nominal disciples who admired Lin Ling shouted. Lin Ling had convinced them today. Show me your flame. Countless loud shouts resounded through the sky. Boom! The terrifying sun finally erupted. In the countless rays of light, the Qilin blood demon's ferocious face finally revealed its appearance. It had the face of a Qilin, but the eyes of a human. At this moment it was wildly roaring, but it instantly turned into ashes. All the corrupted blood was incinerated. In mid-air, a solar storm appeared, and a huge fireball burned with the sun, destroying everything. Countless people stood up, and their eyes widened. What a terrifying power of martial arts! Was this the power of a young man? Rumble! The entire Dragon Lake's water evaporated and turned into volcanic lava. It gave people a feeling that this volcanic lava would not be extinguished for a year. The aftermath was turbulent, and 3 incense sticks of time were emitted everywhere. Gradually, the solar storm disappeared, and countless flames sputtered in all directions like meteors. In the center, a slender figure stood there quietly. His long hair fluttered, and his handsome face was cold. His left hand stretched out, and grabbed a person's neck. That person was Duan Tianya. At this moment, Duan Tianya was like a stray dog. He was held by the neck and hung in midair. This scene caused the entire Dragon Lake to go silent. This scene was incomparably dazzling. Above the volcano, the young man was like a god of fire, holding the enemy in his hand and looking down at the world. What you gave me, I will give you back. What you gave to my friend, I will also give you back. Now, you can say that you lost. Pa! A crisp slap sounded. Duan Tianya was slapped in the face by Lin Ling. It was an incomparably humiliating slap. He had lost before, but did he still have the right to deny it? In the distance, Ouyang Feiyang was excited, and his body trembled. In the battle not long ago, he was defeated by Duan Tianya. He lost all face and set the first-place record in the Dragon Lake competition. But now, Lin Ling had regained his dignity for him. An eye for an eye. Lin Ling was going to slap Duan Tianya's face and lose. Is the justice of the Duan clan so shameful? Pa pa pa. Crisp slaps rang out continuously. Although the sound was not loud, it appeared in the hearts of the crowd. In the distance, the middle-aged man's expression was incomparably ugly. Lin Ling seemed to be slapping Duan Tianya's face, but he was also slapping their proud Qilin bloodline. You are very glorious. Today is your stage, but you have offended the Justice Duan bloodline. Now, I advise you to let him go immediately. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, his voice filled with killing intent. Is the Justice Duan bloodline that great? It's just a gathering place for a bunch of scum. I will still slap their faces and humiliate them. Lin Ling turned around with an indifferent expression. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. I said that I will kill him. No one can stop me. You dare. The middle-aged man roared. Lin Ling dared to kill Duan Tianya in front of him. Boom. Endless flames erupted. Lin Ling seemed to be holding a ball of fire. Those flames burned Duan Tianya crazily. Since Duan Tianya wanted to kill him, he would not show mercy. You. The middle-aged man roared. Lin Ling really dared to kill. Dragon Pan Lake competition, the result is actually like this. The crowd also swallowed their saliva, as if they could not believe their eyes. The number one of the 10 rising stars died in front of their eyes, burned alive, and Lin Ling once again fulfilled his promise. If he dared to go on stage, he would die. Today's Lin Ling was not only dazzling, but also terrifying. Harming others will eventually harm oneself. Wanting to step on others and curry favor with the strong is just digging one's own grave. Sakura coldly smiled. All of this was brought upon by Duan Tianya. If he did not want to harm Lin Ling, then how could he die today? Pa. Only after the person in his hand turned into ashes did Lin Ling clap his hands. He looked at the middle-aged man with a cold gaze. There was a strong provocation in his eyes, as if to say, I'll kill you, what else can you do? The middle-aged man's breathing became heavy. He wanted to move several times, but the sword under his feet kept swaying. The sword elder kept reminding him. Chapter 622. Reward. In the end, he could only watch as Lin Ling seized the glory, but there was nothing he could do. Also, you bunch of scum, it won't be long before I slap your faces. Kill. Lin Ling didn't care about the middle-aged man's murderous intent. He looked at Great Sun Child and Su Fan, his lips curved up in a cold smile. These people wanted him dead, so he would not be lenient. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. Kill. Great Sun Child was truly enraged at this moment. Her hatred for Lin Ling even surpassed that of Elder Jian. This was because although Elder Jian was Elder Xian, he had never caused her to lose so much face. But Lin Ling had succeeded, and had succeeded several times. Most importantly, Lin Ling was only a junior. But she believed that as long as Lin Ling was still in the 7 Profound Martial House, Lin Ling would die. Now, admit that I've won. Kill. Lin Ling didn't care about the enraged Great Sun Child. He looked up at the sky. He knew that that person had been watching, and also wanted to see him lose face, or even be obliterated. It was just that that person's status was too high, so it wasn't good for them to move against an ant like him. You've won. Kill. In the sky, a vague figure finally appeared, causing many people's complexions to change. The 7 Profound Martial House's Martial House Master had appeared. Was this the legendary Senior Skylin? But indeed, the Martial House Master had been waiting for Lin Ling to fail, and also believed that it was impossible for Lin Ling to succeed. But the reality was the opposite. Lin Ling had cut off all means of retreat, and had swept away all obstacles in his path to victory. This result was not what he wanted to see, but he couldn't stop it. After all, he was the Martial House Master, and his prestige was great. How could he make things difficult for Lin Ling in front of so many people? Otherwise, he would be lowering his status. What are you talking about? Kill. Lin Ling softly said, causing the crowd's pupils to shrink. Lin Ling still didn't know what fear was. He actually dared to speak to the Martial House Master like this. The sky was silent. The Martial House Master naturally knew that Lin Ling was deliberately making things difficult for him. Lin Ling had already won the previous battle, but he had remained silent. Lin Ling had not announced that Lin Ling had won. Now, Lin Ling was retaliated. Di Wuji's disciple. Sky Lin calmly looked at the youth. He wanted to find a trace of panic, fear, or even awe in the youth's eyes. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. The youth was still as fearless as before. Even in the face of a colossus like him, the youth still didn't retreat. You've won. Kill. The Dragon Lake was silent as countless pairs of eyes stared at the young man. Their hearts were filled with shock. Had he finally gotten first place? All of this was like a dream. Since the beginning of the Dragon Lake competition, no one had ever thought that Lin Ling, a Star Guard disciple, would end up in first place, becoming the biggest dark horse of the year. Not long ago, they even thought that Lin Ling would lose the bet with Elder Sunday. His strength is probably enough to fight against an expert of the Emperor's spirit realm. Among the Star Guard disciples, the 8 heavenly kings revealed a bitter smile. Lin Ling's growth was too fast. They remembered that Lin Ling's Star Sea Pagoda record didn't take more than 10 days. 10 days later, his current achievements: you have created 2 great records. Today, the 7 Profound Martial House will make an exception and allow you to enter the 7 Profound Proud Son of Heaven list. At this moment, a voice came from the sky again, causing the crowd to gasp. The 7 Profound Proud Son of Heaven list's requirements were that one had to be a genius of the Emperor's spirit realm under the age of 20. Although Lin Ling hadn't reached 20 years of age, he was only at the late King's spirit realm. Yet, an exception had been made. This was the first time someone had entered the 7 Profound Proud Son of Heaven list. The crowd was stirred up. Countless youths looked at Lin Ling with envy. There were even some young girls whose faces were flushed red, secretly admiring him. However, Lin Ling frowned. The Martial House Master had allowed him to enter the 7 Profound Proud Son of Heaven list. Although it seemed like a reward, the truth was that there was another layer of malice in his heart. After all, he was only at the late King's spirit realm. If he were to make an exception and enter the 7 Profound Proud Son of Heaven list, he would definitely arouse the dissatisfaction and jealousy of many geniuses. The Martial House Master's move was to kill with a borrowed knife. However, the 7 Profound Proud Son of Heaven list was Lin Ling's next goal. If he were to make an exception and enter, then so be it. He had no fear. At that time, he would see who would dare be dissatisfied with him. There are 3 great rewards for first place. First, a 7th grade King Step martial art. Second, spirit crystals. Third, natural treasures. I don't want the 7th grade King Step martial art, but in terms of natural treasures, I need one more. Lin Ling said lightly. The Martial House Master, Tian Lin, nodded and said, "Okay." Lin Ling smiled and suddenly said, "As far as I know, the geniuses who enter the 7 Profound Proud Son of Heaven list all have their own cultivation places. I should have one too." The Martial House Master wanted to kill with a borrowed knife and put a big hat on Lin Ling. Lin Ling had also agreed to enter the 7 Profound Proud Son of Heaven list. However, he would naturally fight for the rights that belonged to the top geniuses. Anyway, there were benefits to be had, and he would not waste them. It should be known that not long ago, Dan Luofan was a genius on the 7 Profound Proud Son of Heaven list. He had the qualifications to open a restaurant, so naturally, Lin Ling should have his own cultivation place. In the sky, the Martial House Master was silent and his face seemed to be a little ugly. The corners of the eyes of the surrounding people twitched. Lin Ling was really bold. He was negotiating with the Martial House Master. "Okay, you choose your own place." After a moment of silence, the Martial House Master, Tian Lin, said in a low voice. Then, he looked at Lin Ling indifferently and disappeared into the sky. "Take care, I won't send you off." Lin Ling shrugged. His indifferent look made the hearts of the surrounding people tremble again. Looking at Lin Ling's appearance, he seemed to be very relaxed in front of the martial house master. Moreover, the martial house master seemed to be leaving unhappily. "Lin Ling, you won't be proud for long. Let's go." Great Sun Child and the others also snorted coldly and left. As for the middle-aged man in embroidered clothes, he looked at Lin Ling coldly and remembered Lin Ling's appearance. Then, he snorted and left. Since he dared to provoke the Justice Duan clan, he would definitely take revenge. The crowd left one after another, but they all looked at Lin Ling. They also remembered Lin Ling's name. "Lin Ling, good job. I knew that I would definitely hear your name in the rainforest sacred ground." In the distance, a bell-like voice sounded. Far away from the Dragon Lake, a young girl flew past like a fluttering butterfly. It was the Heavenly Concubine. "Heavenly Concubine!" Lin Ling shouted in surprise. It seemed that the Heavenly Concubine had gone to the ancient Dao Martial Palace. "Heavenly Concubine, is he your friend?" "Not bad." Beside the Heavenly Concubine was a beautiful woman in her 30s. Her strength was unfathomable. At this moment, she smiled and nodded at Lin Ling. "Master, he's a friend from my hometown. Of course, he's very powerful." The Heavenly Concubine looked at the beautiful woman and said. She knew very well that her master had always been aloof. For her to take the initiative to say that he was not bad meant that he was very powerful. One had to know that in the ancient Dao Martial Palace, there were very few people who could make her master say that he was not bad. "I'll leave first. Come find me at the ancient Dao Martial Palace next time." The Heavenly Concubine said and did not stay any longer. She left with the rest of the ancient Dao Martial Palace. Okay. Chapter 623. 10,000 Tingtang. At night, in the Seven Profound Martial House, all was quiet. But at this moment, 10,000 Swords Peak was bustling with noise and excitement. Elder Sword, the Sakura brothers, Ouyang Feiyang, and Tai Yen were all celebrating for Lin Ling. They were all drinking wine and eating meat. The battle during the day had been very satisfying, and they were all excited. "Second brother, you are amazing. Your strength has almost caught up to mine, and this is only in 3 months." Sakura was incomparably happy. Seeing Lin Ling become so strong was like seeing his own little brother become strong. This happiness came from the bottom of his heart. I was just lucky," Lin Ling said as he drank wine. But he was really lucky. If today's battle had not been sunny, but had been cloudy, or even at night, then Lin Ling might not have won. It could only be said that the geniuses of the Seven Profound Martial House were truly fierce. It would be difficult for Lin Ling to jump ranks and fight. But the blazing sun, Sparrow's sun, was truly powerful. After absorbing the sun's fire, it had already reached 70% of the true meaning of fire. Lin Ling, today your name will shake the Seven Profound Martial House. I will say this, you have to protect me. Tai Yen said as he drank wine and suddenly laughed. Can your face be any thicker? Lin Ling entered the Seven Profound Martial House later than you, and you actually want him to protect you. Ouyang Feiyang jokingly scolded. Tai Yen curled his lips and said, who told him to be so fierce? In any case, he can't be judged by common sense. Lin Ling smiled as he looked at everyone. From time to time, he would interject a few words. His heart was incomparably relaxed. Although he had only been at the Seven Profound Martial House for 3 months, he had already made a group of friends. Lin Ling, let me tell you, if I encounter a martial arts problem that I don't understand, you have to teach me. Long Xiaoqian said with a smile. Now, he no longer regarded Lin Ling as a genius of the same generation, but as a senior apprentice brother, or even a teacher. They laughed and chatted until late at night, when everyone finally left. Lin Ling temporarily stayed at Myriad Swords Peak. He thought about the upcoming competition and what to do next. Now, he had finally entered the 7 profound prodigy list as he wished. He was getting closer and closer to the position of mansion master. However, the higher he stood, the further he could see. His next opponent would be even stronger. The Fighting Evil faction. The Duan family of justice. Great Sun Child Elder and Su Fan. A genius on the 7 profound prodigy list. Many. Therefore, Lin Ling knew that he had to continue working hard. With a flip of his right hand, 2 pieces of divine melting mud appeared in his hand. This was the reward of the tournament, and he had 3 pieces in total. It was enough for his king body to reach the level of 8 Adi true fire. The 8 motifs true flames were 80% of the true meaning of fire. What kind of concept was this? It could be said with certainty that if he reached that level of king physique, he wouldn't even need to fear Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators. An 8th grade king physique was indeed terrifying. Take a king spirit realm powerhouse for example. The peak of their martial arts was a 7th grade king step martial arts, but their true meaning of martial was 50% to 60%. Above 50% was the strength that an Emperor Spirit Realm powerhouse could control. Now that Lin Ling was able to erupt with 70% of his true meaning of martial, his combat strength naturally reached the early Emperor Spirit Realm. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't ask for a 7th grade king step martial art today, because it wouldn't be of much help to him. Tomorrow, I should go to the practice area. Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and a memory flashed in his mind. There was a practice area in the 7 profound martial house that was very good. It was deeply favored by Senior Limitless. If he cultivated there, he would be able to save a lot of spirit crystals. His next goal was to obtain that practice area. Like this, he would have his own territory in the Rainforest Holy Land. At that time, he would be able to invite the Fire Ancient clan to come. Without further thought, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate, consolidating his late king spirit realm cultivation. As he cultivated, 3 clear vermilion bird king images appeared behind him. This was the capital that allowed him to jump ranks and fight. His cultivation and foundation were the most solid, and his spiritual energy was extremely rich. Therefore, during the tournament, that rich spiritual energy had supported him in his continuous battles. If it were any other genius, they might not be able to do this. The next day, the sun was bright and there were no clouds for 10,000 miles. Lin Ling brought Ouyang Feiyang deep into the 7 profound martial house. The 7 profound martial house was very large. It had a massive number of mountain peaks, lakes, and valleys. The practice area was at the 10,000 court hall. This hall was located on a flat mountain peak. From the foot of the mountain, it looked as if the peak had been cut in half by a saber. The cut was smooth, and there were a large number of buildings. TSK, so many senior apprentice brothers. As they ascended the mountain, Ouyang Feiyang couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the winding steps. There were also a large number of youths ascending the steps, but each one of them had unfathomable strength. They were obviously Moon Guard level disciples, and there were even many 7 profound heavens chosen list of heavens chosen. Yes, the 7 profound martial house is one of the 7 great martial houses of the 100 territories. Naturally, it has absorbed a massive number of geniuses. Lin Ling nodded. He wasn't as flattered as Ouyang Feiyang. Before long, the two arrived at the 10,000 court hall. This building was grand and magnificent, and had 8 gates. At this moment, disciples were entering and exiting from each gate. Lin Ling also entered one of the gates. This is where you can receive your benefits. Take out your identity jade card. Behind the gate was a vast and boundless hall. There were all sorts of treasures, spirit crystals, pills, and so on. An indifferent old man looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling and Ouyang Feiyang nodded and took out their jade cards. After the old man looked at them, he nodded and said, you are a Moon Guard level disciple. You can receive this month's spirit crystals and body tempering pills. A 7 profound Marshall House Moon Guard level disciple could receive benefits every month. There were 100 medium-grade spirit crystals. In the middle 3 regions, this was absolutely a huge sum of money. Elder, I also came to receive my practice area. Lin Ling calmly said. The old man's eyes narrowed. In the 7 profound Marshall House, to have their own practice area, the lowest qualification was to be a 7 profound Heaven's Chosen list of Heaven's Chosen list of Heaven's Chosen. This was obviously the first time that this youth had come to the 10,000 court hall, but was he already a 7 profound Heaven's Chosen? There were many disciples around, and at this moment they were looking at Lin Ling with a bit of horror. There are many 7 profound Heaven's Chosen, but there are also those who want to deceive others. Don't let me know that you are a fake, otherwise the crime will be great. The old man frowned and said. He didn't believe Lin Ling. Then, he looked at Lin Ling's jade card again, and his complexion instantly changed. You are Lin Ling. The old man's face was dignified. He is Lin Ling. The first 7 profound Heaven's Chosen list of Heaven's Chosen list of Heaven's Chosen with strength at the King's Spirit Realm. The crowd's eyes flashed. Yesterday, Lin Ling's name had shaken the 7 profound Marshall House, but it was impossible for news to spread so quickly. Many people had heard of Lin Ling's name, but they had never seen him before. Now, they finally saw him. I heard that he is a very arrogant newcomer. He has just arrived at the 7 profound Marshall House and has already offended many people. He doesn't even give face to the Marshall House master. For such a person to still be alive, he is really lucky. But I wonder, does he really have the qualifications to be a 7 profound Heaven's Chosen? Humph, he's just fishing for fame. Chapter 624. A place of practice. Lin Ling didn't seem to hear those words. He already knew that the Marshall House master had made him a 7 profound Heaven's Chosen child, but in truth, he had pushed him to the top of the waves. Naturally, there would be many people who would be jealous and dissatisfied. Moreover, he also knew that many people wanted to see him fall in the 7 profound Marshall House. However, Lin Ling had already faced great winds and waves, so he was fearless. Now, can I receive a cultivation ground? Lin Ling asked again, his voice light and indifferent. The old man frowned, but still walked deeper in and took out a sand table. On the sand table was a map of the 7 profound Marshall House. Choose for yourself. Let me remind you that the places with the red flags are occupied. You do not have the qualifications to go to those places. You can choose anywhere else. The old man lightly said. After learning that the other party was Lin Ling, his attitude became even worse. In the past, Su Fan had given him a lot of help. Now that Su Fan had been framed by Lin Ling and had become an elder, he naturally looked at Lin Ling in a bad mood. After all, he had lost a backer. Where there are no red flags, I can choose anywhere. Ignoring the old man's attitude, Lin Ling looked at the sand table. Lin Ling, Sky Sand Lake is good. The spiritual energy there is quite rich. There is also Mystic Spirit Mountain and Waterfall Gorge. Ouyang Feiyang excitedly said. These places were all very famous. If they could become Lin Ling's cultivation ground, then he would be able to bask in his glory. After all, cultivating in a good place with rich spiritual energy would yield twice the results with half the effort. The old man frowned. These places were indeed good, but did he really want to benefit Lin Ling? Sorry, these places have already been reserved. The old man lightly said, causing Ouyang Feiyang's eyes to narrow. The old man had said that the places with the red flags were occupied, but these places did not have any red flags. This old man was going back on his words, he was obviously making things difficult for Lin Ling. Are there any empty places for cultivation in the area around the street? Lin Ling asked indifferently as if he didn't know that the old man was making things difficult for him. There are no more streets. If you want to choose, I suggest you go to the Great Desert Sand, the Cold Astral Sea, and other places. These places used to be the cultivation grounds of the 7 mysterious heavenly talents. They can be considered as heavenly paradises, the old man suggested. The surrounding people were stunned for a moment, and then they all began to snicker. Those places are all places with poor spirit chi, and the mountains are barren and the rivers are treacherous. If you have such a place to cultivate, you might as well stay in Star Sea Pagoda. Elder Thousand Leaf, this move is beautiful. These places are a bit far from the Marshall House. How about this place? Lin Ling's expression remained calm as he suddenly pointed to a valley on the sand table. Good eyesight. This valley is called the Mountain River Valley and is also a paradise. In the past, this place gave birth to the top 100 geniuses of the 7 mysterious prodigies. Are you sure you want to choose this place? The old man's gaze didn't change as he spoke indifferently. The crowd snickered again. Although the Great Desert Sand and the Cold Astral Sea were poor in spirit chi, at least they still had spirit chi. However, the Mountain River Valley was a mystical place. Not only did it not have spirit chi, but if a martial artist cultivated in the valley, their spirit chi would be absorbed. This Lin Ling, he was really stupid. The old man sneered in his heart, and then continued to bewitch Lin Ling. But Lin Ling simply nodded as if he didn't know. His right hand was about to insert the small red flag into the sand table to prove that this was his territory. Lin Ling, don't. I've heard of this place before. It is a forbidden cultivation ground. Ouyang Feiyang had stayed at the 7 Profound Martial House for a long time, so after he thought about it, he anxiously said. However, he was still too slow. Lin Ling had already inserted the small red flag into the sand table. Once the decision was made, no one could change it unless they gave up. But after the decision was made, this place would belong to Lin Ling. If a Moon Guard level disciple dared to provoke him in the Mountain River Valley, Lin Ling would kill him without mercy. After all, Lin Ling's status was higher than that of a Moon Guard level disciple. It's good that you've chosen. Take the jade token and go find the Mountain River Valley yourself. The old man was instantly overjoyed. He gave the jade token that represented the Mountain River Valley to Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled as he received it, and then turned to leave. After he goes to the Mountain River Valley, he will surely cry until there are no tears left. Idiot. Seeing Lin Ling casually leave, many people couldn't help but laugh out loud. After all, to become a proud son of heaven of the 7 Profound was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Everyone could choose a cultivation ground, and if they missed it, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. However, Lin Ling had been bewitched by Elder Qianyi, and had actually chosen this desolate land. Now, all that was left was to wait for his cultivation to drop. Qianyi, well done. At this moment, a figure appeared in the main hall. It was Su Fan. Master Su Fan. Many people respectfully bowed, and Su Fan secretly nodded. Although he had fallen from the position of a master to an elder, there were still many people that regarded him as a master. He was very satisfied with this. That junior is only relying on Elder Sword support, but Elder Sword has already fallen into the sunset. That junior's good days will soon come to an end. Elder Qianyi immediately flattered. Lin Ling dares to offend us, he will have a headache in the future. Did he go to the Mountain River Valley? I remember that the Mountain River Valley is currently managed by Elder Mu Ba. Let Elder Mu Ba go and make things difficult for him. After Su Fan coldly smiled, he left the main hall. After offending Su Fan, how could Su Fan easily let Lin Ling go? He wanted Lin Ling to not be able to stay in the 7 Profound Martial House, and live a life worse than death. Elder Mu Ba was in charge of the Mountain River Valley. This person's cultivation was tyrannical, and his combat strength was formidable. In the past, he was also one of the 36 masters. Unfortunately, he did not understand the ways of the world, and offended one of the 12 Xian elders. After that person made things difficult for him, his status dropped, and he became an elder. Now that he had come to make things difficult for Lin Ling was dead. After all, Elder Mu Ba did not understand the ways of the world, and did not care about Elder Sword status. If Lin Ling dared to be arrogant, he would kill him. Before long, Su Fan found Elder Mu Ba. Without saying anything, he directly handed over a rune bag. This bag has many spirit crystals. Elder Mu Ba, you only need to help me with one thing, and these spirit crystals are yours. Yes. He was very clear that Elder Mu Ba was very strong, and was only slightly weaker than him. He was a cultivation madman, so as long as there were cultivation resources, Elder Mu Ba would agree to his request. Then, he voiced out his request. Elder Mu Ba was tall and sturdy, and his complexion was dark. He looked at the rune bag, nodded, and then left. He was not good with words, but as long as the other party gave him a reward, then he would do it. But the other party was only a small disciple, it shouldn't be difficult to make things difficult for him. He was in charge of the Mountain River Valley. If Lin Ling wanted to obtain the cultivation area, he would naturally have to obtain his approval. The Mountain River Valley was not too far from the Star Sea Pagoda. With Lin Ling and Ouyang Feiyang's strength, they could reach it in an hour. Standing on top of a mountain peak, Lin Ling and Ouyang Feiyang looked into the distance. There was a huge mountain valley, and there was a hazy miasma drifting through the valley. Not only that, but there was also a massive amount of white bones on the ground. It really did look like an evil place. Lin Ling, is this a place to cultivate? Ouyang Feiyang could not help but ask. Chapter 625. Aren't you ashamed? It is said that after a martial artist enters this place, their cultivation will drop in 2 or 3 days, and the spiritual energy in their dantian will be sucked away for no reason. It seems that this is true. Lin Ling's clear eyes also looked at the distant mountain valley. Since you know, then why did you choose this place? Ouyang Feiyang nearly went mad with anger. Huh, newcomer, is this the place you chose to practice? You are really stupid. Let me tell you, 3 years ago someone chose this place as their home. But in just a month, his strength dropped from a 7 profound heavens chosen disciple to a star guard disciple, and then he went crazy. Not only that, but Elder Mu Ba, who is in charge of this place, is a ruthless man. He doesn't even fear old Xian. If you want to obtain the mountain valley from him, I'm afraid that he will make things difficult for you. Sigh. A 7 profound martial house disciple passed by not too far away. As he saw Lin Ling and Ouyang Feiyang, he couldn't help but mock them. This made Ouyang Feiyang extremely depressed. It seemed that Lin Ling's practice area had been wasted. Haven't you ever wondered why the spiritual energy in the valley is sucked away for no reason? Lin Ling simply ignored the ridicule of others. He smiled and gently asked. Ouyang Feiyang's pupils shrank, and then he shook his head. He really didn't know, but did it matter? Let's go. Sigh. Lin Ling didn't say anything more. His body moved, and he flew towards the mountain valley. As the two arrived at the entrance of the mountain valley, a tall and sturdy figure had been waiting for them for a long time. It was Elder Mu Ba. In the distance, Su Fan sneered as he watched this scene. Beside him, a large number of disciples were also gloating. Lin Ling was very arrogant, and did not fear anyone. But Elder Mu Ba was even more arrogant than him. Therefore, when Lin Ling met Elder Mu Ba, how could he still be arrogant? He was going to suffer. If things went wrong, Lin Ling would be killed by Elder Mu Ba. Mountain Valley is not a place that anyone can enter. Scram! Elder Mu Ba stood there like a giant. His aged face had a dignified look. He would not play any tricks, so he directly told them to scram. Elder, we have a jade token. Ouyang Feiyang hurriedly said, but there was a terrified expression on his face. Boom! Elder Mu Ba released a powerful aura, causing Ouyang Feiyang to take a few steps back. Ouyang Feiyang's face turned pale. This elder is so domineering, he didn't even bother to talk to you, he just used his strength to suppress you. If you don't leave, you'll die. Elder Mu Ba lightly spat out a sentence, cold and emotionless. Lin Ling has just become a 7 profound heavens chosen, but his first setback is already enough to make him return in disgrace. In the distance, the crowd burst into laughter. In their minds, Lin Ling would leave with his tail between his legs. Who would dare to refute? Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's expression remained calm as he looked at Elder Mu Ba. Suddenly, a memory surfaced in his mind. This Elder Mu Ba was actually an in-name disciple of the previous mansion master. He was a martial arts maniac who lived by martial arts and was a cultivation maniac who did not understand the ways of the world. As an elder, don't you follow the rules of the 7 profound martial house? Lin Ling shook his head and calmly said. His words caused Elder Mu Ba to reveal a disdainful smile. This junior dared to use the rules of the 7 profound martial house to suppress him. Was this useful? If he feared the rules, then how could he have fallen from his status as an apprentice to an elder? Although I have the status of an elder, I was also an apprentice in the past. It's just that I killed those that I didn't like, so I was demoted to an elder. Therefore, the rules are useless to me. Elder Mu Ba shook his head. His feet didn't move, but he punched out at Lin Ling. Your nonsense is over, you can get lost now. Rumble rumble rumble. This was a terrifying aura, it was absolutely the strength of a peak emperor spirit. Not only that, but Elder Mu Ba's king body was not low. This fist could take Lin Ling's life. He's dead. The crowd sneered. Ouyang Feiyang's eyes widened. Lin Ling's name had just shaken the 7 profound martial house, and now he was going to die here. Such an age, such a cultivation, and yet you're only at the peak of the Emperor's spirit realm. However, facing this magnificent fist, Lin Ling stood there with his hands crossed behind his back. He stood there calmly, undaunted in the face of danger. Die. The fist did not stop. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Not to mention anything else, but just by Lin Ling's courage, it was clear just how great the disparity was between them and Lin Ling. To live by martial arts, to die by martial arts. You've spent your entire life exploring martial arts, but you don't even understand what martial arts are. The true meaning of martial arts is vast and boundless. However, at such an age, you still haven't touched it. These 3 words of disgrace were so magnificent that it caused many people's hearts to fiercely tremble. Lin Ling had gone insane. Facing Elder Mu Ba's murderous intent, he did not retreat, nor did he beg for mercy. Instead, he despised Elder Mu Ba. This was simply pouring oil on a volcano. At this moment, the fist stopped in front of Lin Ling's cheek. The heavenly wind blew against Lin Ling's handsome face, causing his long hair to flutter. However, Lin Ling was still fearless. You have guts. Elder Mu Ba's fist stopped in front of Lin Ling's face, almost touching Lin Ling's nose. However, Lin Ling's fearless courage made Elder Mu Ba admire him. This young man was like a sword that would never bend. You are trash. However, even though Elder Mu Ba praised Lin Ling would not praise Elder Mu Ba. He said disdainfully. On the side, Ouyang Feiyang's eyes widened. He almost knelt down and called him grandpa. Lin Ling, can you stop cursing? Earlier, you walked 1 round in the hands of the Grim Reaper. Now, you even offended Elder Mu Ba. Me? Trash. Elder Mu Ba's complexion turned ugly. In the distance, the eyes of the crowd also widened. Although they did not understand why Elder Mu Ba had stopped, they could vaguely see that Lin Ling was cursing Elder Mu Ba. The true meaning of martial arts is ethereal and invisible. You only follow the steps left behind by your predecessors, and sincerely cultivate. But you have never thought of creating your own path. This is the reason why you have not broken through to the royal spirit realm. Your talent is good, but you are too rigid. Lin Ling lightly said. These words caused Elder Mu Ba to tremble. This boy had actually seen through his heart demon. That's right, he had never been able to break through to the royal spirit realm. He had always been brooding over this, and had constantly searched for the reason. However, he had always failed. He had read all of the ancient texts of the 7 profound martial house and studied them, but he still could not break through. But the boy's words suddenly made him feel as if he had grasped something important. On the road of martial arts, in the early stages, you must imitate the steps of your predecessors. In the middle stages, you must master the steps of your predecessors. In the late stages, you must create your own path. You must study the strengths of hundreds of schools, and know all kinds of martial arts. You seem to have a wealth of experience, but because there are so many, it is chaotic. Lin Ling's clear eyes exuded a confident light, causing Ouyang Feiyang's eyes to widen. At this moment, the boy's clothes were fluttering in the wind, and he had the elegant demeanor of a great master. He seemed like one of the 36 scholars. Then how do I break through? Elder Mu Ba's tone changed, becoming urgent. You're crazy. Chapter 626. Treasure Mountain River Valley, forget everything, forget as much as you can. When there is only one move left in your mind, then you will have your wish fulfilled. Lin Ling lightly said, causing Elder Mu Ba's eyes to brighten. Faintly, he had caught onto that light. Indeed, he had sincerely cultivated, and had mastered all sorts of martial arts to the point of perfection. But there were too many, so it was a mess. He had to forget everything and save the most essential move. Suddenly, as he looked at the youth's spirited appearance, his eyes were a bit dreamy. Faintly, he saw a familiar figure. It was his former teacher, the previous generation's 7 profound martial house master. Faintly, he saw the legendary Di Wuji. Was this a dream? Please enlighten me. Yes. Elder Mu Ba was worthy of being called a martial arts maniac. As soon as he heard this, he immediately asked without shame. He fell to his knees, causing the hearts of those watching to fiercely tremble. Just what was happening? Why is this happening? Su Fan's complexion was extremely ugly. He had asked Elder Mu Ba to teach Lin Ling a lesson because he wanted to see the scene of Lin Ling being humiliated. But who would have thought that not only would Lin Ling curse Elder Mu Ba, but he would also ask Elder Mu Ba to kneel and ask for guidance. This caused his wishful thinking to fail. Good, how much you can learn will depend on your luck. Yes. Lin Ling nodded. Mu Ba used to be a secret disciple of Senior Wuji's father. Since he saw him today, he would give him some pointers. In fact, the reason Mu Ba was stuck at a bottleneck was very simple. He was too stubborn. He thought that he could not break through because his martial arts foundation was too weak, so he constantly studied martial arts. But he didn't know that everyone's martial arts were different. Some people's foundation was too weak, but some people could not learn too much. They had to focus on one. Mu Ba was the latter. Although Mu Ba's talent was good, his perception was not high. If he wanted to learn too much, he would not be able to swallow it all. On the road of martial arts, sometimes it is not better to have a strong martial arts, but to control them as one wishes. For instance, I am fire, and I can control fire like water. Yes. Lin Ling stretched out his hands. His left hand was up and his right hand was down. Between his hands, spiritual energy flowed down like a waterfall, forming a turbulent flow of water. But this was not water, but fire. Controlling fire like water. Mu Ba's eyes narrowed. What a terrifying control. This young man's strength was not strong, but he was very familiar with his own martial arts. Ouyang Feiyang's eyes narrowed as well. No wonder Lin Ling was so much stronger than him despite being at the same level as him. Controlling fire like water, this was the result of his martial arts being ever-changing. Mastering one technique, mastering all techniques, mastering fire like earth. Between Lin Ling's hands, the flames began to churn like mud. Controlling fire like wood. The flames transformed into countless trees that were vivid and lifelike, giving off a feeling of endless vitality. Amazing! Elder Mu Ba's eyes flickered continuously. The young man was handsome and otherworldly, but he gave him the demeanor of an expert. Comprehend it yourself. Lin Ling said, then led Ouyang Feiyang deeper into the forest. Elder Mu Ba nodded, and then sat down cross-legged. He wanted to forget all martial arts, leave behind his own martial arts, and then control his own martial arts. Lin Ling, how do you know the flaws of Elder Mu Ba's martial arts? I find that I can't see through you anymore. You've only been at the 7 Profound Martial House for 3 months, but you're already as mysterious as the 36 scholars. I really wonder if your youthful appearance is hiding the heart of an old monster. As they walked, Ouyang Feiyang exclaimed in amazement, full of admiration. Lin Ling wryly smiled. Did this guy know how to speak? He actually said that he had the heart of an old monster, but he did not have the heart of an old monster. He only had the heart of someone who had lived 2 lives. It's just a feeling. Sometimes, the onlooker sees more clearly than the player. Lin Ling casually said. But the truth was that he had seen through the flaws of Elder Mu Ba's martial arts because he had obtained the memories of the limitless Sword Saint. There was a massive amount of martial arts explanations, and these profound martial arts were naturally much more complex than what Elder Mu Ba had learned. Of course, Lin Ling knew these things, but that did not mean that he was stronger than Elder Mu Ba. After all, no matter how profound one's martial arts background was, if one's boundary was not high enough, then they would not be able to display it. At best, they could only talk. Chi chi chi. In the mountain valley, miasma filled the air. After entering, Lin Ling and Ouyang Feiyang immediately felt that their bodies were unwell. We really came to the right place. However, Lin Ling smiled with satisfaction. He had been looking for such a place, and he had finally found it. To the side, Ouyang Feiyang's face twitched. They had come to the right place. This place simply could not cultivate, and Lin Ling was actually right. There is a giant tree in the rainforest Holy Land. You should know about it. Lin Ling seemed to know Ouyang Feiyang's doubts, so he did not conceal them. I know. Every genius that comes to the rainforest Holy Land will be attracted by that giant tree. It is said that it is an ancient Bodhi tree, and its history is even longer than that of the rainforest Holy Land. Ouyang Feiyang said in awe. In the past, when he came to the rainforest Holy Land on a dragon boat, he had seen that giant tree for the first time. His heart had been immediately shaken, so he still remembered it to this day. That giant tree is a spirit tree. The 7 major martial arts halls are built on the roots of this spirit tree. That is why the spiritual energy here is so rich. There are very few places in the 7 Profound Martial House that have spirit roots. The mountain valley is one of them. Lin Ling lightly said. This caused Ouyang Feiyang to be even more puzzled. Since this was a land of spirit roots, why would the martial artists that came here lose their cultivation? The spirit roots are the roots of the giant tree, so they naturally need to absorb nutrients. That is why every martial artist that comes here to cultivate will have their spiritual energy sucked out. But in fact, as long as the spirit roots can absorb the spiritual energy from other places, it will be fine. Moreover, we can use the spirit roots to feed back the spiritual energy from the giant tree, allowing us to cultivate twice the result with half the effort. Lin Ling said. This. Ouyang Feiyang's heart trembled. If this was true, then it was truly terrifying. It was unknown how many generations of powerhouses had been cultivated by that ancient giant tree, but no one had ever been able to suck out the essence of the giant tree. If they could continuously cultivate, then the effects would be even better than using spirit crystals to cultivate. Lin Ling did not choose a land of destitute mountains and rivers, but instead found a land of treasure. If what you said is true, then that elder Thousand Leaf who mocked you before will regret it to the point of vomiting blood. Ouyang Feiyang laughed. He knew that following Lin Ling would not cause him to suffer a loss. Elder Thousand Leaf was only following orders. The one who will vomit blood is Su Fan. Lin Ling coldly smiled. He could roughly guess the whole story. Then, the two of them walked as they talked. When they arrived at a quiet corner of the valley, Lin Ling immediately released his flames, burning the earth. Then, a memory appeared in his mind. It was the memory that Senior Limitless had wanted to occupy the spirit roots to cultivate. 5 elements yin-yang hand seal. Lin Ling repeatedly clapped his hands, creating complicated flame seals. Then, according to the rules, they landed on the ground, causing a huge seal to appear on the ground. This seal was circular and was at least a few hundred meters in size. Every 10 meters, there would be an ancient word formed by flames. This is an ancient array. Chapter 627. Breakthrough. Ancient arrays were a technique that ancient martial artists were good at. They could borrow the power of heaven and earth to enter the array. It was extremely terrifying. The origin of the array was an 8 trigrams array from a long time ago. Later on, countless ancient martial artists had deduced and created many other ancient arrays. However, the path of arrays was too difficult. It had a strict requirement on soul power. Many martial artists did not have the opportunity to come into contact with arrays. Moreover, it took up a lot of time, so no one studied it. Most people used it on weapons to increase the power of their weapons. However, Lin Ling actually used an ancient array. Reverse 5 elements yin-yang palm. At this moment, Lin Ling's forehead was covered in sweat. He clapped his hands again. This was the first time he used an ancient array. It came from the memories of the limitless sword saint. This array seemed simple, but it consumed a lot of soul power. One wrong step and the ancient array would collapse. He could not be careless. If not for Lin Ling's powerful soul power, he would not have been able to set up this array. However, although this array looked troublesome, it did not have much power. Its only use was to open the spiritual roots and borrow the power of the ancient tree. Rumble. The reverse 5 elements yin-yang palm was even more complicated. A large number of tadpole-like flame words flew out and landed on the huge circular seal. Ouyang Feiyang was so shocked that he could not speak. Lin Ling was indeed mysterious. Soon after, the earth began to shake. The soil rolled and a huge golden tree root quietly appeared. This root was like a human's arm, but it was rich in spiritual energy. It was like a dragon, emitting an ancient and majestic aura. This was one of the roots of the giant tree. It was a separate root, but the spiritual energy was already terrifying. It was hard to imagine how terrifying and mysterious the spiritual energy of the giant tree was. Lin Ling was also shocked. The path of martial arts was broad and profound. How did the ancient martial artists cultivate? How did they create so many mysterious methods? After a long time, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. He'd merely set up a simple ancient formation, yet the exhaustion of his mental strength was almost comparable to a battle with an expert at the Emperor's spirit realm. However, this ancient formation was the simplest in the end, so Lin Ling was lucky enough to succeed. 3 days later, everything in the mountain river valley will be different. Lin Ling lightly nodded. His face, which was no longer childish, was now filled with a brilliant smile. This was his first home in the rainforest Holy Land. In the future, his family and friends would live here and witness his rise in the rainforest Holy Land. On the side, Ouyang Feiyang shook his head helplessly. If it weren't for Lin Ling's youthful appearance, he would have thought that there was an old monster hiding within this young man's body. Pervert. In the end, Ouyang Feiyang could not help but say. Lin Ling smiled and stood up. Let's go out and take a look. Ouyang Feiyang nodded his head excitedly. He had also noticed that the valley was beginning to change. The spirit root was no longer absorbing nutrients, but was instead feeding back spirit chi. However, it seemed to be suppressed by the ancient array, so the spirit chi could only stay in the valley. In the future, he would also cultivate here, and his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Outside the valley, Elder Mu Ba sat cross-legged. His body was trembling slightly, but when the dense spiritual energy surged from the valley, his face turned red. The spiritual energy was extremely moist. It was the spiritual energy of life. He felt that it was the ancient spiritual energy of the ancient trees. Ah! Roar! With a roar, with the help of the endless spiritual energy, he finally broke through the bottleneck of 10 years and stepped into the Saint Spirit realm. Boom! A terrifying aura shook the valley. In the distance, Su Fan and the others' eyes widened. Elder Mu Ba had finally broken through. One had to know that Elder Mu Ba was already very strong before. With his Emperor's Spirit Realm cultivation, he could fight those above him. Now that he had broken through, his battle strength would be even more terrifying. Congratulations, Elder, you've finally broken through. Congratulations. At this moment, Lin Ling's figure appeared, causing Elder Mu Ba to hurriedly stand up and kneel before Lin Ling. To a cultivator, the most important thing was not money, but cultivation. When one's cultivation reached a new level, it would be of great help. Therefore, he knew the value of Lin Ling's previous words. In other words, if Lin Ling wanted him to slaughter all his enemies, he would do it. Thank you. Thank you. Elder Mu Ba said gratefully. That kind of reverence came from the bottom of his heart. Although Lin Ling's cultivation was very weak, he gave him a very mysterious feeling. This is your own effort. I'm just pushing the boat with the current. Lin Ling smiled faintly and did not take the credit. However, Ouyang Feiyang beside him rolled his eyes. Pushing the boat with the current allowed an expert to break through. When will you help me push the boat with the current? Lin Ling also saw this and smiled helplessly. However, when he looked into the distance, his eyes also turned cold. It was indeed Su Fan. This old dog was indeed always thinking of making things difficult for him. He also wanted to find his weakness and give him a fatal blow. However, this old dog wanted him to die. It was wishful thinking, but it was still lacking. Su Fan, old dog, you still have the face to come here. Lin Ling sneered in his heart and shouted disdainfully. In the distance, Su Fan's face was extremely cold. Lin Ling was very arrogant and dared to call him an old dog in front of him. He did not give him any face at all. If I were you, I would have retired long ago and found a peaceful place to spend my old age. Lin Ling's disdainful voice rang out again, causing the expressions of the people who were watching from afar to change slightly. Lin Ling was disdainful of Su Fan's apprentice. However, did Lin Ling have the right to do so? Although Lin Ling had created many miracles, he was only a disciple. However, Su Fan was a former apprentice. Even if he was demoted to an elder, he was more arrogant and more qualified than Lin Ling. You have the right to talk about me. Su Fan laughed. Su Fan, you are extremely arrogant, and condescending. You only dare to bully disciples like us. In front of Elder Xian, who is stronger, you are like a dog wagging its tail. If you are not convinced, then let me ask you, do you dare to face Elder Xian head-on? Do you dare to not fear the martial house master? If you can't say it, then you don't dare. You only know how to bully the weak and fear the strong. As the icy voice sounded out, Su Fan's complexion turned ugly. Indeed, he did not dare. He only knew how to bully the weak and find a sense of accomplishment in the bodies of weak martial artists. Then you dare. Su Fan angrily said. However, after his words fell, his complexion instantly turned ferocious. Lin Ling, you don't dare. Everyone's pupils shrank. Su Fan's rhetorical question was simply slapping himself in the face. Lin Ling didn't dare. In the Dragon Coiling Lake Grand Tournament, Lin Ling did not fear Great Sun Child, did not fear the Justice Duan bloodline, and did not fear the martial house master. Lin Ling was not someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. If you were strong, he would be even stronger. This is a dignified apprentice. If you still had any face left, then you would have already left the Seven Profound Martial House. Also, do you regret it? In the past, during the apprenticeship ceremony, because I killed your disciple and nephew, you didn't ask me what was right or wrong. You framed me, thinking that if I didn't become your disciple, I would inevitably decline and be toyed with in the palm of your hand. However, what was the result? Lin Ling sneered again. Chapter 628. Seeking his own humiliation. To be honest, Su Fan was a bit regretful. He had never thought that such a small and insignificant youth would bring about such a great response. His name had shaken the entire Seven Profound Martial House, and he had shamed himself to become an elder. If history could be reversed, then he would have chosen to receive Lin Ling as his disciple. At that time, his situation would have been the opposite. He would have borrowed Lin Ling's glory to make his status as an apprentice even more dazzling. However, he did not regret anything. When he thought that Lin Ling had killed his nephew and disciple, he had taken a wrong step. He had misjudged Lin Ling's potential. Lin Ling is really fierce. Although the surrounding youths were all former disciples of Su Fan, it was undeniable that Lin Ling had done a lot. They were convinced, and even felt inferior. What was laughable was that because of their inferiority complex and jealousy, they had followed Su Fan to see Lin Ling's good show. You little beast, shut up for me. Su Fan was unable to refute. He angrily roared in shame. Su Fan, you are an ancient apprentice of the Seven Profound Martial House. But you use your status as an apprentice to make things difficult for a small disciple like me, and yet you have failed time and time again. Don't you feel ashamed? You have failed several times, and brought shame upon yourself. This time you want to borrow the hands of others to humiliate me, but you have still failed. I do not understand why your face is so thick. Lin Ling's every word was like a sword, deeply piercing into Su Fan's heart. After becoming a proud son of heaven on the Seven Profound Heavens chosen list, Lin Ling did not want to provoke anyone for the time being. He only wanted to quietly grow. But that did not mean that he was a soft persimmon that Su Fan could play with in his hands. No matter what you say, because you have no respect for your elders, today I will clean up the house. Su Fan's eyes were red. Lin Ling's words had obviously hit his sore spot, and also pierced into his heart. Therefore, no matter what the rules of the Seven Profound Martial House were, he had to obliterate Lin Ling. Lin Ling was a proud son of heaven, and he was an elder. Unless Lin Ling made a great mistake, he had no right to move against Lin Ling. After all, the Seven Profound Martial House was an orthodox hall of martial arts, and not the cruel outside world. But this time, he was ready to risk it all. Old dog, I knew that you would always be shameless. However, Lin Ling was still fearless. The crowd in the distance gasped. Su Fan had obviously shed all pretenses of cordiality, but Lin Ling was still fearless. Lin Ling was really a ferocious young man. Elder Mu Lin, Elder Lin Ling's elder. Lin Ling looked to the side, but his finger was pointing at a mountain peak in the distance. The eyes of the crowd narrowed. Lin Ling was actually warning Elder Mu Ba. Alright, I'll test that dog's strength. However, Elder Mu Lin nodded without hesitation. He and Su Fan did not have any friendship, it was only a transaction of money. But compared to money, Lin Ling's help was obviously greater. He naturally would not give face to Su Fan. Old Ghost Su Fan, let's fight. A loud shout sounded out, causing Su Fan to grind his teeth in the distance. No wonder Lin Ling was so fearless, Elder Mu Lin was already on Lin Ling's side. Moreover, he was the one who had invited Elder Mu Ba. But in the end, Lin Ling had used some kind of trick to make Elder Mu Ba make things difficult for him. This sharp contrast made him wish that he could grind Lin Ling's bones to dust. Mu Lin, I gave you spirit crystals, but you took the money and didn't do anything. Don't tell me you don't keep your word. Lin Ling is only a junior. For him, you dare to offend me? On the mountain peak, Su Fan's angry voice sounded out. Shwa. A large number of spirit crystals were thrown over. These were the spirit crystals that Su Fan had given to Mu Lin. Mu Lin had already broken through, and these spirit crystals were nothing to him. Don't you know that I don't care about status? Lin Ling is my benefactor. Not to mention that you are only an elder now, even if you were Elder Xian, would still fight you. Elder Mu Lin's disdainful voice sounded out, causing Su Fan's hair to stand on end. What kind of magic potion did Lin Ling feed Mu Lin? Fight! Mu Ba obviously would not answer him. Su Fan's pupils constricted as his crazy fighting spirit erupted. Mu Ba was a martial arts fanatic, and once he decided to fight, he would fight until the heavens fell and the earth cracked. He did not dare to face such a madman. Most importantly, Elder Mu Ba had broken through to the next realm. Lin Ling, relying on others to help you, what kind of martial artist are you? Su Fan roared loudly. He realized that he had failed to make things difficult for Lin Ling today. You are indeed shameless. I am just a disciple, yet you use your status as an elder to make things difficult for me. Are you a martial artist? Moreover, since you are so arrogant, don't leave if you dare. Lin Ling shouted coldly at the bottom of the valley. You! Su Fan said in a low voice. He looked at Mu Ba with fear, and finally strode away. His anxious look made the hearts of the surrounding people tremble violently. Master Su Fan was afraid, and he was so embarrassed. You want to leave without a fight? Dog, don't run. However, Elder Mu Ba still chased after him, causing Su Fan's heart to tremble violently. Madman! Rumble! The battle between the two spread far and wide. Elder Mu Ba is indeed a martial arts fanatic. How terrifying! Many people were so shocked that they could not close their mouths. They had come to watch Lin Ling's show, but now, Master Su Fan seemed to have shot himself in the foot. He was being chased by Elder Mu Ba like a stray dog. Then, many people looked at the young man in the blue and white robe in the valley, and their hearts were filled with fear. Lin Ling seemed to have noticed the crowd's gaze. His right hand waved on a huge rock in front of the mountain river valley, and a few words appeared, miscellaneous people and dogs are not allowed to enter. What? He is calling us dogs. The crowd's gaze froze. Lin Ling was still as frivolous as before, and he had scolded many people. Go! Go! They did not dare to stay any longer. At this moment, who would dare to watch a good show? You are asking for humiliation. Lin Ling's lips curled into a disdainful smile. How people treat me is how I treat them. If those people want to watch a good show, then let's see if they are qualified. After chasing Su Fan away, Lin Ling and Ouyang Feiyang once again returned to the mountain river valley. Not long after, Elder Mu Ba also returned, but after noticing the changes in the valley, he was shocked again. Then, he thickened his face and did not leave. After all, cultivating in the valley was twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, he could absorb the ancient spiritual energy from the ancient trees. Such a treasure land could not be missed. Lin Ling was also helpless towards Elder Mu Ba's thick face. However, with Elder Mu Ba, he could be considered to have one more bodyguard. In the next few days, Sakura, Long Xiaoqun and the others came. After noticing the rich spiritual energy in the mountain river valley, they did not leave. Among them, Elder Sword also came. Hee, old people like to be lively. I will stay with you juniors. Elder Sword's face was obviously thicker than Mu Ba's, which made Sakura laugh helplessly. Chapter 629. Snow Peak. The years of cultivation had always passed very quickly. 10 days had passed, and Lin Ling's cultivation had taken another step forward. The power of the mountain river valley spiritual root had been revealed. He knew that if he used spirit crystals to cultivate, he would have to spend even more time. However, Lin Ling had not touched upon the peak of the king's spirit realm. This made Lin Ling feel some regret. Although not long ago he had made a name for himself in the Seven Profound Martial House, he was not the least bit arrogant or complacent. He knew that he was nothing. After all, the rainforest Holy Land was extremely vast. There were 7 great martial halls, 5 great ancient countries, and even 7 profound heaven's chosen talents. At present, he was only at the beginning. Take Su Fan for example. If he was strong enough, why would he fear him? Ha! Ha! Letting out a long breath, Lin Ling did not dwell on his cultivation. Just as he stood up, a voice sounded out. It was Ouyang Feiyang. Lin Ling, Gu Sushue is giving a martial arts lecture. She has invited you. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes twinkled. The 7 Profound Martial House had 36 academies, and each of the 36 academies were responsible for teaching martial arts. Every time there was a martial arts lecture, there would be a massive number of geniuses that would go. He had no friendship with Gu Sushue, so why would she invite him? On this point, Ouyang Feiyang was also very puzzled. But he guessed, the 7 Profound Martial House is a place to train geniuses. Generally speaking, the great ancient countries of the 100 domains often recruit geniuses from their martial halls. Perhaps this invitation also has this meaning. I just don't know which influence Gu Sushue represents. Lin Ling frowned. The rainforest Holy Land was a place where there were many great influences, and powerhouses were as common as clouds. However, he was still very weak. Sometimes it was better to have a friend than an enemy. So he wanted to see what this apprentice wanted. Then let's go take a look. The 2 people left the mountain valley side by side. The 7 Profound Martial House had 36 academies, and each of them was a place where the 36 academies would give martial arts lectures. This time's lecture was held at the Snow Peak. The Snow Peak was a strange sight. It was said that it was a cold corner of the rainforest Holy Land, and thus caused the climate to change. The entire mountain peak was covered in ice and snow. However, for martial artists who cultivated water or ice attribute, it was a pretty good place to cultivate. After arriving at the snow-capped peak, Lin Ling looked at the towering steps, his eyes twinkling. The peak of the mountain was covered in white snow. It was magnificent. Have you heard? Lu Xian's strength has increased once again. His ranking on the 7 Profound Prodigy roll has risen by another rank. What's the big deal? I heard that Murong Qi, one of the top 100 geniuses, was badly beaten by the geniuses of the Xiaotian Academy 3 days ago. He returned with serious injuries and lost face. The rainforest sacred land is too big. Every genius wants to rise, but the difficulty is harder than ascending to the heavens. There were many youths in the surroundings, chatting as they walked. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Geniuses from the 7 Profound Prodigy roll. Right now, he should be in last place. It said that the 7 Profound Prodigy ranking has recruited another genius. It's Tai Yuzhan. 10 days ago, he was lucky enough to break through to the Emperor's spirit realm. Another genius said, making the people around him envious. Entering the 7 Profound Prodigy list was the goal of every guard-level disciple. Unfortunately, the condition was too strict. One had to reach the Emperor's spirit realm before the age of 20. It said that he has a grudge against Lin Ling. Lin Ling has also entered the 7 Profound Prodigy role. However, Tai Yuzhan is above Lin Ling. Tai Yuzhan will definitely challenge Lin Ling in order to advance his ranking. Someone said with anticipation. Lin Ling is dead meat. He entered the 7 Profound Prodigy role with an exception. His combat strength is not up to par. Many people gloated. Most of them were jealous of Lin Ling, the dark horse. Therefore, they were looking forward to seeing Lin Ling lose face. Lin Ling had claimed first place in the Dragon Lake competition. It was said that he could fight against an initial stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. However, that was an ordinary initial stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. He was not a genius, let alone a genius. Lin Ling, these Moon Guard level disciples are all despicable. Ouyang Feiyang could not help but frown when he heard the conversation around him. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation. It was as if the mansion master had allowed Lin Ling to become a genius, but he had harmed Lin Ling. No matter where you go, there will always be martial artists who deceive themselves. They think that if I lose, their status and strength will rise. They don't know that if you want to be respected, you have to become stronger, not by watching others fall. Lin Ling did not care. Moreover, he was not surprised by the current situation. The mansion master had allowed him to become a genius because he wanted to harm him. Soon, they arrived at the top of the mountain. Looking around, there was a white light flashing. It was a holy light. The snow here was different. In the distance, there was a crystal palace. This should be Master Gu Sushua's mansion. In front of the mansion, a large number of youths were entering. It was clear that a martial arts lecture by a master was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for these geniuses who were stuck at a bottleneck. Even some of the geniuses on the 7 Profound Prodigy roll had come. Hey, Lin Ling. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Lin Ling turned around and found that it was the genius girl from his previous cohort, Tang Yu. The current Lin Ling was no longer a newcomer to the Rainforest Holy Land. He also knew that there were 5 great ancient countries, and the Great Tang Empire was one of them. Moreover, Yu had gone to the Great Tang Empire. This meant that Tang Yu's background was not simple. Besides Tang Yu, there were also Zuo and Lan Feng behind her. At this moment, the two of them had awkward expressions. In the past, they had come together on a dragon boat, and Lin Ling had been above them. They had thought that after becoming honorary disciples, they would definitely surpass Lin Ling. However, at the Dragon Pan Lake competition, Lin Ling's name had shaken the 7 Profound. Now, their hearts were like dead ashes. Especially when they thought of how smug they had been during the competition, the two of them felt even more embarrassed. Lin Ling, I hope you don't take the previous matter to heart. I was young and frivolous. Sometimes I was not convinced by others, so I offended you. Zuo finally said. Beside him, Lan Feng also had a sincere gaze. They were convinced by Lin Ling. The previous matter? What matter? I'm a bit forgetful, so I forgot what it was. Lin Ling said with a smile, causing Zuo and Lan Feng to tremble. They apologized, but in reality, they were prepared to accept Lin Ling's mockery. After all, if it was someone else, they would definitely be proud and even slap their faces. However, Lin Ling did not. Instead, he gave them a way out, saying that he had forgotten the previous matter. At this moment, they suddenly became excited. They wanted to say something, but they could not say anything. No wonder Lin Ling could be above them. Such a broad mind was rare. We are all geniuses from the same cohort. How can there be so many things to remember? It's fine as long as we study together in the martial house. Tang Yu knew that Lan Feng and Lan Feng were excited and could not help but smooth things over with a smile. However, she also admired Lin Ling's broad-mindedness. Little Princess Tang Yu, when did you like to be in the same company as these trash? Be careful not to be together too often. At that time, you will be implicated and forever be in the circle of trash. At this moment, a cunning and harsh voice came, causing everyone to look over. Chapter 630. Heavenly Dragon Empire. These three youths seemed to be 7 profound prodigies, and Lin Ling recognized one of them. It was Tai Yuzhan. What did you say? Sui Mo was always proud and arrogant, so he immediately replied coldly. After all, the other side had called them trash the moment they arrived. This was too humiliating. Even though they were just nominal disciples, they were not the weakest among the nominal disciples. Impudent, do you have the right to talk back to me? The young girl's face instantly turned cold. Tang Yu took a step forward and stood in front of Sui Mo. Long Ling, it's just a grudge between you and me. Why involve others? You lost to me last time, so by mocking the people around me this time, you can regain your lost face. Long Ling. The eyes of the surrounding youths flashed, and then they inhaled sharply. According to what they knew, there was only one place in the 100 territories that had the surname Long, and that was the Heavenly Dragon Empire of the 5 great ancient countries. Heavenly Dragon Empire, the second ancient country of the 100 territories. Like the Justice Duan family, they were ancient and had an ancient bloodline. Other than the Rainforest Holy Land, no other power dared to provoke them. Now, the young girl's surname was Long. Sui Mo's eyes narrowed. The dissatisfaction at the beginning was deeply buried in his heart. The other side was not someone he could provoke. However, the other side might not be willing to let him go. Tang Yu, I know you're strong, but that doesn't mean your friends are strong. They're just trash. Tai Yuzhan, slap their faces for me, 50 slaps each. The young girl shouted. She had a grudge with Tang Yu, but she did not dare to provoke Tang Yu directly, so she used Tang Yu's friends to vent her anger. I'll do it, 100 slaps each. On the side, Tai Yuzhan smiled and nodded. His gaze swept and suddenly landed on Lin Ling. There was joy and anger in his heart. He did not expect to meet Lin Ling here, and he was happy because he wanted Lin Ling to lose face here. 100 it is, it's best to slap their faces until they're swollen. The girl called Long Ling immediately nodded. Her unruly appearance made the hearts of the surrounding geniuses tremble. The people of the Heavenly Dragon Empire really couldn't be offended. Tang Yu's friend was in trouble. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a cold voice came from Tang Yu's side. Birds of a feather flock together. Like people make like friends. Those with cheap mouths make friends with cheap people. What's funny is that this kind of person actually has the nerve to call other people's friends trash. Silence. In front of the gate, everyone's eyes widened. The bloodline of the Heavenly Dragon Empire was noble and proud. However, there was someone who dared to insult the Dragon Bell Princess. Did this person think that because he was at the 7 profound martial house, the Heavenly Dragon Empire would not dare to move against him? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found that the speaker was a young boy, who was also the youngest among Tang Yu's group. However, who was this boy? Sui Mo's body shook. Before, he had been discontent at being insulted, so he had retaliated. But after learning of the other's origins, he could only swallow his anger. Yet he hadn't thought that the person beside him would dare to vent for him. That person was Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling's face was cold and indifferent. If it was just a small insult, he wouldn't have had the time to pay attention to it. But this Dragon Bell had gone too far. Not only had she insulted him, but she had also slapped him in the face. He couldn't ignore her. Not to mention, the one who had been slapped in the face included him, and it was the extreme moon beheader who had slapped him. You insulted me? Dragon Belle's pretty face was covered with frost. She couldn't believe her ears. In the 7 profound martial house, there was actually someone who dared to insult her. It had to be known that she was one of the Heavenly Dragon Empire's princesses. She was aloof and remote. Even some of the elders of the 7 profound martial house had to treat her with respect. Yet this unknown youth dared to insult her. Extreme Moon Beheader, get back here, I'll do it. Come. Beside Dragon Belle, a young man in a gorgeous white robe stepped forward. This person was very tall, and his long hair was extremely soft. At first glance, one would think that he was a woman. He was handsome to the point of being feminine. However, this kind of handsomeness was a bit bewitching. Perhaps a woman would be attracted to him, but a man would have an uncomfortable feeling. In the 7 profound martial house, it has been a long time since anyone has dared to provoke my Heavenly Dragon Empire. Last year, all those who dared to provoke us died. This year, there is a newcomer who doesn't understand the rules. The young man's voice was very soft, but as it spread out, it gave people a sense of alarm and fear. His words were very clear. If anyone dared to speak ill of the Heavenly Dragon Empire, then they would be taught a lesson. Moreover, there would be no reason to teach them a lesson. So overbearing. Suemo and the others' faces were gloomy. The other party was very overbearing. Only they could teach others a lesson, but they couldn't allow others to resist. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the rules. This is the 7 profound martial house. Suemo couldn't help but say. This matter was caused by him, but Lin Ling was speaking up for him. How could he be a coward? So what? The young man's face was indifferent. He stretched out his right hand, and a fierce spiritual energy erupted. On his arm, it formed a blue poisonous dragon. It bared its fangs and claws as it stared at Suemo with a majestic aura. As this dragon appeared, an irresistible majesty filled the air. All around, everyone stepped back, their faces filled with fear. A powerhouse of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Not just any ordinary Emperor Spirit Realm martial artist, but a proud son of heaven. What a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. A genius of the Emperor Spirit Realm, even if he didn't use any martial arts, still gave off a suppressive feeling. This was the suppression of spiritual energy. If the King's Spirit Realm was compared to a vast river, then the Emperor's Spirit Realm was a vast sea. No matter how wild the river was, how could it compete with the sea? Remember, my name is Long Zhe. If I want to teach you a lesson, you can try and see if anyone dares to stop me. The young man said again, his arrogance like the clouds. His right hand was about to strike the several people, but at this time, a calm voice sounded out, Apprentice Gusu is teaching martial arts. You people are making a ruckus here, what a scandal. An old man wearing a long robe appeared at the door. It was an elder. Suemo and the others were overjoyed. An elder had come. Before, Long Zhe had said that it didn't matter who came, he would still teach them a lesson. But now, would he dare to say such words? However, they were surprised. Long Zhe's face was still indifferent, it's just teaching some newcomers a lesson. There is no need to trouble Elder Lu. Long Zhe is not afraid of the elder. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Long Zhe was very arrogant. Even though the elder had come, he still wanted to attack. It could be said that he didn't care about anything. But, would the elder allow Long Zhe to do as he pleased? Long Zhe, you can teach them a lesson, but can you not do it now? The elder's face slightly changed. Although he was dissatisfied with Long Zhe's attitude, he was afraid of the Heavenly Dragon Empire behind Long Zhe. No. Long Zai indifferently shook his head and directly refused. Hearing this, many people's faces changed drastically. Long Zai was indeed powerful, he attacked without hesitation. No one could stop him. If you want to attack, I won't object. Some of the people here have been invited. If you attack them, Apprentice Gusu won't let you off. The elder reminded Long Zai again. Elder Lu, these are just lowly commoners. They came here to secretly learn some martial arts. They don't have the qualifications to be invited. Even we don't have the qualifications to be invited. Brother, don't give them face, attack. Chapter 631. Muddling through, what martial arts are you talking about? The surrounding geniuses had ugly complexions. Long Ling was also disdainful of them, saying that they were lowly commoners. Coming here to listen to Apprentice Master Gusu's lecture was stealing martial arts. This was a humiliation. However, although they were angry in their hearts, they did not dare to speak back. I said that if I want to fight, no one can stop me. Even the elders are not surprised. Today, in front of the elders, I will teach you a lesson. Long Zai's complexion was calm from beginning to end. Even if the elders came, he was not moved. He was very arrogant, and also very overbearing. Just as he finished speaking, Elder Lu suddenly asked, "May I ask this disciple, are you Lin Ling?" Lin Ling. The crowd was stunned. They did not think that the Lin Ling who had recently shaken the seven profound martial house would appear here. At this moment, Lin Ling's complexion was indifferent. Since Long Zai wanted to fight, he also wanted to test the strength of this proud son of heaven. But as he heard Elder Lu's polite voice, he nodded. "You are Lin Ling. Apprentice Master Gusu has been waiting for a long time. She thought you would not come." Elder Lu's attitude had clearly changed. He knew that Apprentice Master Gusu had personally invited Lin Ling. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would be blocked here? If Apprentice Master Gusu knew this, then he would have been convicted. It had to be known that in the seven profound martial house, the martial house master had the highest status. The second was Old Xian, then the apprentices, and finally the elders, proud sons of heaven, moon guard level disciples, and so on. Elder Lu, what is the meaning of this? You know that I want to teach someone a lesson, so you deliberately came to stop me? You have to think about it carefully. What do I represent? Seeing Elder Lu politely speak to Lin Ling, Long Zai frowned. I know that you are a proud descendant of an ancient country, so if you want to teach someone a lesson, I will not stop you. But if you want to attack Lin Ling, then I will not let you do as you wish. Elder Lu shook his head. His attitude was different from before. Lin Ling, you are nothing but a lowly commoner. Do you think you can compare to my noble dragon bloodline? Scram, or you'll have to bear the consequences. Long Zai said angrily. Not long ago, he arrogantly said that no one could stop him, but now Elder Lu stopped him. Was he trying to embarrass him? Lin Ling was personally invited by Scholar Gusu. In the entire martial arts lecture, he is the only one who was invited. If you dare to make a move, it will be the same as offending Scholar Gusu. Scholar Gusu will not be afraid of your background. Elder Lu snorted coldly, causing Long Zai's expression to change drastically. Lin Ling was invited. Even the noble people of the Heavenly Dragon Empire were not invited, but Lin Ling, this lowly commoner, was actually invited? How was this possible? Long Ling and Tang Yu's eyes also widened. They were obviously incomparably shocked, especially Long Ling. She was even more disgusted as if she had eaten a fly. As a princess, she was not invited, but Lin Ling was. Did this mean that Lin Ling was more noble than her? If you touch a single hair on Lin Ling's head, I can't guarantee that you will be able to leave the snow peak. Elder Lu said in an overbearing manner. Before, he was enduring silently, but now, he was using Lin Ling's prestige to intimidate Long Zai. All right, "All right, I will endure this for now, but you lowly commoners must remember, never leave the snow peak, or you will regret it." Long Zhe was so angry that he started laughing. Today, he had lost a bit of face, which made him very angry. Then, he wanted to take Long Ling and the others into the mansion. Wait. However, at that moment, a cold voice sounded. Lin Ling walked out step by step. He was not a soft persimmon that would allow people to bully him. "What do you want?" Long Zhe coldly looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was still walking forward step by step. "Before, you were so arrogant, so awe-inspiring, you said that whoever came would teach us a lesson. Why are you running away like a stray dog? Are the people of the Heavenly Dragon Empire all so shameless? How bold!" Long Zhe had not yet spoken when Long Ling shouted. However, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of her, looking down at her condescendingly. "Opening your mouth a waste, closing your mouth a lowly commoner, I think you are even more lowly." "Pa!" As his words fell, Lin Ling simply slapped out, leaving a clear palm print on Long Ling's face. But Long Ling's eyes widened, as if she could not react. "You said before that I was the first to counterattack you, and that I was also the number one person of the 7 profound martial house. Now, let me ask you, am I the first to slap your face?" Lin Ling coldly said, leaving Long Ling speechless. This boy, he did not want to live anymore. "You are just relying on the prestige of the ancient kingdom, that's all. You don't know that everyone respects you, but they respect the ancient kingdom behind you, not you. Without the ancient kingdom, you are nothing. Everyone here is more arrogant than you. At the very least, your strength came from your own efforts, not from your family or from others." Lin Ling's voice was indifferent. As he spoke, Long Ling fiercely clenched her teeth. "Enough, I did not teach you a lesson. You should muddle through, not resist." Not too far away, Long Zhe's voice was incomparably cold. He was also surprised. This Lin Ling actually dared to hit the princess, was he crazy? "Pa!" However, after his words fell, another crisp slap sounded out, causing Long Zhe's entire body to tremble. He had said enough, but Lin Ling had immediately given him another slap. This was ignoring his words, and provoking his dignity. It is obviously this girl's mouth that is cheap, cursing everyone everywhere. But you are her brother, not only do you not discipline her, but you indulge her. What qualifications do you have to speak? Lin Ling walked towards Long Zhe, causing Long Zhe's eyes to fill with murderous intent. This junior actually dared to hit his little sister, and even dared to ignore the Heavenly Dragon Empire. He wanted to see just how much of an idiot this junior's courage was. Lin Ling stopped in front of Long Zhe, his eyes indifferently looking at Long Zhe. Then, without saying anything, he also slapped out. "A martial artist, muddling through, what martial arts are you talking about?" "Pa!" Long Zhe did not dodge this slap. In fact, he had been wondering how much more frivolous Lin Ling would be, but he did not expect that Lin Ling would even dare to hit him in front of everyone. He had not been slapped in the face for many years, and the other party was just a junior at the late stage of the king's spirit realm. Good, good, good. I have always been curious whether there will be a moment of weakness in you, but I was wrong. Since you even dare to hit me, then you can die. Roar! Long Zhe roared in anger, and a terrifying aura erupted. However, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. He also wanted to see how powerful a true 7 profound heavens chosen was. Perhaps this battle could help him break through. How dare you! Roar! However, as soon as Long Zhe's aura erupted, Elder Lu's aura erupted in response. His strength was even stronger than Long Zhe's. Furthermore, Elder Lu now had Apprentice Gusu's support. He would no longer be afraid of Long Zhe's identity. This was because Lin Ling was someone that Scholar Gusu had specially invited. Whoever dared to touch Lin Ling would be beaten up without hesitation. Scholar Gusu would hold up the sky even if the sky collapsed. Rumble. A terrifying aura rushed over, causing Long Zay's face to turn pale. He was a heaven's chosen, and was not afraid of any genius of the same age, but he was clearly not a match for Elder Lu. Chapter 632. Stone carving. I'm not crazy, I'm very clear-headed, so I know that I can offend the Heavenly Dragon Empire for him. Elder Lu's voice was as deep as thunder, making the crowd's heart tremble. Lin Ling's face was so big, not only was he invited by Master Gusu, but Master Gusu was also not afraid of the Heavenly Dragon Empire for Lin Ling. What did this Lin Ling do? Even Lin Ling was surprised. He had a vague feeling that Apprentice Gusu wanted to get to know him. Long Zay breathed heavily, the anger in his heart was restless, but in the end, he suppressed it. He could kill Lin Ling, but he could not guarantee that Master Gusu would not kill him. He did not dare to gamble. Moreover, Lin Ling was just a lowly commoner, it was not worth it to exchange his life for Lin Ling's life. You are very lucky. Stop. Long Zay coldly looked at Lin Ling, he wanted to leave, he would remember this slap. Can you stop farting? Stop. However, as soon as he took a step, Lin Ling's cold voice came out, making Long Zay's face stiffen, the anger in his body surged again. You said that no one can stop you, why are you still running away? I slapped you, why are you swallowing your anger like a stray dog? Aren't you a proud descendant of the Heavenly Dragon? I am just a lowly commoner, why are you scared? Stop. Lin Ling did not even turn around to look at Long Zay, he disdainfully humphed and said, Do it, why don't you dare, trash. Trash. Long Zay's blood was boiling, his brain was buzzing, in the end he clenched his teeth and said, Go. Go. Huh, Lin Ling, good job. Praise. The crowd was full of praise. Before, Long Zay was arrogant, he even scolded them, but now Lin Ling was not afraid of power, he retaliated with a slap, it was very satisfying. Long Zay has the blood of a dragon. How shameful, how can a dragon be so lowly? After being slapped, he ran away, it must be a title he gave himself. Lin Ling is just like the rumors. He doesn't fear any power, he's fearless. Then, many people looked at Lin Ling. The figure in the blue and white robe gave them the feeling that he was an unsheathed sword that would never bend. Lin Ling, go in. Apprentice Gusu has been waiting for a long time. Elder Lu looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling bowed politely. Thank you, Elder Lu. The one who should be thanking you is me. Without you, I wouldn't have dared to provoke the 5 ancient kingdoms, so it was you who gave me the chance to hold my head high. Elder Lu waved his hand. This was also the first time he had seen Lin Ling, so he praised him in his heart. This young man was neither haughty nor humble, neither fearful or fearful. He was indeed a good seedling. No wonder Master Gusu had personally invited him. After that, the crowd entered the mansion one after another. I'm sorry, I implicated you earlier. I've always had a grudge with Long Ling. Along the way, Tang Yu said apologetically. If it wasn't for her, Lin Ling and the others wouldn't have offended Long Ling, those people are arrogant by nature. Even without you, they would still bully others. Lin Ling shook his head. In fact, he also knew that as long as the extreme moon slash was there would definitely be trouble. Lin Ling, thank you for earlier. Swa Mo and the others were grateful. Lin Ling had stood up for them earlier. However, they were also worried for Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling seemed to have offended the people of Heavenly Dragon Empire. As if he sensed their worry, Lin Ling smiled and said, some things can be endured. Once, twice, but not more than 3 times. After all, on the martial path, you can be low-key and endure, but others won't give way. Since you have to face it in the end, it's better to fight calmly. The road of growth will never be smooth sailing. Listening to Lin Ling's words, Swa Mo and the others' hearts trembled. As they looked at Lin Ling, they discovered that this youth's eyes were extremely clear, and his smile was filled with confidence. Lin Ling's mentality was much better than theirs. He knew that as a martial artist grew, there were some challenges that were unavoidable. A moment later, everyone arrived at the center of the mansion's square. They saw that the square was covered in white snow, and a large number of talented youths had already gathered there. Their eyes were burning as they looked at the high stage in front of them. On the high stage, there was a woman quietly sitting there. This woman wore a white fur coat that was as pure as snow. The white fur coat was as white as a fox, and the collar was very low, revealing her full snow-white breasts. Her face was like a hibiscus, and her eyebrows were like willows. This was a beautiful woman with the charm of a mature woman. It had to be known that in the 7 profound martial house, most of them were young girls. But a woman like this that was full of womanly charm was extremely rare. Therefore, to some youths, this kind of woman was extremely lethal. Student Gusu is the most beautiful of the 36 students. She really is as gentle as water. Every time she teaches martial arts, I come just to see her. Her breasts are full and firm. Every time I see them, my blood boils. Be careful not to let Student Gusu know. Student Gusu looks gentle, but when she is serious, she is also very scary. In the square, many people were whispering. When Lin Ling and the others arrived, they just happened to hear them. They could only helplessly shake their heads. When they looked at the high stage, they finally understood why this was happening. So beautiful. Ouyang Feiyang said with appreciation. Lin Ling smiled and said, listening to her lectures is also a kind of tempering of one's heart of martial arts. Look over there. As he finished speaking, he pointed in another direction. Several people followed Lin Ling's finger and saw that far away in the square, under an ancient pine tree, there was a youth who was looking at Student Gusu. But his lower body was constantly moving. It was obvious that he was doing something embarrassing. Although geniuses made a living through martial arts, most of these geniuses were youths. They were young and full of vigor. For a beauty like Student Gusu, it was naturally difficult for many to control themselves. Ugly. Tang Yu cursed, causing Zhua Mo and the others to laugh. Then, they looked at Lin Ling and discovered that Lin Ling's eyes were already looking at the high stage. Not only that, but they were surprised. Although Student Gusu had the charm of a mature woman, Lin Ling's heart of martial arts was firm and firm. He shouldn't be addicted to it. Lin Ling. Ouyang Feiyang shouted. Lin Ling came back to his senses. He gently smiled and didn't say anything. He walked towards the square with the others. In fact, he hadn't been looking at Student Gusu. Instead, he had been looking at the giant stone sculpture behind the high stage. The stone sculpture was of a man holding a great sword. He was tall and sturdy, wise and heroic. Although there were no facial features, it gave Lin Ling an indescribable feeling. This was the feeling of a hero past his prime. And the owner of this stone sculpture was Di Wuji. This feeling was very clear. Lin Ling could even feel that the tyrannical song sword was exuding a sorrowful feeling, as if it was remembering its former master, remembering the #1 genius of the 7 profound martial house who had a sword bone. Unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of such a talent. Di Wuji's talent had been stripped away by his senior apprentice brother. From a genius of his generation, he had become a waste, and he had even been driven out of the 7 profound martial house. No wonder that stone sculpture didn't have any facial features. I'm afraid it wasn't allowed. Lin Ling thought to himself. He could feel a familiar aura from the ancient stone sculpture, and that aura was extremely harmonious with the tyrannical song sword. Tang Yu, what is the origin of that stone sculpture? You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.